Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Right, and greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tours and Investment, and I'm with my good brother, Kala Genesis Radio, Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood, and we're here to connect with you and give you proper guidance to our reconnection to the African continent for straight nation building. Greetings, brother Kala Genesis. How you feeling today, brother? Are you ready to get to set the place on fire?
Oh yeah, you know it.
Absolutely, family. So this is the topic, family. Exporting Black excellence to Africa and around the world. The Afrikstan analysis with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. So, family, we're gonna get deep into it, and and before we get deep into it, we're gonna reroute you to our website and share some more information. But before we continue that, please show us some love, like, share, and subscribe. Build energy, and let's get this movement in the proper direction. Especially away from all these deadly crowns and race traders and all these people out here that's misguiding us and misrepresenting our connection in Africa. And there we go, family. That's it right there, family. Our website, Africa for the Africans Tours and Investment. So this is our diplomatic connection to connect us from the Americas to the African continent, or from the African diaspora to the African continent. So this is our strategy, and this is our foundation, and this is how we have gotten over 600 people to the African continent directly, and then influence a whole lot more from there on over the last 17 years. So once you go to our website, www.africafortheafricans.org, you're going to see the big, beautiful banner, Africa for the African Tours and Investment. So that's our energy and connection. So once you go there, you'll see that this is a movement of us as a people. What you're going to see is this beautiful Black people from all the different countries that we have traveled with to, and it's a long span. That's from 2006 to 2023. So it's a longevity movement, and it's a movement that we're looking to take to another level. So once we get you to the African continent, our goal is to provide you with an incredible tour program that goes beyond this roots culture, business, investment, nightlife, shopping, networking. It's literally just a reconnection to the highest level. And what we emphasize on a whole lot is a lot of networking, so we can put our great minds together and see what's going on in the different countries. And we don't just be spectators or tourists. Now we participate. So that's the foundation of that movement. And the investment part is with our Black Star Pan-African community. So this is a vision of building Black communities, or I should say Pan-African communities. That's the key word, Pan-African, which incorporates all of us as Black African people on the continent and this wherever we are around the rest of the world. So it's important to pull that energy together, because we talk about putting great minds together. So that's what that's energy builds. So we have 15 acres that we have members building on, and we have 60 acres phase 2, which we are transitioning into. So it's a whole lot of information as far as what we're building and what we are organizing as far as this Reconnection and Repatriation program. So once you get to our website, you'll see Black Star, Repatriation, and Pan-African Community. And we keep the keywords in there, Repatriation and Pan-Africanism, because we try to build an energy of our Pan-African brothers and sisters together. And repatriation is our mission, returning to the land of our ancestors for straight nation building. So once you click on the link, it's lots of information to read through from introduction all the way to getting started. And for those who are interested in finding out more information, you can definitely reach out to me. And once you connect with me, I will send you the email details where you can just have all the files right in front of you, and you can just process. All of that is important because we as a people have to just when we're serious about getting involved in movements and getting involved in this kind of operation, we want you to read the information and be clear on it. That way, you know what you're getting into, you know what you're coming into, and you can always reach out and dialogue with us, ask questions. And one of the things that we always have is a whole lot of presentations and conference calls. And scrolling down, you see some more support and details. But once you go further down, what you're going to see is a list of all of our upcoming tour schedules to the African continent. And this is how we, push out that diplomatic energy, because ultimately one of the biggest thing that's incorporated in this movement, and what we always encourage our brothers and sisters to do, family, is to support Black-owned business, Black-owned enterprise, and we're doing it on a global level. That's at the beginning we talk about building a global Black business pipeline. It's a serious mission, and it's one of those things where we need more of us to do business with each other, because a lot of times we're cast out in business enterprising because it's not enough of us networking and putting our energy together and even competing against everyone else. So that is the foundation of this, what we push, and it's a strong energy, and it's what we call this holding the line, because we have to have some level of foundation or some level of this. What kind of code are we going to be on? So let's keep on supporting Black-owned enterprises and Black-owned business from here in the Americas to the African continent to the rest of the world, and keep building this energy so we can truly have this global Black business pipeline. Right. So as you scroll down, what you're going to see is all of our schedule. Now, we just got back last month, actually, from Senegal and Gambia. That's a 2-country journey of a lifetime, the only schedule we have with 2 countries. So that was another wonderful journey. This is our second journey as far as Senegal and Gambia under our Africa for the Africans brand. So right now you can see all of the video updates right here on this YouTube channel. All you have to do is just go to videos, and then also there's a playlist dedicated with all of the videos, and that's likewise for all other previous tours. Now, the next journey we have is coming up is our Ghana Repatriation and Investment Tour, May 24th to June 5th. So that is literally in 11 days. So while we're sharing these, while I'm here on this live with you, literally at the same time to preparing for our 23rd journey of a lifetime to Ghana. Yes, family, that's 23 times. That's from 2006 all the way to now. So it's the brand that we're built, and it shows that by putting our energy into a certain country and just doing the work, we can evolve and learn great things as far as how to do international business in Africa, because that's ultimately what it is. It's getting involved and building a level of experience. So we become experts of these movements in countries like Ghana. So we always tell anyone, if you try to make moves in some of these countries, reach out to us, so we can connect you properly, so we can offer you consultation and just give you good representation, so you can just have additional support and have people who truly have your back and look out for you. Right. So the next journey is Rwanda after that. So that journey is in limbo. So I'm always telling everyone, if you're interested in these journeys, commit so we can hold schedule. Other than that, we just replace that country, that schedule with something else, and then we just keep it going. And if not, then we just just bypass it. So if that don't work out and we don't get enough commitments, it is all good. We just rotate the schedule. But the next set of countries that we have is a go, and that's Tanzania Roots and Culture journey. That's November 16th to the 27th. Got a decent sized group, and we're building on that energy. That's our 4th journey there to Tanzania, and then we're off to South Africa, and that is December 24th to January 4th, and that will be the 2nd journey on our Africa for the Africans banner. And some of these countries now I've been to in previous times, especially between like 2004 and 2005, and South Africa is one of those countries. I went there multiple times before we even did our first journey, which was in November 2019. Right. And our featured journey on our website is our Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour. And that's one of the, outside of Ghana, that's the other country that we are pushing the level of repatriation, investment, nation building, and for us to just take this effort and connection serious. So we have already been building the group on that journey, and look forward to just aggressively keep building it. That way we can just show up in Liberia with strong energy, good vision, and make our ancestors proud, and really get to work in building a nice connection in the African country that was built for us as a people. So let's keep these things strong and family. We have to always just keep building up on what our ancestors laid and the foundation of what they just built for us, because always remember, just like we have our future generation in mind, our ancestors had us in mind. So when we think about the freedom and the privilege and the opportunities that we have, we give all the grace to our ancestors, and who have laid a foundation. So let's keep building on top of that, and restore our glory as a people. So that is our Liberia Reconnection Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th. And that journey is live on our website, ready for you to show your commitment. So again, family, reach out, connect with me. You can text me, call me, or email me, and I'll go through it with you, and then we'll get you ready. All right. And our summer journey is going to be Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour, July 11th to the 23rd, 2024. And that will be our 24th journey. And then we're going to take it to the Nile Valley Civilization for Egypt Roots and Culture Tour, November 21st to December 2nd. And that will close us out for the 2024 year. And we may be able to squeeze in a December schedule. Don't have a country at this moment, or we only can do so many schedule, but we're going to set back off the year 2025 with Senegal and the Gambia Roots Tour. That's April 1st to 11th. 2025. So those are the journeys that we have set up, family. And all you have to do is click on the link, read the details, and you have access to all the information from itinerary, tour overview, general terms, visa details if that's required, and full flow of preparation information. And last thing before we continue back to our regular scheduled program. All right, so I have a list of conference calls. So I'm gonna update this to show what we have for the next one after tomorrow. But this is May 14th. That's the next one. So the link, the details are all right here for you to connect and join. And scrolling down, what you see is just a whole lot of links for all of our social pages. So if you want to just get to know who we are, you got a nice LinkedIn profile, and then you have a whole lot of YouTube videos, Facebook photos, and you can just process that information. And what you're looking at is 17 years of documentation, because those networks, you'll see videos and photos as far back as 2006. And so this is the wall of all of our previous journeys. We just usually use one of the best or better group photos that we take, and just showcase it on this wall of just the history of what we have built. And when we talk about business administration, technical administration, going out there doing sales and marketing, organizing groups up, providing directions, getting things set up, building the diplomatic relationship in the country that you're working with the guides and people that you have that's going to be working with us as a people. So it's something remarkable, and we're proud of what we've been able to build. And this is not the end goal. This is the introduction, the foundation. End goal is what our good brother Kala Genesis talk about: Afrikstan, building communities, towns, building our own nation state, and not limiting ourselves, getting into industrial development, manufacturing, getting into real estate and commercial development in general. Putting our emphasis on the African continent by this, coming up with a new program, and a program that we can just really just build organically. So I'll show you some more of some of the groups, and then you can always visit our website at africafortheafricans.org and scroll down, and then you'll see all of these group photos that goes all the way from 2023 back to 2006. And these are the last of the journeys right here. Ghana, December 2022. Tanzania, November 2022. More of Ghana, Tanzania. So these become the sequence of the countries that we've been pushing out over the years. Ghana, Senegal, Gambia, and Tanzania. Now you see South Africa in the mix, and then you scroll down, you see some of the countries that we haven't had tours with in a while, like Togo, Benin, Ethiopia. Brazil. So as you can see, before the COVID-19, we have much bigger groups, and it's real, family. But also we have more tours per year. So I'll stop right there, family, or just do a quick scroll down, because what we used to do is this one journey a year, so we've expanded in many different ways. There you go, family. It was 8 of us in December of 2006. And then right here, October 2007, 10 months later, 42 of us. So that is the capability of our organization skills and the network that we've been able to build. So we want this to translate into more than just us having a good, feel good, nice time reconnecting to Africa. So we feel good. The fact that it's not been a feel good operation now, we have had people just organize their energy and making their moves and living and doing business in Africa. But as I talk about, I want to take it to a whole different level. So family, the journey continues. All right, my good brother, Kala Genesis, let's get back on schedule, program, and family. The link, the details are right below. Scrolling down, and we'll connect with you on that journey of a lifetime when you're ready. Yes, brother Kala Genesis. Are you ready for our scheduled program? You ready to get it in?
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Let me pull back up the topic for those who have just joined us. So, family, we're talking about exporting Black excellence to Africa and around the world. Afrikstan analysis with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. And so, family, Kala Genesis, this is it. Is a great researcher, and he's always looking to just put things in proper perspective. The thing what we realize is that we need people out there to help us with the work and to do the work and things like that, and for people to also take leadership, and for some people to humble themselves because they don't have that experience in this, and they're not really about that life. So they should be students and learn. So College Genesis is like your favorite university professor. You know what I'm saying? We want to make sure that you're in the lecture ahead of time, and you want to listen like a good student, take notes, and ask good questions, and engage the professor man himself. But welcome, College Genesis, as usual.
Welcome, brother Bomani. Thanks for having me again. Thanks for being. I give praise to the ancestors, honor to my people, Black America, and the diaspora, and the African world and whatnot. I'm your humble servant, and your warrior, your scholar, your educator, your brother, your friend, your father, and everything in this movement. Okay, I'll be it all. Okay, and so this is what I come at people with. Some people want a big brother. I'll be your big brother. You want a father figure? I'll be your father figure. So this is what we're talking about tonight. When I say exporting Black excellence, right? We have a long history, right, in Black America of producing the best minds, the best people the world's ever seen. Let's not limit the great minds that we produce and everything just to America, the American stage, right? Let's put Black America, right? My whole thing is, I believe Black America is in a position right now to take over the world. That's what I'm shooting for. That Black America is going to be so powerful one day, right? Through this idea of Black African infrastructure, pan-African nation building, Afrikstan analysis, and everything like that. That now it's going to transfer Black people from being on the bottom, outcast, to be the world power that everybody admires and look up to. And it's a very real possibility because we almost did it. Problem is that in our culture, and I'm going to get to the topic, but let me preface by saying this, right? And I don't want anybody to take this personally but we got way too many failures and people of mediocre means leading our community now. Black America is not about failure. It's not about poverty. It's not about crime. That's not the face of Black America. So if you call yourself a Black activist and everything, and the first thing you always talk about is the problems in Black America, and you don't talk about Black excellence, Black achievement, Black resilience, and a thing along with it, it's a whole thing. But if you want to just basically vilify Black excellence as like this thing I'm gonna deal with tonight. This idea that every time somebody is educated and successful, they're boule. No, because they're successful, they achieve something, you're jealous of them, so you want to attack Black excellence because you're not Black excellence. You feel entitled to be on a world stage when that, and you got people, Black people in America, who are succeeding beyond your Miles G. But you'll say, oh, it's because of the white man. Oh, because they're a sellout. Oh, because they do this, do this. We have way too many people that basically are pulling our people down by focusing on the worst stuff. And we see what's going on right now in Chicago, saying, well, our youth are going crazy. You know why our youth are going crazy? Because somebody's telling them that no matter what they get and everything, says somebody owes you something. The disrespect for law enforcement, Black teachers, white teachers, and Black teachers are getting brutalized in classrooms. Kids are disrespectful. There was just a video out the other day where kids were jumping on cars in the middle of the highway and whatnot and smashing a guy's car up, just going wild and whatnot. Going into what right now, Atlanta is dealing with a situation where thousands of kids show up. They call it pop off, show up, turn up. They get on social media and they go to places and start wilding out. Why are kids doing this? It's because the narrative in Black America isn't get yourself together, you're responsible for yourself. No, it's who are we going to give us reparations? Who's going to give us this? Now, I want to ask a question right here. Who gives you the right to speak on our behalf that we're doing so bad that instead of our community being centered around Black excellence, hard work, everything, you got Black kids achieving. Do they get any shine? No. You know, we elevate our kids that are succeeding. That you got a girl just the other day, 12 years old, getting into Harvard, Black girl getting into Harvard. Is that all over social media? No. But what we want to focus on is the failure in Black America, and that same sort of mentality is in the Pan-African world, so-called Pan-African world, or the repatriation world, which we're repatriating Black failure, Black misery, Black stupidity. You got people over there talking about, Black people come to Ghana because they're getting oppressed. He doesn't know. He's never been to America. So he actually believes Black people in America are oppressed and everything. We're just living so miserable and all this kind of nonsense and everything. Is there problems with racism? Yes, like that. But if you know our people, we know how to overcome and deal with this shit. But we got too many weak Black people out there with a voice and a platform purporting to represent us. And this is why people are now looking at us like, y'all want to come to Africa? What y'all going to do? So tonight we're going to talk about Black excellence. Black excellence, Black people who are doing what they're supposed to do, who are achieving beyond success and everything. And I'm first about to talk about the history of Black excellence exported overseas to Africa and beyond. I'm going to give you a little history lesson tonight. So buckle up, because the people I'm about to mention, I'll bet you $100 none of you heard of these people. Because it doesn't fit your narrative of failure, pain, oppression, everything. But we always had a history of Black people winning. Get George Frazier's book, written in 1994, called Success Runs in Our Race, documenting the history of Black success in North America. And so therefore, like I said, the Black people of excellence and their supporters like myself, we have to start taking the reins of this movement, or we're not going to go anyplace. We can't let the idiots and the fools and the buffoons speak for us anymore. And that's what you saw with this whole debacle with this reparations thing. That was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life. Utterly embarrassing. That's what y'all about? Sitting around waiting for a reparations check and everything? You actually seriously thought you were going to get a reparations check? You're seriously debating about a reparations check? And who gets these people talking about reparations that the right to speak on our behalf? Do we have a consensus? Do we vote on this? We know, what the majority of intelligent Black people know, it's nonsense, it's a farce. It's there to make us look stupid and ignorant and needy. But you got people out there with a YouTube platform. Yeah, I'm this, I'm that. Because he says, I'm so-and-so, and I'm this, I'm that. But y'all just whack. The bottom line is this. Nobody authorized anybody to speak on behalf of 45 million people. And the people that do that are just angry because no matter what you say, the black middle class and everything don't need you. They don't need your advocacy. They don't need your stuff. Everybody's a damn advocate and everybody's a damn freaking activist. We don't need your activism, nothing. Because you guys don't, if you got to be what you want to transform the community. If you're not successful, if you're not doing something big, whatever like that, if you don't have success, a real success that people can see tangibly that you built something and everything, you have no right to lead people or speak on people's behalf. What you do is a qualifier, say, I'm representing certain people that I know that have these concerns. But people just get on the internet and whatever, just make a blanket. Black people. You talked to black people? You don't talk to me. I'll tell you, idiots, you don't freaking represent me. You stupid, ignorant people don't represent me. You have no chance to get no reparations. You have no chance of getting defund the police. All this stupid stuff you guys advocate for and whatnot. It's just black mediocrity, black failure. And I don't give a damn about mass incarceration. Why are we advocating for people that are tearing the communities down? We need more you want to hear what my trip? We need more fucking people in jail. And we need judges and district attorneys who don't want to protect our police, that don't want to protect our community and whatnot, make our streets safe. We need to take their jobs and put them in jail. Because black America right now, what I'm seeing right now is insane. Yeah, we got actors running around. We need this. We need nothing but to get off our ass and start acting like we're civilized people. Before you talk about voting or everything, we have to start becoming a civilized people like we once were, because we were once a good people. We were once the moral authority of America. We were the people that people looked up to and admired because we were just God-fearing and just hardworking, decent people. They rejected the greatest black people that we ever had. Black people men going to church, raising their families, everything, and the white people don't want them. So it's not black people's fault. Oh shit, man. So it's not black people's fault about racism. Racism comes from people not wanting us in the first place because we're black, not because we're poor, not because we have Section 8, not because like that. Some of you people that talk down on the Section 8 people and everything, you're no different than they are. It sadly, Du Bois' talent will be or needs. Well, no, we don't need a talent temp. The whole Du Bois talent temp was this. That was a separatist ideology. Let's separate ourselves and be the buffer class for white people, whatever like that. The talented tenth. That's not nation building. You could be a talented tenth if you in your own country, in your own land, and the decisions you make and whatnot, it has consequences. You can't be a talented tenth, right? Purporting to speak for the mass of black people, you have no connection with. That's the problem with the talented tenth. We're the talented tenth, but you can't provide no jobs. You can't provide no leadership. You can't provide no direction. You can't protect the people. You can't organize the people. When people go out there and get killed by white lynch mobs or anything, can talented tenth step in and do anything? No. When they come and bulldoze black communities and whatnot, and burn down black. What was the talented tenth when Black Wall Street was burned down? No place. So I reject that talented tenth nonsense. It failed us. So tonight I'm going to talk about. First of all, talk about Liberia. You know, Liberia is my favorite country in Africa.
Well, perfect. Before you just go on, just one more comment, and then I'll pull up the thing for Liberia.
Africa, Sport Africa. I was speaking with a brother, image of not rap, wanted positivity. You know, I don't know why you bring rap in. Rap and hip hop is not African American black culture in America. It's a subculture. Just because you see something on TV all the time, don't mean it's us. Is your grandmother, your mother out there hip hopping and rapping? No. Are people in the black church out there doing that? No. Are the black people out there on boardrooms everything hipping and hopping? No. So why even mention that freaking when we start talking about black people? You know, what you see, it's like saying, looking at pornography and whatnot, and ghetto gaggers and saying, yeah, let's our black women. No, most black women are not in porn or doing this or stripping and doing this stuff like this. So why even bring that up when talking about black women? You know, but most black women ain't bitches and hoes. They ain't doing all the stupid ghetto ratchet shit. Most black women aren't like that. So I refuse to engage in a conversation about the manner type about black women. That's because when you love your people, you actually know your people. You give your people grace and the benefit of the doubt. That's when you love your people. If you don't love your people enough to give them grace and the benefit of the doubt, you have no business talking about them, to them, or for them. Now, I want to start with this. In Liberia was like one of the first countries that demonstrated what it means to export black excellence to the African continent. In fact, the 19th century's best minds were exported to Liberia. And what happens when the best minds meet in the same place? They build institutions and stuff like that. What do you have? You have a country of men of ideas. That's something we don't have in Black America anymore. Men of ideas. When Dr. Sun Yat-sen said, he said, there's two types of men of violence and men of ideas. And there's also men of mediocrity and whatever. The men of ideas live by ideals, principles. And when those men of ideas get together and they see each other, that's what's called the gentry. That means the gentry are the people who think long term. They have their ideals and their scope of the world is above the common man. And that's what we had in Liberia. We had a man that went there in the 1830s called R. McGill. And a book people ought to get is a book called On African Shores, Maryland and Africa. That book educated me really about what it means to be pan-Africanist, black nationalist, and everything. R. McGill was the founder of the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company. This trading company was very, very wealthy. It traded goods between the here on the eastern seaboard to Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Africa, and throughout the world. And they amassed a fortune. The McGill clan, to this day, there's a lot of people that use the McGill name because the McGill name is very powerful in Liberia. In fact, there's a guy named Africanus McGill that's going around the internet, right? People think that he looks like Abraham, he looks like a black Abraham Lincoln. And people going around saying, this is really Abraham Lincoln. You see that picture? Oh, this is it. No, it's Africanus McGill. And people think that that's Abraham Lincoln. The first, people say John Hanson, right? There's a picture, even Dick Gregory ignorantly said, John Hanson was a black man, whatever like that. Show his picture. The real John Hanson of the Continental Congress, right, was different than the John Hanson that Dick Gregory showed. The John Hanson that he showed was a prominent Liberian senator who was in America talking to Lincoln to try to get support for the exodus of African Americans to Liberia. And that's John Hanson that you see in the picture. The original John Hanson was a white man. This was a black man. So how do you know? Because when the photography came in 1840, the original John Hanson that they talk about was the Continental Congress, right, was a white man of Swedish background, and people confuse it too. That's been an urban myth. John Hanson, and they showed a picture of John Hanson, the senator from Liberia. But this is what I'm talking about. We don't have proper people educating us. We have people out here that don't know real history. They give us fake history and everything, feel good history, and you wonder why our people are going insane. They believe stupid stuff like we were already here, aboriginals. There's one guy on TikTok, there's one people on TikTok arguing with a full-blooded Native American, right? That he's a real Native American. He said, look, you can believe all you want. I tell you all my spirits, everything like that, and everything what our culture means. And you got black people, I'm Native American. I was born here. Well, who you hear from? I followed Dane Calloway. And so this is what you have. And just because somebody has a huge YouTube following, right? Yeah, there it is, Richard Hall, On African Shores, right? I urge anybody that really want to study Liberia for your history, right? That is the book to get. That is the book to get. It's like around like 20 chapters. That book is thorough in the history of Maryland and Liberia. Maryland was a separate colony that merged into Liberia in 1857, and it was made famous by Jamaican American John Brown Rushworm, who was a founder of the Freedmen's Journal. Right after years of founding the Freedmen's Journal, he decided that the best hope for the black man, right, was to emigrate to Liberia and build on the idea of a black republic, export black excellence. So let's talk about black excellence as far as Liberia. Liberia got the most educated black people to its shores. Not only were they educated, they were hardworking. They could farm. They had 2 or 3 skills, and they were very organized. And they were very law-abiding and very, very. They believed in temperance. That means temperance means abstinence, and temperance means abstaining from moral turpitude or alcohol. Temperance movement is alcohol, anti-alcohol. So therefore, these people, because they were hardworking and because they organized the community, they had come up with ideas. And when you look at Liberia, right, and R.L. Anderson said this, right, in his book, he said, look, probably historians probably missed this, right, but when you look at Liberia, particularly Maryland, you would say that Maryland was probably one of the most advanced civilizations the world's ever seen. Because these people are not only hardworking, they were very devout churchgoers and stuff like that. They're very peaceful and everything, honorable and everything. And so, therefore, when they look at Cape Town was riddled with crime. Cape Town, everywhere the whites settled in Africa, there was crime, lawlessness, and everything. This was the Maryland colony ran so operative that it was operating at a profit. That means when John Brown Russell took it over, when he made a thriving colony, a beautiful colony, with houses overlooking the cliffs, overlooking the bluffs and everything. It was a citadel of peace and tranquility on the African continent. Schools were built and everything, and people always pushed themselves for excellence. I always wonder why Liberians are, like when you look at Liberian history, right? How do they know so much? Why? Because they built libraries. They imported books from around the world. They knew about what was going on in America. They read American history. They had books on everything. So in that little spot on the corner of Africa and Liberia, you had people that were learning how to master the seas, master the world, and everything. That's what we mean by black excellence. And the reason why they were able to thrive, because the people they would say the cream rises to the top, right? You cannot have a situation of mob rule, right? That's why I don't go on a lot of YouTube panels. If I see people are ignorant and they're yelling back and forth with misinformation and emotion, I won't go there. Because the bottom line is YouTube and social media has given a weaponized ignorant people to do whatever they want. People who are intelligent, people who people should be listening to, don't have a voice. They're trampled over and everything. You cannot build civilization with the mob and populism. You cannot do that. Why? Because the mob is only care one thing. If you let the mob have their way, no laws will be enforced. What do you see right now in America? Prosecutors are afraid to prosecute serious crimes. Police are afraid to arrest people and everything. Now, if you arrest people, you're being racist and everything like that. Oh, you're trying to lock all black people up. So you could go out there and rob everything. This is what happens when the mob takes over. This is what happens when intelligent black people leave black society and there's no role models and anything like this. So all you have in these areas is people friggin' do lawlessness and people doing what they want to do. Nobody wants to learn. The kids don't want to go to school. They don't want to obey the teachers. They don't want to do anything. But get on TikTok and act a fool. The narrative must be pan-African excellence. Somehow glorifying negativity, thug culture. Well, the thug culture is one thing, right? But what about intellectual dishonesty? Intellectual dishonesty. You could dismiss the thug culture and everything. But when you got people actually going out here and they're being given platforms to talk on Black America's behalf, like we are really actually trying to get reparations or whatever they talk about. We need to stop giving me a time to thug culture. You must respect the highlight. Yeah, I agree with that. That's thug culture, but that's Since we're on top of Liberia, before we go back to the other side, can you tell us about Carysburg, Liberia? You know, Carysburg. I've been through Carysburg. You know, Carysburg looked like a 19th century Patterson, New Jersey. That's what it looks like. It reminds me of Patterson. It looks like downtown Carysburg looked like Patterson, New Jersey for some reason. You know, I've been to Carysburg, Liberia. There's a lot of land, a lot of plantations, a lot of estates and everything like that. Nice buildings, everything. Really beautiful place. You know, really beautiful place. All those communities upriver, right? They're now getting electricity, development. It's not the government of Liberia. Liberians themselves are pulling themselves up and building their communities and everything, developing themselves. You know, so you got Carysburg, Caldwell, and all these places. They're really building their roads. They're building everything. Liberians are really on the move, serious about building their country. And they're rebuilding these old townships like Carysburg and Brewerville and all these other places in Liberia up. But what I'm saying is this: Artford McGill founded the term. He was a father of the idea of pan-Africanism. Okay, his student was Edward Wilmot Blyden, right, who came later. Dr. Edward Wilmot Blyden came later. F. Ford McGill was the first black medical doctor in the world with a medical degree in the world. Okay, he settled in Liberia, founded the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company. Okay, he believed that only the black man. See, that's what I'm saying about black excellence. When you're really educated and everything, and you know the facts and everything, you realize only building a republic and a nation state of your own is a solution for black people, a solution against racism. Edward Wilmot Blyden, who was once in Liberia, then later in Sierra Leone, taught at Foray Bay College in Freetown, right? And Edward Wilmot Blyden, if you look at my book, I brought Edward Wilmot Blyden to life in my novel, Journey to the Promised Land, right? And he was a character in my novel. I brought him to life in my novel. And he said that everything the black man, he used the term African American. He said everything the African American wants, all his dreams, all the thing he's fighting for is right here on these shores of Freetown, Liberia. He said this whole coastline, this is where he ought to be. Men of big affairs, businessmen, scholars, everything. He needs to build his own civilization and learn from the indigenous cultures and everything like that, and create this new citadel of black excellence and progress. And that's what we mean by this. And also black progress means that we don't go, black excellence don't mean that we go and engage in, and I hate to say this term, African mediocrity. Just like we don't engage in African American mediocrity, we cannot engage in African mediocrity too. And neither one of us is going to get us to the thing. We have to stand on this idea of excellence, science, and achievement. And basically a merit-based society where people are awarded or exalted based on their accomplishments and their achievements and their ideas, not their popularity. You know, if I said what people want to say, I could get on YouTube and I could blow up overnight. I could tell you what you want to hear. I could say all the stuff you want to hear. And Carlo had 500,000 subscribers. You know I could, you know. But because I won't do that, and I don't even want to do YouTube because I don't even want that temptation. I do these shows. I'm a guest on shows, and I'll be a guest on Dinah's show next week. You know, the bottom line is I tell it like it is, as I know it, as I know the truth to be. You know, I have nothing to gain by telling anybody lies and deception. So Artford McGill was a father of the idea of pan-Negro. He called it pan-Negroism. So he called it, you know, that was the term black people used. Garvey used the term Negro, you know. Negro just meant black. He said pan-Negroism. Later on, Edward Wilmot Blyden changed it to pan-African, but the same thing. He means that when he said pan-Negroism, he says, look, what unifies us is the concept of that we're all black. And that was something they had to sell to the indigenous Africans who, for the most part, rejected it. Henry McNeil Turner, another black excellence, right? And Martin Delaney tried to basically connect in places like Ghana and Nigeria and everything. And the African rulers who were under colonial rule rejected it. They rather deal with the Europeans and keep doing what they want to do, because the Europeans kept them on their payroll. They didn't like the idea of what we call an Afrikstan or a black state. They didn't see any reason for people to govern or live together based just on color. That comes from them not having the experience of the transatlantic slave trade of the Miafa. This is why some of you people are having problems in these countries in Africa. It's nothing against our African continental brothers. They just don't have our experience, right? As more of them gain prominence and power and influence and everything, the idea of black unity and black power and black resistance and all stuff like that is going to be challenged, right? Because they don't have that history. And this is why I tell you it's a farce. Black people from America talking about supporting the African Union, and there's nothing African about that union. There's nothing black African about the African Union or the African Union. It's just a bunch of people, basically a bunch of dictators and corrupt leaders who get together and basically find a way how to look cute, get free food, get free meals, whatever like that, and talk about how white people are the problem and whatever like that. While at the same time, while they talk about that, they're signing deals with the same white people they complain about to get their little pound of meat and run, do what the hell they want to do. So miss me on that. And I think I made my point over there. I said the African Union is a joke. The 6th region of the African Union is a joke. Now, my whole thing is, I said, look, what's the future of pan-Africanism? We need a base in Africa. Like 3 or 4 countries where this ideology of black unity or black African unity can thrive and live before it's too late. Because Africa is going multicultural and multiracial. If we don't do this, then the window of opportunity of us building or being free. And once the opportunity, once the doors of Africa closed and Africa just moved on and Black America, we're finished. We are literally finished as a race. We are not only will be at the bottom of America, but we end up being permanently at the bottom of African culture and society forever. This is why we have to remind people of the history. Where did this black unity, where did the independence movement start in Africa? It didn't start in Africa. It started with Black America. It started by African Americans and Caribbeans and everything exporting black excellence to the African continent, lobbying in places like London and France and everything like that, the old Pan-African movements. But unfortunately, the African brothers didn't reciprocate all that. Initially, the initial people were overthrown. The people that we were allied with on the continent, the Amilcar Cabras, the Sekou Tourés, the Thomas Sankaras, the Patrice Lumumbas. All these people were overthrown. The Kwame Nkrumah. They were overthrown. And the idea that people forgot about, the idea that led there to the independence, was this idea of black liberation. And so people ask, well, what do I care about black liberation? We were here. Oh, I get that. You were on the continent. You were never enslaved, whatever like that. The Europeans built roads for you, and they send you aid and everything. So you have a different outlook to the white man than we do. So next person I want to talk about is one of the things that came out of the Chesapeake Liberia Trade Company was an organization called the Merchant Princes of Liberia. These were people connected with the Chesapeake Liberia Trade Company, and in Liberia, these were some of the wealthiest men in the world. They were trading companies that they set up in Liberia. And think about this, while slavery was going on and everything like that, there was one place where a black man could rise up and be great in his own context. And that's what Liberia was, at the time. The Merchant Princes, okay? And also Joseph Jenkins Roberts. Joseph Jenkins Roberts was born in Norfolk, Virginia, and he was raised in Petersburg, Virginia. And when he came to Liberia, and he became Liberia's first president, This man gave $10,000 of his money. He was a wealthy merchant in Norfolk, shipping goods down up the St. James River, the James River and the Potomac River and stuff like that. He was a trader between Norfolk and Petersburg and Richmond and stuff like this. And he was a wealthy businessman. But he gave all that up to come to Liberia because he knew that this little tiny colony at the time needed his brains, his excellence, his achievement. And he was right. When he got there and he held off the British, he organized the army and it fought against the British and everything. He stood with like 500 troops that were trying to enter, British troops that were trying to enter through the Mono River. And he was out there leading his men, and they're all ready to die to let the British take 1 inch of Liberia. That was Joseph Jenkins Roberts. He was given a gunboat by Queen Victoria of England. You know, after Liberia declared independence, he went around the world, and he was received as like a rock star at the time. But God, look at this black man with an afro and whatnot, going around talking about I'm the president of the Republic of Liberia. He said that I'm on the same level of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. He proclaimed that to the world. He was badass, black nationalist, black power nationalist in the 19th century. Queen Victoria gave him a gunboat to battle the slave trade on the coast. And Liberia quickly eradicated the slave trade all on the African coastline, you know, sinking and capturing slave ships and everything. That's black excellence. E.J. Roy. Now, E.J. Roy, now you want to talk about excellence, right? E.J. Roy was the first black to graduate from Ohio State University, I think in the 1840s. He was born in Newark, Ohio, right? But one day, as he was a kid, some think E.J. Roy was actually his family may have been Nigerian immigrants at the time in the 1800s that came with the British or whatever like that, settled in Ohio. Whatnot. He might have came from England, whatever like that. But he was full-blooded Igbo. You know, he was a full-blooded Igbo. And what happened was there was a free black community in Ohio. It was a white and black people lived in the town. Once the town grew, the whites met together and said black people had to leave. So all the black people when he was a young boy, all the black people packed up and moved out of the town. This was in the 1840s, 1830s actually. So he moved to another town. He ended up in Terre Haute, Indiana, and where he owned a bunch of businesses and everything. He began getting into trade. He graduated from the Ohio State University. He basically went to Liberia and got into politics. He met with Edward Wilmot Blyden. They became friends. In fact, Edward Wilmot Blyden is also Igbo, of Igbo descent. So it goes to tell you that people say Igbos are smart. Two of the most smartest black men that ever lived were E.J. Roy and Edward Wilmot Blyden. Both are full-blooded Igbo descent. Blyden was a full-blooded Igbo, and Roy was a full-blooded Igbo. With ancestry directly they could chase their family lineage right to that part of Nigeria. But, in terms, they were basically African Americans, But anyway, when he went to Liberia, right, and he met with J.J. Roberts, right, and he said he came with a whole ship, a cargo ship of every supplies, machinery, everything like that, rum, everything to trade. And when he came off the ship, right, they saw this tall black man with fine suit and tie on and whatnot. And he basically called with paper in his hand. It's like, and the whole of Monrovia was like in awe. Like, who is this guy? So he walks down the thing and says, "My name is E.J. Roy. I got a ship up there. I got a picture of the ship. I need that stuff put in the warehouse. How can you help me?" People look at him like, and then he was the talk of the town. And that was the founding of the True Whig Party. It wasn't like this. Even though J.J. Roberts, he was a very light-skinned black man, right? This is the first time they ever seen a full-blooded or a black man, real dark-skinned black man, just basically just walk into Liberia, and he was just like, "I'm the man. I need that's unloaded, right? I'm here to become a citizen." And they were like, "Well, what's the procedure?" And the whole government of Liberia started scrambling. "Hey, this guy, who is this guy? Let's accommodate him." And they were at the government, and everybody was at his feet. You know, and the talk was, yeah, this is a guy. Then all the upriver communities, right, heard about this man called E.J. Roy. You know, all the upriver stuff. So there was two parts of Monrovia. Monrovia was where the merchant princes were, and the Presbyterians and the merchant princes and everything, the old original settlers, right? Upriver were the people who were descendant of slavery, Congos that were recaptured and everything. They built these communities upriver. And by the time E.J. Roy came, these communities upriver were ready to see a change in power, you know, power dynamic. They said, we got our guy now. This guy looks like it. And it was called the True Whack Black Man's Whig Party at first. In other words, they wanted to see somebody who phenotypically was 100% Black African. And that was E.J. Roy. You know, and him and Edward Wilmot Blyden, they founded the True Whig, the True Black Man's Whig Party, right? And then later on, Hillary Johnson, right, when he became president, right, you know, he united the two groups of Black people that were divided by skin color, right? Hillary Johnson, when he got elected, both groups decided that we're one people and everything, no matter where you came from, everything. But that's what happens when people are educated, they rise up, they understand the circumstances and everything, that they have to build this republic, right? And they have to eventually teach the indigenous people to be part of this Black republic, or we're not going to survive. Okay, so that's the genesis of Liberia, and that's why we're going there next year, right? We're trying to build on what our ancestors knew what was right, true, and proper. So, let's see. Blyden, I talked about Blyden. I talked about Bishop Turner. Okay. Now, one of the things that I want to talk about is exporting Black excellence, right? Journey to the Promised Land, Voyage of the Bark Explorer. This was a boatload of Black excellence. When you read this novel, right, these were some of the top Black people in America who boarded this ship, right? And they went to Liberia. This is exporting Black excellence. On the ship were all kinds of people from, the only thing they didn't have on the ship was a doctor, right? But they had all kinds of skilled businessmen, craftsmen, laborers, educated people, everything like that. And the idea was they were going to build new colonies. The whole idea of the Azore mission was to populate Africa with Black, hardworking Black excellence. And that's why it was a success. The Tolbert family came on the Azore in 1878. So exporting Black excellence, not Black foolishness and Black mediocrity, is a key to nation building. Now, how do you get Black people to export when there's a competition? There's something we have to talk about. How do we get people to go to the continent, right? When there's, and let's be honest with ourselves, we might talk about something, most of the opportunities here. But I say like this, I say a compromise, right? And it all comes down to the Black family. If you have 3 kids, 3 sons, one's going to be a knucklehead, one's going to the military, one's going to college and everything like that, right? One of them, basically the knucklehead or whatever like that, you send them to the military, whatever. But try to get one of your sons or your nephews and everything to consider getting their education and skills to go to the continent. Don't send the knucklehead to the continent. Send the kid that has the expectations that you want to the African continent. That's how we could kickstart this again. We're not getting that right now. I'm looking at some of the people that's going to the continent, right? People going there, they have no education, no skills, no connections, whatever. They don't have a network of people that they deal with. They have no business. They have no capital. They have nothing. They built nothing in America, and they're going to Africa with nothing. That's not exporting Black excellence, right? And later on, we're gonna play. Bomani, can we play clips? Not all of it, but clips of Blacks Without Borders.
All right, no problem. I got a video that you sent me. So you want me
Which one?
It's a TikTok video. The last video you sent.
Okay, what was it about? Hold on. Oh, about that kid who says about African Americans are yeah, that one right there. That's another thing I'm getting tired of, right? People are spreading this rumor that black people in America are xenophobic, and they completely ignore the real racist stuff that goes on with white people who really don't want you here. I was watching this one TikTok, bro, that there's people at the U.S. border. They're finding euros and everything. I think I said that. They're finding euros. They're finding torn up passports from Nigeria, China. Everybody's at the border trying to get in here, you know? And the bottom line is this. Black America is not hurting Africans. There's no evidence of black people in America being xenophobic, aside from what you hear on line, towards Africans. So when people talk about xenophobic, I think you need to go to the Africans, ask the Mozambicans about South Africa about xenophobia. I think you need to ask the Somalians who get murdered in cold blood in their shops in South Africa. That has not happened in Black America. And so what I'm saying about black excellence is this. We got to stop letting people defame us in our name. Now people say, oh yeah, there's no evidence that Black America has ever engaged in xenophobic attacks to anybody. I ain't talking about the ADOS FBA move. That's nothing. There's no evidence of African Americans engaged in xenophobic attack. So I'm not gonna let that fly anymore. You know? So you want to play a video, see what this guy says?
Yes. Let me get it over here.
Are not supposed to tell immigrants to go back to their country. But I don't see anybody talking about the Black Americans that do the same shit. Yeah, white people aren't the only ones that's telling immigrants to go back to their country. Black Americans do the same shit, but they always acting innocent. See, I was born and raised in Haiti. When I first moved to America, I've witnessed Black Americans telling Haitians, Mexicans, and Dominicans to go back to their country. And these Black Americans even got the nerves to tell Nigerians to go back to their country. Like, do you Black Americans not know y'all came from Africa too? And y'all always saying,
Mexicans jumped the border, Haitians came here on a boat.
Shut your ass up. You Black Americans actually came to America on a boat from Africa. Black Americans came here on a slave boat for slavery in America. You know, and you Black Americans are always telling us Mexicans and Haitians to go back to our country. Like, what happens when we tell you to go back to your country? What you gonna do? You gonna get back on that slave boat to Africa and go look for which country in Africa you came from? You know, and I know a lot of people going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe this kid is really saying this. We're all supposed to be in one. We all Black. We all supposed to be in one. These Black Americans never loved us. And if you're a Black American person that liked my page, you shouldn't feel offended by this video unless you be disrespecting the Mexican flag or the Haitian flag. And if that's the case, you can unlike this page because I don't make videos to entertain you. Me, I don't fuck with those type of ignorant slaves. I mean, those type of ignorant people. I make these funny videos and all that shit, but don't get it twisted though. No double crossing on my people.
You hear what he just said? He just basically allied himself with Mexicans who don't hate us Mexicans. That's what happens when you have. I'm glad we played this video. When you start talking about Black America, you ever notice one thing? When people talk about Black America, two things I noticed, right? People hate themselves, and they have a lot of non-Black friends. And he knows his Mexican friends are out there, he and ha and everything, and they get a kick out of this stuff, you know. They get a kick out of stuff. He says, "Oh, you slaves, whatever." What did he think Haiti? Did he think he was indigenous to Haiti? That that Black people in America have been in America longer than most people have been in Haiti, you know. And so therefore, he talks about Black people. He says slave when that. So what gets me is that. We Black people in America, we have to start putting our A game up, right? We have to start putting our best face forward, right? And, you know, and this sentiment is going around that somehow you could attack Black America, you could defame us, and you could talk all this stuff. This is why I fight so hard to defend who I am, because I'll be disservice to my ancestors. I'm not going to let people say, oh, Black America do to America. We show on this show all the time the tremendous success Black America has, right? And people say, oh, you just bragging. No. Because why? Because when I showcase Black excellence, right, I'm saying that if you look at the law of probability, and the probability is a law, actual law. if these black people are capable of building America, right? Imagine what they could do if they got focused on their motherland. That's the purpose of this. That's why anybody who talks about Pan-Africanism, if you're not showing black excellence and showing the best and showing people what we did in the past and everything and our true history and everything, then get off. You're not a real Pan-African. You're not really in this thing. You're a Taino. A Pan-African is a name only. If you basically don't believe Black America and your own culture and everything like that, and the exceptional history of Black America and what we're capable of and everything, then you don't basically belong in these spaces. And like I said earlier, I'm just sick and tired of people when we talk about Black America, right? You got a guy named Tariq Tariq is smart, right? He doesn't have anything to do with black people other than what you see online. But he knows you guys are emotional. You guys are talking about reparations, hidden history, and all this kind of stupid stuff that he knows don't mean nothing to him. But he's making money off of you. While he's spending that money with his white friends, his white inner circles and everything. So that's what you have right now in Black America. Yeah, and they always take the lowest common denominator. Oh, we need money. We need money. Black America don't need money. We don't need money. First thing to do is this. Every black person as an individual have to figure out for himself, what do you want out of life? Where do you want to go? How do you want to better yourself? Nobody's going to come and give you anything in this world. You have to work for it and build with it. And then let me tell you something else, right? Those who achieve, right, are not going to just give it away. Some people want those who achieve to just blindly follow them, give them all their money. And that's one thing, and I like Dr. Umar, but that's one of the problems I have with him. He's angry because Jay-Z and Beyonce and all these other rich people that have not given him the money and everything like that. And everything. That's not their responsibility. They don't have to give you the money. The black people who basically waste their money giving it to Tariq, hey, that's their money. They don't have to give it to anybody else. The black people who give TD Jakes all his money, we're mad about that. But that's what they want to do. If they want to waste their money on poverty pimps and preachers and activists and everything, that's on them. You ask yourself a question, why aren't you in that position to attract that sort of crowd and everything? What are you not saying that people are not resonating with? Could it be that what you're saying is not logical, achievable, reasonable, practical? It's easy to basically say this. People know, hey, Tariq is an entertaining clown and everything. I'll support him because I don't like Pan-Africanism. So I got money to give him $100 a month. And I see a lot of people doing it. We know that there's a movement that opposes black repatriation and Pan-Africanism. And the bottom line is this, he's our guy. They're willing to put their money behind him. Just like people put their money behind the Republican Party. Why? Hey, I don't like Democrats. People don't like Trump. What do? The people who hated Trump, right? You know what they did? They sent money to BLM. You think they cared about the fact that BLM took the money and spent it and whatever, like they would? No, they don't care. It was worthwhile because they're supporting somebody that's a group of people that's causing trouble for Donald Trump. That's how people say, "Fool in the money soon parts." That's no word of a truer statement. People are going to support people are not going to always support things. Say, how did he do that? I mean, people give their money to all kinds of causes, right? To make themselves feel good, feel like they did something. If I can just throw some money at it when my problem solved. And you get enough people like that. Tariq knows no one's going to follow up on him about anything he does or his projects and everything. He knows that the people that he's annoying by his presence, right? The people that they hate, the black immigrants, right? The Pan-Africans and all those other people like that. They know that if Tariq is making his money and he's the number one spokesman or not, that's going to burn those people. That it's a sense of power. We're going to empower Tariq, right? Because we know every time he says the degrading things towards Nigerians and Haitians and Jamaicans and everything, that makes me feel, and they're going to keep giving them money because that's exactly what it is. They could care less about what documentaries he has out. They could care less about what's in the Hidden Color Museum. That's the absolute truth.
Excellent color. I got some.
Okay. What do you think of multiple search dial-in xenophobic rhetoric out of fear of the Democrat? You said, look, that whole thing. Look, let me tell you something. The Democratic Party, right, at this point in time, right, they don't really need the black vote like you think they do. They have their illegal alien vote now, which is making black vote obsolete. They got ballot harvesting, you know. They got white people, a large segment of white people who support LGBTQ, even though they're not, right? Some white people are so sick and demented, right? They really do believe the LGBT movement is the next civil rights movement, equating the LGBTQ right with black people. That's what you have right now in America. You got these sick white racists, they call themselves liberals, right, who are equating the LGBTQ with things. You say, well, LGBT is a small population. Yeah, but they got a large number of white people that support them strongly. Because we have not stood up and said, how dare you compare us with the LGBTQ? But because black people did not do that, right, the black vote is now obsolete. White people could basically like, they don't care about it. Why do you think white people are not getting up in arms about the police shootings anymore? I mean, they're mad about that kid that got choked on the subway platform. But for the most part, police shooting has not stopped since Biden got in office. Because they got what they want out of black people. They got Trump out of office, right? Yeah, well, we did not allow them to ride on the civil rights movement, right? They basically, why does everybody keep thinking I was talking about Pan-African Strikes Back? I love my boy Brandon, but he's on something right now. Maybe Brandon was smoking some stuff that we don't know about. I hope my boy Brandon will come back to his senses and whatnot. I mean, he's a brilliant young man, you know? He needs to come back to himself, man. He needs to come back to college Genesis, you know? He needs to come back to seek counsel with college Genesis. That's what Brandon needs, you know?
Military terminology probably went rogue, or went AWOL.
Yeah, he probably what he is pissed off that the Pan-African world didn't support him the way the ADOS FBA support Tariq. Bro, it's like this: the Pan-African world is serious. Tariq is a joke. The ADOS people got money to throw at a clown, for a clown show. The Pan-African world is not going to do that. They're not. It's not going to that sort of game. I don't like entertainment when it comes to the Pan-African world. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I mean, he can't be mad at anybody. He set himself up for failure.
Yeah. So when you're going after somebody like Tariq, you don't debate a clown. Like what they say. They say when you go to a circus, never fight with a clown. If you go to a circus, right, and the clown starts fucking with you, Bomani, what do? You just sit right there. Don't do nothing. Don't fight them back. Don't do nothing because you are not going to win. I saw this at SeaWorld, right? And my friends were with me like, yo, man, he's coming around to you. I said, yo, he's going to get you. He's coming around the audience just clowning everybody. It had the big screen up there and whatnot, folks on. And I was sitting there scared, nervous. I said, if he comes to me, I'm going to the bathroom. He's coming out there, and this one guy was like, yo, the show was like, we need somebody else to get on stage. I was like, oh, my God. And then one guy was like, I ain't going, right? And the clown kept saying, come on, right? And so you think the clown would be like, after a while, the clown was like, no, okay. The clown kept going, come on. It kept hitting him in the head. So after a long time, the guy said, no, I'm really serious. Serious. They got hostile, right? Then finally, right, his family was like, go up there. He went up on stage, right? And the clown's doing all this kind of stupid stuff, right? And the guy was bald, right? And the clown took a spray head, and all of a sudden, it shot his head. All of a sudden, they had the big giant Mr. Clean's, I think, bing! And my boy's like, yo, man, trying to point to me. I said, yo, stop that shit, man. Yo, stop that shit. Yo, the boys are trying to, yo, go ahead, get him. Yo, I was like, yo, I'm serious, man. Stop that shit, man. I'm gonna fuck you up, and we're going on different planes back home. I don't fuck with no clowns, man. No. My boy's like, damn, man. We thought we were trying to get the clown to fuck with you. I said, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, not this time, bro. I was like, y'all was terrified. I'm terrified of clowns, man. So you don't mess with clowns, man. Tariq is a sample. He's a clown. You will not win. You will not. He's gonna roast you, whatever like that. You cannot win against him. And also, Tariq is very smart. He's very intelligent too. I don't want to count him out too. He's very intelligent and everything. But the bottom line, his humor, his comedy, and that Sambo stuff. I don't want to call him a coon, but that Sambo is a different color. Sambo is like a gesture, entertainer, a clown. You know, that Sambo shit he does. You do not fuck with Sambos. You know, they're dangerous. You know, Sambos are dangerous. So the bottom line is that you don't mess with that, man. So like I said, Brandon got to take an L for that shit, man. You're not gonna win against that shit. You know, the bottom line is people don't give a fuck if he only has one statue in there, you know, of somebody drinking split malt liquor and whatnot, you know, switch malt liquor. They don't care. The people that supported him, right, we're gonna give him that money no matter what the fuck turned out. That's a valuable lesson for Brandon. You know, nobody gives a fuck, you know, you make it, who cares? Black America has $1.6 trillion, man. $2 million, $1.2 million is nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. There's more serious things to worry about. And the fools that gave Tariq money. But yeah, so that's what we're talking about here tonight. I lost my train of thought. You know, somebody asked me, what is the thing we keep Africa stable? Because we have also to think about how to keep Africa stabilized, because we see situation what happened in Sudan. It's that, the bottom line is this, man. Sudan has a problem for decades, right? When you have this idea, the whole idea in, like when they got rid of Buhari, I knew all this was going to happen. Everybody in the black world wants power because we don't have any power. And this is what we're talking about. When a group of people, a race of people don't have any power, right? Now you can say, it's powerless. We don't have power. But guess what? There's some junior officer somewhere, somebody living in the gutters of Jamaica, Liberia, Nigeria, and everything, who are saying, you know something? We may all be oppressed, be poor and whatnot, but I want to be a little less oppressed than you are. If it means me rising up a little bit and keeping my foot on your neck, yes, we can all be oppressed, but my foot is going to be on your neck rather than you rising up. And that's what we have right now in the black world. There's no coordinated effort to build. And also, what happens to the people who are the brains of everything? They go to Europe. Where does the black excellence in Africa at? In Europe. They're in Europe somewhere making some white company rich. That's what we have. Everybody's exporting. The biggest export in Africa, right, is not oil, it's people. You know, people, I'm going to London, to Nigeria started to put a crackdown on it. Like, you can't leave the country. We get to the degree, you can't leave for at least 5 years, whatever, like that, you know, because what happens is you're paying for all this education, right? And people say, we got Nigerian doctors in America. That doesn't do anything. You know, that doesn't do anything for Nigeria. There's always this imbalance. When you have your friggin' Africans that spend their years in the West, instead of building their own medical system up in their continent. Well, we got to make money on that. And everything, they'll say, like I said, delayed gratification. This is where it comes out when I say delayed gratification. Do people understand what I'm talking about? You got delayed gratification. Yes, you can basically be gratified with a high salary and everything. But if you basically pull yourself together and everything, and the best minds get together, right? You could build a medical system in your own country that rivals the West and everything, and you could be making money and living in your own country. But when you buy into the idea of globalism, that we're all one global family, that farce, right? Then you could justify the fact that why so many Sudanese and Nigerians live in Australia. I just saw a video the other day where a bunch of the Australians saying, we want Africans out of Australia. We don't want Africans here. We don't want black Africans here. And now that Africans are using tactics from the civil rights movement, talking about integration, we show because there's a difference there, right? Even though you have a right to live in Australia, you gotta understand something. You emigrated there. Black people in America did not emigrate to America. There's a difference. When you decide to abandon your country and go to a white country, what you know is racist, right? That's exactly what you get. I'll be honest with you, as a black man, you know, because we committed the pan-africanism, you know, we're obligated to support you and everything. But But for the most part, that's not sustainable. You can't keep going to these white countries and everything like that and think you're going to live and change the dynamics and marry their daughters and stuff like that. No, that's not what it is. There are a lot of different factions in Africa waiting to grab power instead of developing the nature. It's actually prevalent. He said, yo, everybody basically in Africa, see, the whole problem is this. If Africa had an infrastructure, if they were producing millionaires and billionaires like Asia, and in perfect examples, this Hong Kong, they said, the British said, what do you have holding on to Hong Kong? Nothing. They said if the Chinese communists wanted to take over China or take over Hong Kong, what would they need? And you know what the British officer said? Shoes. They can just walk right in here. We really have no power over Hong Kong. I said, why does the 10 million people in Hong Kong like the British rule? Well, because they're making a lot of money. Hong Kong was one of the number one trading ports in the world. Goods were coming in and coming out, manufacturing everything. There was so much money. Hong Kong was just made of money. You can go walk out on the street, get a taxi cab and get rich. There was so much money. Everybody had so much money. Opening up little kung fu schools, getting into the film industry. There was so many. Hong Kong was the number one movie maker in the world. Hong Kong movies of the 70s were the number one film producers in the world. There was so much Chinese restaurant, Chinese trade, Chinese stuff like that. So there was so much money, right, that people forgot all about politics. People said we'd rather make money than make laws. But when you look at oppressed countries, right, they rather make laws because they can't make money. They want to sit around and talk about who's getting elected and everything. Let's go on Liberia. Everybody said worried about who's getting elected, but it's dying because there's a growing private sector in Liberia. And when you talk to the people in the private sector doing business, they don't give a damn about who's in office. And that's what I want to connect with in Liberia. Let's talk about the people. Let's talk about tourism. Let's talk about building houses, hotels, everything like that. Let's get Liberia popping. No matter who's in power, we're going to still thrive. So I'm not worried about who's going to win this election in October. And that's the idea. But when you have a country where people are lazy, and that's another thing, where the people who sit around talk about reparations, we need this one, these are lazy people. These are people waiting for a handout to do anything. The people that's building and want to build things, they got capability and everything, and ready to organize and everything, they're not worried. They're not sitting there waiting for no damn reparations check. They're not even talking about it. Brain drain in our community is too much. Our best scattered all over the place. Shouldn't there be a plan in Africa, educated experts return to build infrastructure? We've been saying that for years. We are singing to the choir. I've been saying this for decades. There is no plan. There's absolutely no plan. There's absolutely no plan. The only country that somewhat got a plan like that is two countries, I think, Rwanda and South Africa, for the most part. They got a really good infrastructure as far as like technology. Rwanda's growing. Botswana has a middle class. South Africa has a promising future as far as like being the manufacturing hub of the continent. The manufacturing hub of the continent.
Perfect, color, perfect. Before you continue on, we do have one guest.
Okay.
Bring him in. All right. Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. What's on your mind?
Yes, my brothers, greetings. Always a pleasure talking to you, brother Carla. It's in reference to Sudan, it's a tragedy that we see that situation, in Sudan. But as Brother Carla said, it was kind of inevitable, that was going to happen because those people have the guns, and it's a holdover from Bashir, cause that general Al-Burhan, he was born in Egypt, he's and so he see himself as an Arab, he see himself as Arabic. And that man, that Hamid guy, he's from Darfur. So, Bashir recruited him to do his dirty work in Darfur. But I think this split came when Hamid said, you know what, I think we made an error you know, we're not turning over civilian rule to the people. That's when the army move on him, because they say, oh, this guy now trying to usurp me, so he move on him. So that was kind of inevitable, you know, it's going to happen. But another thing with Sudan, you know, is that Sudan produces like 60 to 70% of the world's gum arabic. And you know, if you know anything about gum arabic, it's a emulsifier that's used to make, they use it to make soda, and they use it to make in a lot of medicines pharmaceutical companies need. So they're gonna have to find some way to stabilize that situation, you know, to, because eventually they're talking about the price of pharmaceuticals gonna go up. You're gonna see the price of soda go up too, because again, you know, they need that gum arabic, because if you don't have that gum arabic in the soda, you're gonna see the sugar at the bottom of the soda bottle, because the sugar won't dissolve. See, so they're gonna have to find some way to stabilize that situation in Sudan. But you know, it's another thing too is how we deal with the psychology of these people. Because now people see that what happened in Sudan now, and they look, they will say, well, you want to go to Africa now, but you get nervous, because don't you say, I want to go to Africa, but I don't know if it may jump off in Liberia, just like we jump off there. It may jump off in, you know, because these people, they head not into pan-africanism. The masses and the people, they head ain't into pan-africanism. So how do we now develop, you know, because you need peace and stability to develop. You can't develop with the shooting gun, people firing weapons all over the place. So that is a big issue, you know, and you know, it creates so much more problems now, to convince people, say, no, you know, we should be going to Africa. The first thing they say, well, look what's happening in Sudan, you know. You know, nobody expected that, but who could see something was coming down the road. But then they're gonna say, no, I'm gonna say, you know, why should I go to Africa now? It may jump off in Gambia, it may jump off in Ghana, you know what I'm saying? So we have to find a way to get Pan-Africanism into the mind and the masses of the people. How do we do that? You know, if you guys can give me a little, you know, hope on that, give me how we can get Pan-Africanism into the minds of our people, because unless we create a common cause psychosis then amongst the masses of black people on the continent, how do we do that?
Okay,
Then the
I would
common
say,
cause psychosis is Pan-Africanism.
I would say like this, brother.
Got you, brother.
The problem is this, right? Was something we overlooked, like in the 60s and everything. And I love my brother Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael. But Stokely Carmichael was, people say, oh, he's no, he was a socialist, you know? And the bottom line is a lot of these people that we call pan-Africans were actually socialism. They getting paid by white socialists to push their agenda, right? And in the process of what was going on in the 60s, right, the Europeans realized that a lot of the stuff that led to independence was coming from the diaspora, okay, the power base, the Garvey people and everything. So what they did was they basically said, okay, our resistance, Mau and all these people were listening to black nationalists from America and stuff like this. That's where the problem is. You know, they see the white people, the CIA, these people, they study us. They study us. They study how Ho Chi Minh. People don't realize this. Ho Chi Minh used to attend Garvey meetings in Harlem when he was in New York. You know, and he went back and led a revolution in Vietnam. You know, and so basically this rebellious black nationalist movement that come from Harlem and New York and everything by people from the Caribbean that came to Harlem and everything and got with the black people. They said, who are we going to blame? They blamed it on Garvey, so they deported him, right? Think about this, right? They say, well, all this black national stuff on the African continent, Africans, where does this come from? It came from the thing. So they cut the head off, you know? And so over the years, they got people, they played this so-called indigenous people stuff, right? And people started, the white man kept going around Africa telling different Africans, you're more indigenous, you know? That's an anthropological term, right? It's a divisive term that we got to call out. Because when people start talking about they're indigenous, what they're saying is you're more African than I am. I'm more deserving of this space than you are. Okay? And we let these stuff got like the indigenous talk, sons of the soil, people born on the continent and everything. Kwame Nkrumah always said, Africa, not because I was born in Africa, Africa was born in me, you know? And so therefore, what's happening right now, it's even African Americans, right? When you ask them, okay, well, where's our place in Africa, right? You have there's no African government that has given even observatory status in any country for the diaspora or the African Americans to sit in parliament and contribute on that level. You know, you mean tell me 200 million people who lost their birthright by force don't have any legal representation collectively on the African continent? That's unacceptable. And so therefore, why is that the truth? Because these people, these countries are post-colonial countries who are still allied with the British, the French, the Portuguese, the Russians, and now China. There is no Pan-African. So what that does is, since there's no Pan-Africanism and everything, there's no need to see us as brothers and everything. There's no need to see each other as brothers. And next thing, the guns come out. The guns are coming out of Sudan because it's like whoever gets in power is going to make the biggest deal with China and whoever else. So they don't need to work together. If I get in power, I'll work with the Chinese. Like I said earlier, right? Somebody like this, we're oppressed, we're poor and whatnot, but I think I want a little more power to oppress you and stay in power. That's all it's all about. You know, no matter where you go, don't ever be a fool, right? Don't ever be a fool. When people, it's all about power. People didn't understand that until Samuel Doe took out Tolbert. What was it about? Power. You know, the people that overthrew Kwame Nkrumah, what was it about? Power. And Jerry Rawlings knew that, you know. He said these corrupt people who call themselves Democrats and everything, Jerry Rawlings actually executed members of parliament. Because people get into power, right? Let me give you an example. The president of that corrupt, cannibalistic president of Central African Republic, right? Who spent his whole treasury on a party for the French, invite all these people that had a gold crown thing, right? He loved women. That's another thing. They put women in power. He released all women from prison and everything. And then he went and executed all the men who did women wrong that were in jail. Just started executing them. Right? What they did, if you had anything about women like this, what that does is this. He's making sure that put fear that nobody else rides them. Now, I'm like this, right? I will never legitimize a rogue state. If you are a rogue state, I will not legitimize you, you know? And the bottom line is this. We as black people don't understand what it means to have a state. And I'm always like this. If we build in Africa, right, we need to protect ourselves. We need our own militias. We need an army. We need our own peacekeeping. We need all that evacuation, whatever that stuff like that, first aid, everything like that. We need to be strong. So if anything pops off, we can give our people a safe haven, whatever like that. That's what I believe. Now, some people don't believe that. I think that you're being foolish, because the bottom line is this: the only legitimacy of a state is the consent to be governed. People in Africa, countries in Africa, don't care about the citizen. There's no such thing as a citizen in Africa. You're a subject, and these states were formed by Europeans. And the only thing African countries have to really abide by is whoever is paying them. So that's what you have in Africa. So the Pan-Africanism is a long shot in Africa unless we bring it there and build on the ground, you know?
Yes, you know, you're right, because the president, the guy just won the election in Nigeria. The first place that Negro went is France. Yeah, he was in France for 4 weeks. I said, what the hell I said, this Negro, the first place he went was France. You know, so I said, so you know where he's, but you know, again, I think that's where we here in the West can make that significant change in Africa, because when we go to Africa, don't embrace any tribe. We say, look, we are all the tribes. See, by us saying, look, we are all the tribe. We ain't no, I ain't Igbo, I am Igbo, I am this, I am all the tribes. You see, and so we are the most detribalized Africans, and that's why they don't want us in Africa.
That's why we're so dangerous.
Yes.
That's why we're so dangerous. Pan-African really means, like I said, Arthur McGill, is the detribalizing of the identity. Europeans detribalized themselves and just became white. That's how they were able to take over the world.
Yeah, correct.
You know, they united on this idea of whiteness.
Yes.
And Pan-African at its core is the unification on blackness.
Yes.
Black Africanness.
I agree with you.
Not your tribe, not your whatever like that, your language, everything. That's why Afrikstan is so important.
Yes.
We need that strong, detribalized Black African state on the continent. Yes. End of story. That's the only chance Pan-Africanism has.
Yes, I agree with you. All right, I'll get back to watching you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for the input.
All right, take care, brother. Appreciate you joining.
All right.
Next, family, anybody else want to join us? Let me know if you want to.
Yeah.
This is the video I found right here.
What's this video? Let's see what it is. Afro-American. I like it already.
Yeah. Now, that was just a quick highlight from Blacks Without Borders.
Okay, yeah. Play that.
Trying to play something that wasn't too long.
Too long, yeah, I know. I wouldn't do that to you, Bomani. 2 hours.
I mean, I've seen the 45-minute videos and 1 hour videos. We can always play.
Yeah, but this is the highlights. This is the highlights of it.
Some of it. Right, let me see this thing. But yeah, before even play it, let me know if you wanted to wrap up on anything that you were saying.
No, we're gonna get into this because I'm still talking about exporting Black excellence. And to be honest with you, despite all the crime, South Africa is an excellent place that facilitated Black excellence. Let me tell you something before we play this. Right, we have a problem in the Black race, right, where we don't value human potential. Like people always talk about when we talk about Africa resources, right? They talk about lithium, they talk about gold and everything. The most precious thing you could build anything is you have to have human resources. Singapore has no natural resources rich. Japan has no natural resources rich. It's rich in human resources. Families, communities, workforce, all that stuff, like skilled labor, professionals and everything, all working together in sync to create this monster called Japan Inc. Africans can have all the minerals you want, and you're still going to be poor because you haven't developed your human. How do you build? It's a socialization. People have to get along, and the bottom line is promoting tribalism and sectarianism and all stuff, and power and everything, instead of giving people a basic standard of living, a basic way of life, and a sense of belonging, right? A sense of sanctuary and everything that will do the trick as far as like building a new state and building the future. But we're gonna sit back and just basically fight over crumbs and everything. It's all about if I get in power, then the Chinese are gonna give me money, I get my kickback. It's all about getting near your turn. It's my turn now to rule because I sat out 3 elections, I supported this. Now it's my turn to rule. And all this kind of stupid stuff. And it comes from a position of powerlessness. Like you see in Asia, you don't know most Asian politicians are not even popular. Why? Because there's a huge private sector. There's bankers. There's industrialists. There's all these other people that people look up to in the society that they want to emulate. Not politicians. In Africa, everybody wants to be a politician because infrastructure.
There you go, Kala. Break it down, Kala. You have a guess. You want to guess on?
Yeah, put the guess on before we play the Black Without Borders. I know it's my boy Chris. Has to be Chris. No, oh no.
Hey.
Here we go.
I was listening. Hey, I gotta say, much respect to Bomani, because and even Kala, having conversation because hey, I get it. No matter what, I always see all of us as one family. And regardless of how people perceive the things I say, but the schools I went to, the history I was taught, despite people believing that the Africans are brainwashed. I've met many Africans who have very, very mediocre education. There's a lot more Africans who need awakening than, you know, um, the diaspora, to be quite honest. But the schools I went to, um, this struggle is always been seen as Africans. It's like a continuation into the new world. I remember I met Buju Banton, right? He's a Jamaican reggae singer. Within 5 minutes of our conversation, he was like, "You are Gambian." He could tell right away, you see? And Buju Banton, he did not separate himself from me. So that's why when I came in and said much respect to Bomani, because we
Appreciate you, brother.
Africans, we have the conflicts, we have our conflicts. But when I came in, he gave me the opportunity to hear me out. So that tells me he's not being malicious, or even you, Carla, you listen to me. And I never get offended by calling me Afri dumbass. I'm used to it.
Yo,
Because
you gotta say our humor, man. I would
huh?
just, I would just.
Right. No, trust me. Trust me. I get it. I get it. But there's a lot of points you've hit on. If you look at even like the UK, France, all this, I check out their countries. Do you know these people? Like, let's say France, they have over 40 tribes in France. The language they speak today, French, is not their main language. They united all this. So for me, when I came into the Western system of education, I was in my parents. This is how I was brought up. My father, he was a diamond dealer in Sierra Leone. A lot of my early exposure, you know, is different than most regular people. I have witnessed civil wars. Even though I've heard the brother talking about Sudan, Sudan is a different case. Jamaicans, Caribbeans, black people, you're from West Africa. That Sudanese mess, when did you ever know Sudan to be peaceful? You see? So the reality is
When
this
Bashir was president,
huh?
when Bashir was president,
No, there was no peace
not
because
peace, but yeah,
because
people
if
went
you look at one
over
of the
Bashir too.
war leaders, right? You've heard of the Janjaweeds, I'm pretty sure.
John Dewey, they're black people
Okay.
and Arabs.
No, so these are mixed people, right? And the Sudanese war was about slavery. I read it in a book, and speaking to dark skinned Sudanese. So this is a long time trade that's been around. And quite frankly, like for me, yeah, I would come out, and be realistic with black people and the black people that are standing up. For instance, even when I speak of about Bomani, it's not to disparage him or whatever, but it's to see his level, how dedicated he is.
But
You see
Bomani
what
is
I'm saying?
dedicated. That's a
Bro, trust me, I can see it. I can see it. And you know, like Carla, I understand you're very ambitious, but the level you're trying to bring the African continent into, I get it. You're over ambitious because you know so much information. You're like, hey, come on, guys, this is the trap, this is the plan. But you have to realize the Africans do not measure themselves to the Western people. Despite the West might look at Africa, like let's take Gambian, for example. Small country, in your eyes, poor people, but they really honestly do not care about how white people perceive them.
Well,
Because I know the language. I know the language, right?
let me say this, brother.
Yeah.
The Gambia blog, right? I've been following that for a while, right?
Right.
And I'm seeing some people, the way they was talking, it was making me feel like, damn, maybe I better step my Pan-African game up, you know?
Right. No, trust me. Trust me.
So it's like I said, the people who think like that mostly live in the UK,
right.
Europe, Canada,
America,
like that, you know, and outside. But the thing is, though, it's never translated to the masses because we have never had post-colonial Africa has never created that Pan-African state. I mean, we would experiment with the OAU and stuff like that, but it was still like, you know, because they overthrew Kwame Nkrumah for that reason.
But Kala, would you admit one thing, right? Is it possible maybe Pan-Africans are treating Africans on the continent with kid glove instead of implementing what you know to be true and what works? Like I've watched in the Western system, right? Like over here in the States, I'm a business owner. If I say I'm gonna send somebody to your location at 9 o'clock, guess what is going to happen? You see what I'm saying? If this person is going to be 15 minutes late, they would contact you and let you know. But in majority Africa, right? You know, the person can say 5 o'clock and don't show up till 9 o'clock, and they think it's normal. But you and I know, you know, this is detrimental. This is a person who is not serious. Let's just be real, right?
Yeah, I agree. But so what you have to do is this. Like I said, the problem is when you see black people from America go to Africa, right? And I saw this with the Black family, right? And they paid the guy up front, right? Remember, they paid the guy up front, and he didn't show up and finish the work. Hey, they saw him around town. Like, hey, we got it. And so basically, since we know that, right? You know, we know how things work, right? We understand that, okay, we cannot basically operate based on an American system. We have to say, okay, you got to meet people where they are. You know, we got to meet people.
No, but you know, I would push back on that, right? For instance, I saw a video where Bomani did this video. He was talking about the wait time in the restaurant, and it brought, you know, like this scenario to my attention when I visited Gambia last year. You know, the customer service sucks when you know, because people want to support the locals. I remember there was a guy, you know, just simply asking him questions, his ego offended, right? But I would find the same old people working for the Indians and Lebanese, they have good customer service skills. They come here in the States, they have the same good customer service skills. So it tells me people are deliberately not delivering good customer service skills to people that look like
that's
them.
a good question, right? They have to. That's something that has to be taught. Remember when Bob Johnson built that hotel in Candasia? There was the same problem in Liberia. You know,
Right.
people were complaining about customer service, and what they did was they brought somebody in, right? And they basically said, "This is what you have to do. You have to agree. If you don't want to say it." And like I said, in Candasia, they greet you now and everything like that, right? How you doing? This, that, and the other thing, nice. But there's a lot of places in Liberia, right? People like, especially like when you go to like a gas station or wherever, and the people act like when you say I need gas or I need something, they act like you're bothering them when you ask them for something, right? You know, and I'm like, damn, I forgot shit. You know, that's how it is. You know,
Right.
you know, like thank you, you're a customer, or whatever, like that. You know, your business and everything. Now, the Liberians that I noticed that are from the States a little different. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this and everything. And they have to teach their thing. It was the same thing that happened in the restaurant in Atlanta, right? No, Charlotte, North Carolina, right? This sister got a soul food restaurant, right? And she basically said, you know, she sent some people in like that. They said the girl sat there and didn't greet us and everything. So she went there and talked to the police. This is what we're going to do. We're going to give people, everybody that comes to that door, top service, or you're going to be out of a job. You know, we enforce that. So if the people who own the companies aren't doing that, then and also too in Africa, right? You can't really fire people, because if you fire somebody, then that person is going to be homeless, and that's a problem, you know. And so if there's no social,
but they have to face the consequences, though. How are you going to send the message? For example, like I saw, like Bomani, like I said, he went to Gambia with a bunch of people, and he talked about the restaurant wait time. And, you know, weirdly, I have actually calculated the time just like him. So when I went to establishment run by Indians or Lebanese, the time is on par with American system. And it's the same Gambian serving you. They are much nicer. If it's Gambian establishment, it's different. So my issue with Pan-Africans, why are you treating these same people with kid glove? Because I'm looking for excellence.
Yeah, so am I. But the thing is,
I'm looking for excellence.
Well, all we can do is, like, if I do business in Africa, right, and when excellence, like when I hire a driver or whatever like that, right, he expects to get paid that day. I make sure, like this, I'm an example. I'm my driver, and everybody takes care of me when not. I feed him, this and the other thing. I'm the example, right? So when I'm an example of paying him on time, everything like that. So I expect you to be at my house at 9 o'clock in the morning, be ready for work for the day and stuff like that. So at the same time, he expects to be paid. So it's a two-way thing. It's a lot of it too. Is you gotta understand something, right? It's the culture, right?
Right.
We don't have an industrialized culture. Africa's still like laid back and everything. So
Africa never went through the industrial revolution.
Okay, so the industrial revolution changed.
You know what? I even said in an interview on King Ganda, when I said the Africans are lazy, and I said the white people should have colonized them longer. And there were many people that got upset, right? But, you know, Carla, if you truly think about what I'm saying, I'm talking about objectively. You don't have to answer. But if you think about it objectively and from what you've seen, I'm pretty sure you would agree with me.
Well, this is what I would say. I just think that the problem is that black people, for the most part, right? I notice we're even here, right? When you work for a white person, you're going to give them 100%. When you work for a black person, right, you're going to try to slack off. You're going to try to buck against black management. And I see it over here too, you know, and stuff like that. Just something we are. It's about powerlessness, you know. Well, why this black man, that's my boss, he should understand how it goes. He should give me a break, and he should give me this. He should give me free stuff. He should give me that. So that's all over the black world, you know. It's like we don't have any respect for each other. We don't expect black people who have a business, right? We're going to give that black, we see him as, we don't understand something. And we look at the Japanese, right? Oh no, Mara, Lord have mercy. Y'all did it to me tonight. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, when you go look at the Japanese, right? Watch how they work, right? The top guy, Mr. The head of Toyota, he comes in, everybody's bowing, how you doing, everything like that, because he's respected as the head of the company and stuff like this. You know, it's a culture and everything like that. You know, what we need in the black world is to learn when somebody does make it to the top and he's the head of the business and everything, he should be given that same respect and everything. Why?
But Carla, the problem is we're different ethnic groups. People like to reduce it to tribe. Like, for example, Amara that came in, Timini, right? I know there's blacks going to Sierra Leone. Like, my early life started there as a Soninke, you know, Maraka as they know it. My grandmother is Timini. But I'm just going to tell you, you cannot trust these people. These are not trustworthy people. They will turn against you. I just know it to be true.
Well, yeah, that's the problem in Africa.
Yeah, they are going to. No, I'm talking the Timonese specifically. They are going to turn against you. That's their thing. They will protest. They hate against people who are not from there. They see you progressing, they will protest.
So that's like that. But right now they're protesting against the Fulanis. I said, what
Yes,
do Fulani do to people?
they are very tribalist. So when I even see Amara in different spaces encouraging you guys, it's a trap. You can't trust these people, man. My grandmother is Temini. I know this to be true. I have the blood. So I'm speaking facts here. If the government changes, the president right now is Mende, so he's going to pretend. But the moment they come in, the APC, the Timni, you would hear the rhetoric is going to change. That's why that country, Sierra Leone's got so many riches, but it can never progress. Too much ego, and, blocking people. You're the one thinking black. But in Africa, it's about ethnicity.
That's the sad part about it. That's
why it is about ethnicity. That's the facts. People don't want to admit it. People don't want to accept the truth. But that's what it is.
That's why I say, ultimately the diaspora has to build their own towns and
the diaspora has to get strong, and stop all this wishy-washy stuff, right?
But I know for a fact that the matter is, like I said, that's why a lot of our brothers are having trouble in Africa, because they go over there. And there'll be another thing I want to add to that, right? What you're just saying, right? A lot of black people from America go there and say, I'm in Africa, I'm at home. And that sounds good for a while, but when it comes down to decision making and who progress and who, you're not included in all that. It's all about tribe and who and stuff like that, And so it's like you're in a worse situation in Africa than you are in America, So I say it like this: the black people in Ghana, there's a few thousand of us there. They should be on one page. They should have their own investment group.
The fact is, why the Europeans are dominating, these people, they have the same ethnic groups just like us, bunch of different ones. They can be considered tribes, right? But the majority tribe, that the language that people speak, everyone unites on that. But especially in West Africa, like, let's say countries like Sierra Leone is very tribalist. I'm talking to, a detrimental point, Liberia and others. It's about tribe, man. And those are the ethnicities. So, yes, if you can get some people who understand what happens on the global stage, absolutely. Why not? But I'm talking on the ground. I follow this politics,
Perfect, brother. Before you go any further, I definitely we have two people, and I want to at least get Amara in.
Okay, I would mute and let them speak.
No, since you mentioned about Sierra Leone and Amara is here, I just want to know what Amara has.
I mean, my early ages. Look, I know Sierra Leone like the back of my hand. The Civil War, everything, like it happened right in front of me in Sefadu, Koidu town. So Amara, he would know, what I'm speaking of. Like, I'm not just talking like, our village, my grandmother, where she's from Mabruka. So Amara would know exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm not just
my Timothy brother, in Piari, second.
Second.
Amara, welcome to the call. Welcome to.
Okay. Let me take this opportunity because I took a long sabbatical. And I took some space out to see, watching you guys from a distance, see if you guys learn anything, or or you still back in the same old sauce. Let me tell you something. There's two types of continental Africans. You see, me and Afrodemus, not only are we from the same tribe, but we care. When we see y'all, when we grew up in America, I was born in America, and I lived in Africa, and they brought me back to America because of the war. So I lived my late teenage years over here till my adulthood. But I tell you this, back then in the 90s, Nobody wanted to talk anything about Africa. Any African American.
I was.
Well, listen. Kind of Genesis, you're a needle in the haystack.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something, brother.
No, let me finish. You're a needle in the haystack. You're the outlier. Most majority, every African can tell you that lived in America a long time. A small minority of people that really cared about Africa, that African Americans. Majority, they had this stereotype about Africa. So when we see you guys interested, which is a rarity, we don't never get that. The only reason we come here is because we care. Most other continental Africans, they don't have conversations. The only conversations they have is with us. They don't have conversations with other blacks about Africa. They don't do it because they've been shut down so many times that they let it go. So when you come in, when anybody comes in, they think you got false intentions. They'll be like, "Look at this dude."
Let me ask you a question, right? That's a good point, right? We have false intentions. What are the intentions?
No, but that's the impression. The impression. Because they've been talking about Africa forever, and nobody, paid attention to now.
In other words, what you're saying is a lot of people talk of Africa like the African medallion, but they don't know the nuances of the continent like you do, and so you're getting the last laugh.
No, listen.
Then when someone like me actually knows about the continent,
No, listen. That's why I say you're a needle in a haystack.
Well,
you are the few African Americans that we Africans back then were trying to link up with.
Let me. I think I know what he's speaking to. Let me try to answer that. A lot of us, the ones like, let's say the 70s babies, right? The 70s and 80s babies, right? Honestly, we didn't get that education about Africa, through the school system. So let's say
I didn't either.
Right.
Let me say this, big black, before you finish. You know how I got educated in Africa, right? When white boys used to when they stopped calling us niggas, they started calling us Africans. What I did was I went to the library. I had encyclopedias. My parents bought me books, and I learned about African history and African culture.
On your own?
As a kid, on my own. I did not learn anything.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
I ain't got anything like, because I wanted to learn. I learned about European history. I was always a history buff, And basically, I'm always I love geopolitics, geoculture, and stuff like this. So I'm always studying. The only group of people I've never really studied was the Native Americans. I should one day, but I never studied there. I studied Asia, I studied Africa, I studied the Arabian world, I studied Europe. I never studied the Native American in America. That's the only group of people I never studied. I never really studied. But I studied Africa intensely when I was a kid.
But you see, Carla, a lot of the stuff about Africa, right? They don't write it. Like, for example, like I said, my early life, I'm from a place called Koidu town, Sefadu.
Where the diamonds at?
Yeah, that's in eastern Sierra Leone, right? I have witnessed, like, what people would call here revolution. I have witnessed where people got shot in front of me. I have seen where, like the rebels came, kicked us out of our town. Like in real life, this is not someone telling me this. But like you mentioned the encyclopedia. If you think about it, like, the same thing. I had access to the encyclopedia to go to the library, and I utilized it. So there are many other people who did not, even like coming from, say Koidu in Sefadu, like even in the war, we still went to school. I still went to school.
Yeah, and also let me tell you something. I still got my 9th grade history book. I still got it to this day, right? As in 9th grade in New York, Regency education is about world history. That's 9th grade history, right? And I looked at my book, like 15 years ago, right? We just went through it, right? And in the Africa section, right, it was in very detail about the different empires in West Africa. They talk about Kenin Bornu. It's in there. But the thing is, when we did the Africa chapter, it was glossed over. We didn't go into the teachers didn't make it a point to talk about, okay, Africa. The teacher asked the question, right? What do you think about Africa, right? And so I'm the only black in the class. They said, well, they got jungles, people are cannibals and everything like that, right? And I'm sitting there like cringing. And the people looking at me like I'm the only black in the class. I'm sitting there like this. And all of a sudden, my teacher, Mr. Siegel, do you know Africa has cities and well, all of a sudden, the one girl, I'll never forget this one girl. I think her name was Doreen. She goes, they got electricity. Where did they learn this stuff from? You know, and not just Black America, it's white America too. They learned they didn't think Africa had modern cities, and they said, what do you think of Africa? My teacher said most people think Africa is a drum beating savages, no history. They said, well, where did they learn all this stuff from and everything? And so we talked about, look, Africa had this, and he was talking about the one chapter was on South Africa. We were talking about the whites on South Africa. Whites knew about South Africa. It's like they made it like South Africa is the only country in Africa that's modern. It produced half the world constant electricity and everything like that. And so basically what I'm trying to say is this. In the book right there, they was basically showing pictures of Dar es Salaam, Maputo in Mozambique and stuff like that. But like I said, it wasn't dwelled on. But before that class, right, most people, some of the kids looked at the stuff like that and said, oh. And then also they'll talk about the potential for water potential in Africa. In that book, they said that Africa could supply the world with water with its major river systems in the lakes region. And originally they said Africa has enough water to green the Sahara Desert and export water to a thing and produce hydroelectricity to develop. And so what I'm saying is this: it's in the books, right? But the thing is, though, the problem in America is in popular culture. Most people get their information from magazines and popular culture. If you don't see a movie or something like that where the main scene is in an African city or an African college campus or African factory or stuff like that, you know, you go on thinking that Africa has nothing. And America and Hollywood, to this day, 2023, has this idea. I mean, they gave us Wakanda and everything like that. But white people, when you talk about Wakanda, they always basically, like I saw this one TikTok video where they were showing this flood in Africa, right? And it was like, yeah, too bad they all think they're going to have Wakanda one day. And basically mocking Africa, the pitfalls in Africa. And so what I was trying to say is this. The world has an idea that Africa has no history, it has no hope, it has no anything. And so that's the world. So, and I know for a fact that Black people in America don't read, right? People don't read, right? And we're worse than the white people as far as like knowing about Africa. And there's an old saying, right? If you want to hide something from a Negro, where do you put it? In a book, right? All the African history is in textbooks and everything, but no one bothers to pick up and read it. You go to any
but see, Carla,
Okay,
when you mention the encyclopedia, I know you read books, right? But there's a book called The Fate of Africa. It's written by a guy called Martin Meredith. You know, if you want to know the state of Africa today, pick that book up. It's called The Fate of Africa.
I would suggest every Black person.
It's a great read.
Every Black person should go on YouTube. I think he's on YouTube and get Basil Davidson. He was a British Africanist. Right?
I've read. I have
a lot of his books, Lost African Cities, and his book, The African Genius, and stuff like this. You know. And so the bottom line is this. So people don't know this stuff. See, white people know this stuff, right? But the bottom line is they basically want to don't talk about it and everything, because they have to keep the myth that Africa is hopeless, because they want Black people from the West to stay out of Africa while they go in and make deals and do what they want to do, and that's what the problem is, you know.
Okay. Having said that, let me I sat back there and listened to what you were saying.
Big Black didn't get to talk. Big Black didn't get to talk.
Let me ask you a question. So to piggyback on what Carla said, like me growing up in the grade school system, I didn't learn anything about Africa until just a little bit, like 4th or 5th grade. After I'm learning Roman history, I'm learning about Mesoamerica. You know, they take us around the continent, and by the time they actually get to the subject of Africa, it's almost the end of the year, and the chapter is so small, you know, where you're just showing a couple of pictures of people in Africa. The chapter's small.
It's not tested on. No one's going to ask you about anything on a test or a major test anywhere in America about anything that went on in Africa. It's like Africa doesn't have a history.
Right.
Yeah, so the bottom line, even though it's in the books, but it's not tested on, it's not dwelled on, it's not part of the syllabus.
So what happened is, when you go to the 90s, when you talk about 2000, you ask about the whole explosion of people wanting to learn more about Africa, right? We have these, like I want to say seminars, but back in I would say maybe like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, when John Henry Clark, let's say Dr. Ben, when they were doing their lectures, they would take these lectures, right? Now, with the information age, and pretty much being the 70s baby, getting out of college, you as far as like being pro-black or not pro-black, a person that's not pro-black, not not pretty much pro-African, right, pan-African, that has that mindset of wanting to learn more, they're just gonna go into the world and do whatever. A person that has like kind of like a yearnness to learn more about his history, not just up from slavery till now, they're just like Carla said, they're gonna go do some research. They're gonna go to the library, right? Couple that in with in 2000 the selling of the CDs. You see Sonetta when he was selling the books and the CDs on 125th Street. A lot of what happened is around 2000, you see a lot of people that had those old lectures that would sell at flea markets or bookstores with those old lectures back from the 70s and 80s, and they would go and get the knowledge itself. Because around the 2000s, that's what, as far as like that was the information came more of abundance to the average person that wanted to go the Pan-African route. That's why you start to see the explosion, especially and couple that in with the internet, YouTube. So it's not because we see, okay, Africa is on the rise, and it's the readiness of information. A lot of the folks like my fathers, though, they didn't have the VHS tapes of lectures. They didn't have the CDs of different lectures of like Sheikh Anta Diop. They didn't have that information. Yes, those people spoke back then, but you had to be super Pan-African and be in that chitlin circuit to get that information back in the 70s and 80s. Again, as a person growing up, 70s babies, I was privy to that information in 2000 when a lot of the CDs and DVDs, the bootleg man's going to like the African bookstores and getting that information and getting caught up. And that information was more readily available for the average black man around 2000 era.
Yeah, so this is all new.
Okay, that's good. Let me say something. Okay. Now you talk about you guys' individual experiences. Okay, so you guys are the outliers. You see what I'm saying? So some people, if they don't teach them in school, they might have it at the back burner, but they don't pursue it. This is the main cause of the problems today. When you say pan-Africanism, why it to Africans, it doesn't make any kind of sense outside of the AU, the African Union, something symbolic like that. It doesn't make any sense, because what the AU did was, okay, say all these countries are sovereign countries. All these countries that are sovereign countries.
Are you really
listen, let me finish. Every country that is sovereign is going to be respected. their ethnic makeup and their sovereignty is going to be respected. Now, where they find common ground is where they can have all these countries come together in the African Union and find something in common with each other and work on it.
Let me ask you
but prior to that, you don't dismantle the
you don't want your fiefdom dismantled.
It's not a, you see, this is the lack of respect. That's why Africans don't ever take African Americans with any grain of respect. In Africa, I'm telling you right now, that's the reddest of the lines you've ever crossed. Listen, learn today. You say anything about African kingdoms or anything about African tribes, you say F African culture.
No, I'm not.
Listen, learn. I'm trying to help you. The reason why we come over here is to help you guys. You see what I'm saying? All the Africans are laughing at us. You know what they're telling us? When I leave this program, you know what they're telling? I told you so. Those guys never listen.
Let me ask you a question.
I told you so. That's why they never come to you.
Yeah, let me ask
because you don't learn. You don't learn. Listen and learn.
Let me say, I want to learn.
Well, listen.
Okay, let me ask you a question, right?
Listen. I'm not done yet. Listen. The reddest of all red lines is tribes and a culture. It never goes nowhere. It's not going nowhere. Nowhere. The tribes and the languages and the cultures are going to stay right there.
All right, Amara, let me ask you a
question. No, let's get that clear. If you want to make an African angry, the easiest way to make a continental African angry is to talk about tribes and culture and languages. So tried and tested methods. Tried and tested methods. African Union. Look at what they came in common with. That is the people are not stupid.
That's what I want to ask you. I want to ask you this, right? Wouldn't it make sense, right? Like I said, okay, let's say you have your tribe, whatever like that. Then what's the purpose of having a modern state then?
A modern state?
Yeah.
You have a modern state in an African setting. It's to be customized.
So all the black people.
You don't copy nobody else. You Africanize your plans.
What if the Africans, the African Americans that get in Sierra Leone passports, can they come to your kingdom and set up shop?
They come to my kingdom. First of all, if you want to come to my kingdom,
but they got a Sierra Leone passport. They can go anywhere in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, they can go anywhere in Sierra Leone.
Carla, you have to remember the Creole people in Sierra Leone, right? This is not the first time. There's people who came after the American Revolutionary War in the 1790s, right? So what Amara is saying, this is what I was explaining. Sierra Leone is Timini country, like, you know, Amara, Mina Maraca and Timini used to be what you had at the top now.
Yeah, I don't see the talk. Well, listen.
So what he's trying to explain is, right? So the Creole, which is the African Americans and the Caribbeans, they still can exist there, but the tribes and these ethnicities, the cultures, have to continue on. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Right. So what I'm saying is your culture so weak that is challenged by the presence of somebody who says, you know something, you know, we're all black, whatever like that. You know, is that a threat to your culture?
Oh, Kala. You know, we want to help you, but you are really, really pushing it.
No,
you are really pushing it. Listen. There's nothing weak about our culture. There is nothing weak about our culture. Listen, when African Americans come to Sierra Leone, you know what we do? We the Timinis, we separate the Timinis among them and bring them into our own. we protect them. The Mendes and other tribes among them, they go to their own respective people. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
We look out for our
how's that
people.
moving people forward though?
No, but look, no, I'm predicting the future before when people settle down, they'll find that that's the case. Right now, they got two options. No, listen, they got two options.
Anything? Are we building infrastructure?
No, they got two options.
Because Carla, what he's telling you is our cultures are different, but we can still coexist.
Well, okay.
So it's not a problem. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Can I ask this question, Carla, real quick? Let me ask this question.
Go ahead, Big Black.
So it sounds to me like you're saying that you want to be, have a brothership with African Americans and people in the West in general, right? That are African, right?
But they want to be the big kahuna and recognize.
Well, let me. I want them to speak. I just try to get engaged with what they're trying to say. Let me just ask this. Do you believe that a form of pan-Africanism is needed for Africans worldwide as a whole to propel themselves to a superpower? To propel ourselves to a superpower?
Yeah, I think if there is an initiative to have Africans worldwide to come to superpower, you don't dismantle and destroy what already exists. You can still pursue and your superpower status, but in your way to doing that, it's not our existence in the way we are in Africa. It's not a stumbling block to Africans worldwide being a superpower. That's what we're trying to say. Having our tribes and having our kingdoms and having our customs, it's not a stumbling block. It's not in the way.
The Chinese that lived in
Listen, Chinese are Chinese. Africans, you got to customize.
They had different tribes and everything like that.
Listen, we don't follow anybody. We do things African. We don't follow anybody. It's an African way of doing things, and it's a Chinese way of doing things.
Africa's not progressive. Should we try something else?
Listen. The only people, listen. You're the only person that's saying Africa is not progressing. You ask the layman, listen. There are three types of Africa. There's Africa in the village, Africa in the city, and Africa in the small towns. You ask that guy in the village, his life is progressing because he has a different reality. The African in the city might want to be like Japan or something like that, be advanced. They have a city advanced, so he's looking at comparisons to other places. But it's just one Africa. Whilst the other sets of Africas, they're okay.
So you should have your reserved territory. That's like the American neighbor. They have reservations, stuff like that.
Listen. It's not reserved territory. You know what I want you to do? Since you're an avid reader, read the status of African kingdoms today. It's embedded in our constitution. Listen, if you want to learn, read the status of African kingdoms today.
Civil wars and conflict blazing since 1965.
Sierra Leone been having civil wars and conflicts since 1965. That's not true. Sierra Leone had only one civil war.
No, they had many wars. There were people rebels.
No, sir, they never had many wars.
See, Carla, if you listen to what Amara is saying, right? So there were people from America, the Caribbean, who live in Sierra Leone called the Creole. So you're better off, right? Just blending in. So this standards you're talking about, you can implement it as long as you leave other ethnicities alone. That's what he's telling you. Like trying to change it never works because, it's not only Sierra Leone. Even if you look at a place like Gambia, most people say it's not westernized because those people truly, I don't know how you feel about the culture, but they truly believe in it. But the way for you to fit in is to, you don't have to put too much emphasis on trying to change them, but be the change you would like to see in the world, right? So
You know,
just
I'm like
so
this.
so
My whole thing is
just do your thing.
I focus on the thing that makes me what I'm interested in is education, infrastructure, building,
and you can make that happen.
all this. So now people like, let me give you an example, right? Like I look at countries that are really going right, Botswana, right? They got a solid middle class. They got everything. Everybody got healthcare. They got people are salaried people and everything moving forward because they basically are more homogeneous for the most part, right? And those who come from different Tswana ethnic groups and everything, they merged. They gave up the idea of, okay, I'm part of this part of it, and they basically built the country. You know, they built the country. Same thing Rwanda, right? Rwanda, you can't even mention tribe. You can't even mention Hutu and Tutsi anymore.
But see, Kala, why would a black American go to Rwanda? Here's my thing.
There's a lot of black people in America in Rwanda.
But they should not, because even our phenotype is not the same,
bottom line,
right?
there's a lot of black people in America.
Yeah, but you see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of black Americans in Rwanda, South Africa.
But that's the wrong place to be. That's the wrong place. That's what I'm saying.
There's a Tanzania. They're all over the continent.
But Kala, that's the wrong place to be quite honest.
Yeah, but the bottom line, I would rather be there than what Mara is talking about.
Okay,
you know?
Yeah, but there. But you see, Kala, that's the thing. You would never truly learn about your own roots, right?
Well,
even though
I tell you what. Hold on. Look. Most of my DNA comes from the Congo. That's my. And I have no ancestors in the Senegal region, right? And I got some ancestors in Mali, right? My ancestors mostly my African ancestry is mostly the Congo, Angola, and then I got some in Eastern Nigeria and Mali. And Chad.
But you see, Kala, I'll tell you, right? When I was in Gambia, Kala, I met a lot of Jamaicans, right? Jamaicans especially. They fit right in Gambia. They're not even on YouTube, right? But I'll tell you, the Jamaicans, they fit right in Gambia.
You can go. Look. You can go to.
How is that possible? They fit right in.
There's a lot of black people.
Hold on there.
Black people that live in Russia, and you can fit in any place you want to.
But the Jamaicans, when they come in, they fit right in.
We all can't talk at the same time too. We have a
Let me talk. Yeah, let me talk. You might say Jamaican this. Yeah, me born in Jamaica. That's the only thing. I'm an African born in Jamaica because I realize it's race first. It ain't tribe first. It's race first and the glue. Okay, that's the glue. It's race. It ain't tribe, right? And that's the problem we have. That's the problem, because when the European went into Africa, he studied the African tribal system. And he said, okay, I see how these people operate. And he said, all right, I'm going to side with this tribe. And he used that tribal system against the African. Ain't nobody said the African tribal system is bad. Ain't nothing wrong with the African tribal system. It works, but it has to extend itself. Okay? It has to extend itself. Look, me an African. You
I agree with you.
African.
Look,
okay,
I agree with you, my brother.
It's race first. And me I tell you, if you ain't read the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey, if you ain't read Race First by Dr. Tony Martin, if you don't read the how Europe underdeveloped Africa, then you're not qualified to talk on certain things, my brother. I'm telling you.
Let me talk. Hold on. 1 minute. The Jamaican brother, I agree with you, right? Trust me, I agree with you. But here's what I'm telling you. I get where you're coming from, where Carla is coming from. You are talking about universal blackness. But you
And
are
that's the only
speaking.
thing that's going to
No,
save
hold
us,
on.
my brother.
Hold on,
That's
hold
the
on.
only thing that's going to
Brother,
save us.
hold on.
Anything short of that
Look,
ain't going to work.
hold on.
Anything short of that ain't going to work.
Hold on.
Please.
I agree with you, but you have to remember on the continent, there are millions and millions of people who identify as their ethnicity that people call tribe.
Yeah, but
how do you
but if your ethnicity is race, my brother,
but
your
they don't understand.
It's your what? All right, what is your ethnicity? What is ethnicity there?
So okay, for example, right?
Ain't it your physiognomy?
Okay, the Jamaican.
Hold on, listen to my question. Ain't it your physiognomy that's your ethnicity? Your thick lips, your fleshy nose, your nappy hair, your black skin. Ain't that your physiognomy, your ethnicity? Ain't
But
that your ethnicity?
you see, that's your
no, answer the question. Ain't that your ethnicity?
Hold on, the Jamaican.
Your physiognomy that determines
the Jamaican.
ethnicity?
I agree with you. I don't know if you heard me.
Look. Tell you, you talk shit. You talk bullshit.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on.
If we have to shoot we in Africa, we are come. You hear me?
Hold
if
on.
we have to shoot we are into Africa, we coming home. And me defend Carla. Me know where we two come from, but me I tell you, if we have to shoot we in Africa, we coming home.
No, the Jamaican, you're not gonna win. You're not gonna win.
You're not gonna even try that.
You're not gonna win.
You're not even try that. You see, this is the thing I'm talking about. The level of disrespect. Exactly what that guy said. If you say to any continental African, that's huge disrespect. Huge disrespect. We are black, okay. But to say we're gonna be like, you understand what I'm saying? We gotta eliminate who we are. We're gonna eliminate. Listen.
What about
we're
all
gonna
the
be
Africans?
Listen.
What about all the Africans who are tired and have to live in Europe? How do you bring all those Africans that
listen? Let me finish.
Africans that come from smaller groups and whatnot, they got no
listen. Like small groups, big groups. It's
but maybe they don't agree with your kingdom. They don't like this. And because you got numbers and whatnot, you get to call all the shots. Do you think that's fair?
Look at you see, this is the problem with you guys. I'm so sorry for you guys. I'm sorry for you. You see what I'm saying? You go with these views to the continent. I'm serious. If you want to turn an African against you, talk about his tribe.
Dude, man,
talk about eliminating tribes. Talk about listen.
They agree with me. You know, all stuff like means nothing, man. You know, I'm a vote for man.
Okay. So it doesn't mean anything.
I'm a vote
Step
for
over the border. Step over the border to Sierra Leone and see the difference.
We can't keep letting the village idiots
Step over to the border in Sierra Leone and see the difference. That's why you guys are alienated. That's why Africans don't take you serious.
Well, there's a lot of African Americans.
Africans don't take you serious at all.
A
lot of Africans that would come to this problem won't take you serious just because of that. That is a huge disrespect.
With that note, can you play Blacks Without Borders and whatnot?
Huge disrespect.
He says
right there.
Africans don't take us seriously. Plays Black Without
Listen, they're never going to take you serious.
This is
you attack their culture, they attack your culture again.
I'm not attacking
you attack their way of life, they attack your way of life.
You know what I'm saying?
It's that simple.
Yeah, people living in America talk about their way of life.
We're not just doing what you see.
You see what I'm saying?
Hey, but Amara, we got pause that. We're missing something. Everybody should mute themselves.
Basketball, football star. We're doing some amazing stuff, but we don't know it because no one's telling.
Ready to stop missing out on life.
We are doing some great things. We're not just doing what you see on the news every day. We're not all drug dealers. We're not all criminals. We're not all, basketball, football stars. We're doing some amazing stuff, but we don't know it because no one's telling those stories, and that's what we want to do.
Director and producers Stafford and Judy Bailey sat down with me during the Congressional Black Caucus to talk about their film, Blacks Without Borders.
Blacks Without Borders is in short, it's a film about 12 African Americans who left America to go to South Africa to find their version of the American dream.
You are a person here. You know, you don't have to apologize for being Black.
The fact that I was Black actually helped me.
Imagine affirmative action with teeth.
There's no glass ceiling here.
James Prevost is here. I was here 1 year, and believe it or not, I was sitting down having lunch with Mandela. And I didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of.
So I thought it was an interesting concept, and I was like, wow, you would leave the U.S. to not only make a life outside the U.S., but make a life in Africa.
My motivation to come to South Africa, bro, was initially political, really trying to be a part of the anti-apartheid struggle. So I had an opportunity to come do some work, and I took it.
One of the first things I recognized when I got to South Africa was that there was a big need for the work that I do, which to a large extent focuses on helping people to build their self-esteem and confidence to accomplish whatever it is that they're trying to do in life.
I wanted to show a variety of different people who are doing a variety of different things. We didn't want to show people doing just one particular thing. So the people we chose for this first one did a lot of different things. There's people involved with the medical field, people involved in entertainment, people involved in real estate. So we want to show a well-rounded picture of what kinds of things African Americans were doing. They weren't just doing one specific thing.
The essence of the work in terms of bridging the gap between Black and white South African primarily is really getting people to unpack their past. And that past relates to the apartheid experience. A lot of pain and a lot of anguish has to be dealt with on an emotional level. And in my workshops, people deal with that. So you will often see people literally breaking down in tears, crying as they speak about experiences from the past.
You know, our part of our mission now is to, make people aware that, you don't have borders, and you can go beyond your borders and stretch out and, think outside the box more. And even with this economy being the way it is right now, people really need to, start looking maybe at a broader image.
What I wanted to do is just basically create stand-up comedy industry because there was none here. And I was in commercial real estate.
And it's like it's a third world country with a first world infrastructure, but there are opportunities all over that continent. So what we're in talks of doing a series of these Blacks Without Borders, Blacks Without Borders, Nigeria, Blacks Without Borders, Ghana, and that's what we're working on right now, so we can get the word out to people here in this country that Africa is a place you really should be looking.
I stay because I love it. I love this place, man. I love Africa, and I have really grown to really love South Africa. I love the people. I love the environment, the landscape, the lifestyle, the restaurants, the wine country. And I love the fact that I could do the work that I love and have people benefit from that. That's my reward personally, really. I've been able to make my contribution here. I've done it, bro. If I get on the plane tomorrow morning and that plane don't land, I have already fulfilled my mission, my purpose in life. So I'm cool.
Your audience, the Afro audience, is the kind of people we're reaching, because those are the kind of people who understand the grassroots, understand how to get the word out about something, because they were very key in helping Obama. Right? In college, look into it. If you got a business, you got a plan, an idea, if you want to try it, and you're going through all kinds of obstacles here, look at there.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure, go ahead, brother.
Hey, this is for you, brother Amari and Afrodamus.
Okay.
Due to the plan to, I guess, keep the tribes as they are, right? And be a superpower. Not saying that it won't work because because I don't know the future if it could work or not. But it's really never been done before. In world history, and it seems just from the outside looking in, it seems like consolidating would be a lot faster. Well, I won't say a lot faster, but let's just say faster. Just looking at world history, right? As far as
But you
like
see,
how,
Big Black, sorry
uh-huh.
for cutting you off, but here's the truth, right? What you are saying is we have to conform to the white man's way of doing things. If you look at it around the world, maybe what people call non-progressive, maybe us Africans, we are the progressive people because we stand our ground, we stand based on who we are. We have taboos, we have cultures, and there's consequences to violating these things. So what you are explaining, that's the white man's way. To call, Africans black, it was the white man who introduced this. So I think people should support that. We are opposed to conforming to the identity that was assigned by the white man. But you see, what you are promoting is if we go along with it, we will stop being Timini, we will stop being Soninke. In fact, when I said the Timini would never trust you, I was hoping people would actually engage the conversation. I did not say it as a negative. I made emphasis to say that my grandmother is Timini. I mentioned the village where we come. I'm very, very, very attached and connected to Sierra Leone. I have relatives there. So I'm a true West African. And understanding Western culture and reading tons of books, yes, people might not like what Amara is saying. I get it. But if you're a black person, if you truly think logically, why would you oppose Amara? Why should Amara give up being who he is? The Timni are majority
my
in
whole thing
Sierra
is,
Leone.
let me
Why
interrupt
should
right
he
there.
give it up?
Hold up. My whole thing is this: if Amara was serious like now, what he do is he tear up his U.S. passport, right? He go back to Temini Village and whatnot, and he stay there. That's what he would do.
Okay, let me tell you something. Do you want some information about what I do?
Well, I want to know. Look, I would say
Okay, you want to listen? Listen. I don't live in America. Listen. You want information? You want information?
Works.
You want information? Listen, bro. You can't put
your civilization.
Listen.
Does not work.
Listen.
That's why you're
you
over
made
here.
a statement against me. You made an accusation against me, and let me tell you what I do. I'm telling you what I do. You don't know me better than I do.
You
don't know me better. Listen.
And I bet you any amount of money. You don't speak for the majority of the people over there.
Are you listening?
I'm saying you don't speak for the majority of the people over there.
I say you don't. Are you listening to what I'm saying?
And I told you many times, Amar, but you
listen
live in America.
To what I'm saying. Are you listening or not?
From America, you
listening
give up that U.S. passport, then you talk to me.
Are you listening or not?
Go ahead.
Are you listening or not? Okay. Well, shut up. Let me talk. Okay. Now, you say let me share my U.S. U.S. passport and go in. You know what? What I do? I go back and forth. You know why? I got a listen. Listen to me.
Your kingdom is what it is right now.
Listen, man. Listen to me. I said, listen to me, man. I tell you what I do. I've been put in charge of the operations for a palm oil business on our land.
Yeah, the dime
listen, I gotta find clients. For our palm oil business.
Look, I come here. I got clients for you in Liberia.
Listen to me, man. Bomani, mute this man so I could explain myself. Mute him. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you what I'm doing. This is the time of globalization. When you're doing globalization, you got to sell your products out. I come here for expos. I come here for symposiums. I come here for road shows. I gotta show my product. This is the hotbed. This is the land of Tide. This is the land of Procter & Gamble. This is the land of Clorox. This is where all the big names are. I gotta come here and showcase what I got in order to find a contract to keep those people over there employed. I gotta do that because globalization is what is out here now. So I gotta go. My cousin, she's in Paris. She goes to all the shows in Paris for all the cosmetics guys. Well, me and her are trying to get as much contracts as we can get to help our people back in our kingdom, so they stay employed. Okay, so I'm not having a U.S. passport for whatever reasons. I guess this is globalization. It's a global market, and you got to look for people that want your products.
Can I ask you a question?
I live in Sierra Leone. I live in Sierra Leone, and I come here back and forth.
You made your point. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Remember about a year ago, we was talking about cashew nuts and whatnot, you know, and we was talking about you was talking about how you have plenty of cashew nuts, but you guys don't have to figure out how to process them. And I said the Vietnamese over there processing your cashew nuts and everything like that, and you're telling me it's like gonna be a difficult thing. And I looked it up, man. It's not that difficult.
Listen.
Stay there.
You want an answer to that question?
Yeah,
it's what
you never asked me a question.
Let me tell you what is called the WTO, World Trade Organization.
Forget them.
Listen. Sierra Leone, my country, is a signatory to the World Trade Organization.
Your kingdom should secede from
Listen,
Sierra Leone.
my kingdom is in my country. And the president, whatever the president signs on, is what everybody goes by. Whatever the president signs on is what everybody goes by.
But you got a kingdom.
In the agreement, they say raw materials. Listen, you want to learn? Listen, do you want to learn? In the agreement, they say raw materials from Africa, processing in Vietnam, America and Europe is the markets. That's the agreement signed. You can't go behind the agreement and make your own deal.
Oh, yes, you can.
Listen, when the country is not coming from that country, it's not made in Sierra Leone.
You guys grow nuts. You guys grow
Listen, you can't get on, you can't load a boat on international waters and enter into somebody's country and force your way to sell. You don't have an agreement.
What did I tell you about the other night about African having their own shipping lines?
You don't have your own agreement.
This is what I'm talking about.
All right, Amari, calm down. Now. We have a new guest.
I'm trying to educate
them. That's Judah.
Yeah, I'm just letting this get him for real quick.
He's gonna be a jerk, man.
Welcome to the call. What's on your mind?
What are you talking about, Carla? What did Judah say? Come on, man. I just got on the panel and you calling me out, man. What's going on?
No, because I know
this guy, man.
You act like a jerk. Yeah, go ahead.
Man, you shut up, man. You, Amara, take care of him, man. I'm just sitting quiet and you calling my name, man. What's up? This boy, man.
Yeah, you see,
come on, bro.
If Carla could only listen. Okay, it's hard to get. The problem is, it's hard to get African Americans to be interested in Africa. Okay, we don't got you to be interested in Africa. The other part is listen to what we're saying. Listen. The reason why we're talking to you, all Africans here, because we like the fact that African Americans took the time. There are millions of African Americans that don't want nothing to do with Africa. You understand what I'm saying? So if we see you got some kind of interest, we're trying to guide you, educate you.
And I appreciate
so you don't make mistakes over there. Watch yourself, man. Watch yourself.
And we appreciate you, Amara.
All right. No, but that's all we're trying to do. Because I'm telling you, as Judah and Afridemus, and you know what other Africans we do? They sit back there laughing at us. You know what they'll tell us? They say, we told you so. Those people will never change. That's how they are. That's what they'll tell us.
Hey, I'm glad, Amara. I'm glad Carla is only interested in Sierra Leone and Liberia, because this attitude the Cameroon won't accept it.
I'm telling
And the
you,
guy,
I'm trying to help them, man. All we're trying to do is help you, man.
Even Nigeria will kick his ass out.
We're trying to help you. That's all we're trying to do. So you don't go out there and make a mistake. Watch what you say. Watch how you think. You know?
Go ahead, Amara. Teach.
No, we're trying to help. I'm saying this is genuine. I'm telling you, you know why Africans, the stigma is there? Africans don't conversate because they don't want to do what I'm doing now. They don't want to do it. They already, before I come to the program, they already tell me this is how it's going to end up. You see what I'm saying? So they're trying to avoid all that.
But how Carla is gonna tell Bomani to take me out, man? This is crazy, man. How you have brothers on the panel and you don't want to dialogue? Come on, bro.
You can't impose your way into Africa. You got to respect what's in Africa. Respect what's in Africa. This is the way to get Africans to back you up. You're coming out the wrong way. Respect people first. Then people will listen to what your ideas are, and they will take it up. But you come in with total disrespect.
I'm all for respect, but the respect goes both ways or just one way.
Listen, you disrespected
Now,
our
respect
culture.
is reciprocal. It goes both ways.
You
man,
disrespected our culture. Eliminating African tribes is disrespect.
Amara, let me ask you a question, right? Now, I asked you a simple question. Like my brother Jamaica Jontro said that he looked it up, man. You could basically buy a processing plant like really cheap. Like this, the machinery that makes all this stuff.
It's not the machinery.
Hold on, there's a machine. There's a guy in Sierra Leone that's making heavy machinery himself. You know, to process.
Listen, Carla, you don't listen. You don't understand. It's not the machinery. It's not people knowing how to make machines or not.
The how's Rwanda?
It's the agreement signed by the president.
Look, the bottom line, what you need to do is get rid of your president. Then
look at this guy. You gotta be careful, man.
Carla, that's just one person. That's just one man. Here's the thing, Carla. Carla, hold on, Carla. What Amara is saying is, here's the thing. Amara is Timni. We have different ethnicities. You have the Vietnamese, Japanese. These people are all existing. They are all Asians. Why can't we exist as our own? Why should we subscribe to the identity that the white man created? I'm okay with. Here's the thing.
So what you're saying?
Wait. No, Carla. Like, for example, I understand you. I understand the brother from Jamaica. We all black. I understand Amara. And I'm okay with Amara being Timini because my grandmother is Timini. I'm okay with somebody being Mende. I'm okay with somebody being Wolof, right? I understand the ethnicity. The confusion is only in the West. And the fact of the matter is, everybody, no, wait.
With all due respect.
Hold on, Carla, why should everybody, the Vietnamese, everybody have the right to exist as their ethnicity?
Yeah, but hold on.
But we can't. But how come we can't?
Vietnamese is a nationality. That's not ethnicity.
No. It is an ethnicity.
No.
Look. There's a difference between the somebody. Hold on. From Laos.
Have Hmong Vietnamese. They have groups.
Those are the ones in Laos. The Hmong.
The Hmong. You got the Hmong.
But Carla. Let me ask you, Carla.
And everything.
Carla.
Malays.
But Carla, let me ask you, Carla, let me ask you.
Singapore got rid of the tribes and they became one Singaporean people. You know.
But Carla,
they're stronger right now for that.
Carla, but we are different from these people. Why should we emulate them? We are our own people.
Because they are making success and you're not.
Okay, I agree with you there, right? Okay, let's say, okay, fine. Carla, I agree with you, right? I agree with your sentiment. I understand your frustration. But now you have to find a way to present this. But if you tell the people to delineate from who they truly are.
I would never said that. I told you last week on the show, last time he was on, I said, what if in people who have different languages, Amara doesn't even speak the local language. He should be cursing me out and telling me right now.
Right.
You know?
No, Amara speaks the language. No, he speaks
I don't know how to speak the language.
Every African speaks their language.
You know? He speaks the King's English, talk about my language.
You don't want me to cuss. You don't want me to cuss you out in my
No,
language.
because Amara was born in America, right? Kala.
No, but I know how to speak it.
He knows the language. He knows the language.
Check this out.
I can't be. Listen, I can't be part of my ruling family. I can't be part of my ruling family if I don't know how to speak the language.
Check this out.
Exactly. Do you know what it takes? Do you know what it takes to be part of the clan?
There's a lot of people in Black America, right?
Do you know what it takes to be part of the clan? The ruling clan, you don't know, right?
Yeah, but
the only thing they go by is skin color. The only thing Black Americans go by is skin color.
It's skin color. You don't know what it takes, right?
Let me ask you a question. About the ruling clan, right? Now I asked you about the cashew nuts, right? Couldn't if you really got a ruling clan, right? Why are you deferring to a so-called president and a constitution? You know, in a modern republic.
Well, the territory in which we come from.
Because could it be the president in the country's last?
Listen. The territory where we come from is part of Sierra Leone, the country of Sierra Leone.
You could succeed. Why don't you do like the Biafra people? They're trying to secede from Nigeria. If you really,
Kala, it's not that easy. Sierra Leone is not only by itself. Sierra Leone is attached to Gambia. Is attached to, especially Gambia is attached to Ghana. But it's still its own country. Sierra Leone is Timini country, is Mende country, is Kranko country, is Limba country. You are ignoring all this.
Let me ask you a question, right? Now, I said this right now, and I think, like this. I talked about, and Mark, close your ears, because you don't like what I'm about to say, I said the problem in Africa is the extreme fiefdomists, that basically think there's going to be some big plane like the Zamunda. He's like the Fresh Prince of Zamunda. I'm going to go back and I guess you're going to bring some red bone back to Zamunda and Temini. And so, Mario, I get it, man. You got a kingdom. You're going to be having all the females. You're going to be the big machete. When you get back to your thing, when you ascend the power and whatnot, hey, I like to visit you at your coronation. I get that.
Hey, Kala, let me ask you this, right? Kala, for example, I've seen where
this looks like a waste of time with
Hold on, Bomani brought people in, right? For example,
a complete waste.
How about like Africans who are in the diaspora? We know the standard whatsoever, right?
Right, for example, a complete waste.
How about can you guys mute, please? Somebody need to mute. So here's the thing. You bring a standard, because I totally get it. Even myself, I'm used to certain standard, and I'm willing to provide that in Africa. And there's many Africans, but I have no interest in trying to change the people, because it's not in our people's interest to get them to be hooked on the Western system. In fact, I don't want the West to brainwash the people. Like, if we can get them enlightened, right? This is all of our jobs, right? If we can get them enlightened in our own ways, it's better. But you have to remember, most Africans are not changing to become other people's culture. Africans are proud of their culture.
Do you know why Ambazonians are fighting to have their own land in Cameroon? Because of different cultures, man. We go by cultures. We don't go by skin color. If it was all skin color, we wouldn't be fighting. You hear that, color? So I'm out.
Amazonia is fighting because if you look at the history, right? Give you a history lesson, right? That was once part of the British Africa. British handed that territory over to the French, and so the people spoke English. It's about language in Amazonia, not freaking culture. Because the people.
But what I'm saying is, if we were all looking at skin color, we wouldn't be fighting at each other in Africa.
You said, and also not only that. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? This is what you guys are leaving out. The French government in Cameroon, right, is the one guy that's like a major general. The guy looks like he's mixed race, whatever, like that. And these people are francophone or French unionists and stuff like that. So the bottom line, the people in Amazonia feel alienated because they don't. The people.
How you gonna tell me about my history where I'm from, man? Like, man, come on, bro.
Yeah, Judea, remember, Kala is our scholar here. So
man, get out of here, man. I know you're gonna block me if I say something. What kind of scholar? How you gonna tell me my history?
You said it's about culture. You said it's about culture, right?
I mean, he made a great
point.
It's about if it was all skin color, we wouldn't be fighting.
Amazonia is about language. That's what it's about.
No. That's what you think because you are out of what you don't know what we're talking about.
I have
inside deeply, we are into culture.
Members that are from Amazonia, one night they said it's about the fact that they want to have an English-speaking territory because.
Bro, that's what the white man is telling you, man. Like, stop. If you listen for a minute, and then you're gonna know what I'm talking about. It's not about white man or it's not about language. This is the thing.
What is the primary language?
These people don't want anything to do with France. They say basically like they want
the primary language is what, English, right?
Amazonians speak English.
So the English portion of the country is separating, right?
They want to be. They used to be part of the British part. The British gave it over to the French, and they've been governing it de facto since. So now they want their independence, you know?
Right. So, but come to think of it, right? This is the point. The people that speak English have similar cultures. That's why they're uniting as one block to break away.
I said the same culture.
No, I'm talking about culture. This is where culture comes in. Even though we all black with the other side, the people that speak French. But man, let me finish, man. Let me finish. Let me finish. This is what I say. It's not all about skin.
Bro. A gun is going to be pointed at another person that's black. That's
bro, it's not that. The only thing that African Americans have on their plate is skin.
Point the gun at the white man.
The only thing African Americans have on their plate is skin color. Black, unite. No, it's not all about skin color. It's all about culture.
That's what the white man had. The white man took over the world with that ideology. What are you talking about? He dropped two.
But we know the white man. We know the white man. We go by culture from where I'm from.
The Chinese, Asians, everybody else realized.
No, don't tell me about the bottom line. That's the bottom line for you. That's not the bottom line for me.
That's why you have no nuclear weapons.
No, who made you an authority, Kala? Who made you an authority on Africa? You're not. Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. But you're not African. You're African descent.
Yeah. Well,
okay. So you need to listen to people that grew up African, were born African, parents African. Listen. You grew up African, you are born African, your parents were African, you grew up in an African household, you grew up in an African city, you lived an African life. You need to listen to people who did that. You did not do none of that. You read whatever you read in a book. And a lot of what it takes to be an African is not in a book.
Yo, God forbid somebody learns something from a book, right?
Whatever it takes to be an African is not in a book, but boss man. There's a lot of things I could look at a book and look at the way I grew up, and I find out that half of this stuff is not in there. You never lived the life. You never grew up in an African household. You never had an African parents. You never grew. You never know the customs and traditions and cultures. You're an outsider looking in. You're an outsider looking in.
So the bottom line is African American culture is African. So you missed me with that.
Yeah, listen, African. I said you are of African descent, and African American culture.
I disagree.
It's an offshoot of African culture. What I'm saying, in the continents, being born in the continents, grew up having your immediate parents.
Africa is born in you.
Listen.
Africa is born in you.
It's a difference, bro. It's a difference growing up African and being of African descent.
Yeah, we know it's a difference, but
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So that's why our viewpoints are so extreme. Because we grew up in that way, and you did not grow up that way. So you're looking at it from where you are.
Amara, you must admit, we have, even though we grew up in the belly of the beast, so we understand, for the most part, African Americans understand worldview better than the continental Africans.
Yes, because of your experience.
Right,
okay?
Right, exactly. So
your experience.
Let me say this.
We are talking about our own experience. Our experience is local. You see what I'm trying to say?
I understand that.
That's what I'm trying to say. So our viewpoints are going to be extreme. You are talking from what your experiences are. The experience you went through. That's what you guys are making your opinions
All what
based
these
on.
guys are talking about is
We are
skin
talking
color.
about
Skin color does not unite people.
Where we grew up.
Skin color does not unite people, man.
I
mean, if skin color was to unite,
actually it does. Actually, it
no,
does.
if skin color was to unite, United States would be the same country with Russia. If skin color was to unite,
skin color. Well, let me say this: it's more the skin color. You know, we're as far as black people, we only people that have that texture of head too. But let me say this, man. I understand where you're coming from, Amara, and you know this. Your sentiments is a real sentiment, and you represent a portion of Africa that actually think like that. That think like that. You know, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but now I see where you coming from. Do I agree that we can Africa could still have operate in the same tribe systems and be a superpower? It's hard to believe that when looking from a bird's eye view and seeing all the other groups consolidating for world power.
Look at the BAIO conference in 1955.
Listen, bro, you addressed me, right? Carla, you addressed me. Let me answer him. He addressed me. Let me answer him. Okay, you saying all other people come together and work together to create be the superpower. Okay. Now, this is what you just don't understand. You got to look at the African Union. Okay? Look at, and I'll give you other examples. Look at the European Union. The European Union is not a political union. It's an economic union where they all come together based on economics alone. Okay? Now you have an organization called NATO, which is like a military organization with the United States and the European Union. Okay, listen. Let me finish. Okay? Now, look at the African Union set up. You really got to look at how the African Union is. We have the African Free Trade Agreement.
Yeah, African Free Trade.
We have, listen, let me finish, man. We have free trade agreements within regions like ECOWAS in West Africa. There's free movement and free trade within our region. Same thing with East African, same thing with Central Africa, Southern Africa, and Northern Africa. Then collectively, we have the African Free Trade Agreement where we all can negotiate. Listen, man. Listen. Where we can negotiate with outside powers. You see what I'm saying? In terms of economics, instead of negotiating on our own. So those things exist. That's as far as it can go. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to look at, these people are not stupid. It's trial and error. They've been doing this African Union, African unity thing forever. They negotiate, they see where lines are crossed, they find a common ground, and they come up with ideas. Even in West Africa, we are trying to get a single currency. You see what I'm saying? But it takes trial and error and negotiations, see what we can give up, whatever, before we come to the agreements. So you are talking like, people talk like there's nothing like that going on. When it's already is in existence. It exists. check the African Union, check all the regions of Africa, their regional bodies, even in Sierra Leone and Liberia. They had the military, they took military action where Nigeria, Ghana, and a whole bunch of other countries, including Gambia, came together and sent soldiers to kick the rebels out and restore the civilian government in Sierra Leone and Liberia. That's what I'm trying to say. So there are many of examples. There are many examples. Like right now, there's free movement of goods and services all over West Africa. And even in East Africa, they're having one federal East African Federation where they integrate Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, all together into one big one.
Benefiting that are the Arabs.
You see what I'm saying?
The Arabs and Indians are benefiting.
So what we're saying is there is regional cooperation. There's their efforts to make us all come together to be a superpower. So it's already ongoing. It's there, bro. That's what we're saying. It's there.
Amar, you should be a comedian, bro.
What's it?
Amar, what you have to understand is Kala Genesis is a scholar on African history.
Listen, Kala Genesis is a scholar on African. Listen,
what you have to do is try to listen so you can learn also.
No, but listen. Let me tell you something. Bomani. Let me tell you something, Bomani. What makes it in books in Africa? We got two things. We got what is called oral history and what is called written history. Okay? So when you want the full scope of history, you got to master both areas. You see what I'm trying to say? It's not limited to the written work. It's also oral history, which is part of Africa. I'll tell you, I'm a member of the Para Society, which goes far back as 1000 AD. As far back as 1000 AD. We're prevalent in Sierra Leone, Guinea, Liberia, and Ivory Coast. Okay? So you want to know our history orally? Or you want to know, you can't tell me what a man read in a book is everything he knows about Africa. He never lived the life. He never grew up African.
Research and analysis go a long way. And also,
listen. I'm not knocking him for what he has read, but I'm trying to give him the full scope of what it takes to be. What he's done is good. He's done good so far. You see what I'm saying?
Amara,
he's good. He's solid, but it's not complete. It takes a lot more, a whole lot more, which he never had the access to it. He never had the access to it because it was born in America. You see what I'm saying? His parents are from the United States, and 22 generations of his people are from were removed from Africa. You see what I'm trying to say? So there is a gap. It's what is called a gap in information. For the fact that incident took place in history, that is a big old space that can only be covered by somebody that grew up African, lived African, went through the rigors of being an African. You see what I'm saying? That completes what he already knows. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks for breaking that down for me, Amara. You talk with the African Union and different trade groups within Africa. I got one more question. Well, got a question though. I guess what we're looking at is, as far as like infrastructure in Africa, right, in different countries, right. And I guess the argument is, maybe consolidated be faster. You say, well, that really might not have, it doesn't matter as far as like consolidating, right? So what I want to ask is what is hindering the full modern, the full infrastructure completion of the big countries, the leading countries in Africa, as far as like the full completion of modern infrastructure? What is hindering that from being fully completed?
Okay. For example, you're going to do it by case basis. On a regional basis, for example, right now we have a regional grid run through solar, and it's going to be run through oil. These guy in Nigeria, Dangote, and also in Ghana, they're building huge refineries to supply East, West, and Central Africa, right? And there's the Sahel project, which is solar-based, because the Sahel is close to the desert. It's all desert-based, to have solar panels all through the desert, from countries from Mauritania all the way down to Senegal. So these guys have already done a lot of phases. They're supposed to be in Sierra Leone at any time now. They came to Ivory Coast, Guinea is fully electrified. Ivory Coast is fully electrified. It's a regional project. Now on an individual country basis, you have to look at your tax base. That's what, like, for example, in Sierra Leone, we emphasize on improving the tax collection efforts. Because when we make loans outside, this president that came in, he didn't want no loans from outside. He cut off all the loans. He said, we're going to generate revenue from inside. We're going to tax the hell out of us. And which we don't like, because we're in the business community. We don't like that because our previous president was from my tribe, and they did a lot of subsidies to help us out. This guy came in and he says, to hell with all that. We're going to tax the hell out of everybody. But looking at it 5 years on, he's raised substantial amounts of monies, you see what I'm saying, for Sierra Leone to pay their debts, as a first phase. I think you got to build your tax base, get people. One thing Africans do not like is paying taxes. You got to get them to get used to paying taxes, being accountable. Once you get that at phase 1, phase 2, you can now use the revenue to go into various projects individually. What he's trying to really do is to make the place self-sufficient. That you don't need to go outside to get outside loans or be dictated to from the white man or Chinese or anybody. Build your own homegrown efforts. That is an ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States. Every one of them is going through that phase right now, building up their tax base individually to depend on themselves sufficiently. Even the African Union, their contribution to the African Union, it used to come from the European Union. They shut that down. They raised the taxes on their seaports and their borderline. All the goods that was coming in are highly charged. That part of that revenue is being taken in by the African Union to run the affairs of the African Union, from everything from humanitarian to running the administration of the African Union and everything. That's step 2 they took. You see what I'm saying? It's all in phases. The African is coming to its own. After trial and error and listening to the white man, this generation of African leaders are coming to their own. They're looking inward to help themselves out. So when everybody, even West Africa, was trying to get a single currency, but you have to meet the criteria. You got to have a certain amount of money, foreign exchange in your bank account. You have to balance your books. You have to have a strong tax base as a basis for entry level into the currency. You see what I'm saying? Because you want a currency like to be, well, it's not going to be starting out going to be like strong like the US dollar. But what the dollar values the dollar has is a store of value. If you have a serious tax base, you never default on your debts, whether it's locally or internationally.
Can I read something?
When you don't ever default on your debts.
Can I read something from the African Union? It says, sustainable funding. The AU is currently not financed in a predictable, sustainable, equitable, or accountable manner. It is heavily dependent on donor funding to run its programs and operations.
Yeah, listen.
By the fact that 40% of its members.
Listen, I didn't say they have completed it. I said that is a movement in action. They might not have raised enough funds.
40% of the continent don't pay anything.
Listen. No, they haven't got there yet, but that's a plan of action. We Sierra Leone, we are making a contribution. Not everybody's up there yet.
Sierra Leone contributing?
I don't know what the dollar figure, but every country. Listen, the goal is to have everybody contribute from their tax base. You see what I'm saying?
We have goals, but they never been implemented.
They're implementing it. Listen, they're implementing it. Some countries are behind, some countries are ahead. You see what I'm saying? You got to wait on everybody to get in line.
0.2 levy.
Everybody to get in line.
Eligible imports to enable African finances itself long term. Adopt the complement. That's the proposals, right?
Listen, it's not proposal. It's an action.
To enforce the
finance
decision.
Every country. Some countries are giving more time. Some countries are on top of it.
It says,
not everybody.
Member states have very limited involvement in the process of setting the AU's budget. I wonder who does. And noted that there's no golden rule set out clear financial management, accountability principles of the African Union Commission statutes and finance rules and regulations. The Commission also does not have a strong oversight and accountability mechanism to ensure that resources are used effectively and prudently.
Listen.
This is from the African Union.
Listen, I'm going with what our president said. Our president said, listen, the African Union, they came up with rules for every country to contribute so they could not depend on the Europeans. Our own portion of it is what it was working on because he increased the tax base. And in his explanation of where some of the monies were going, he explained to the people that some of it is going to the African Union. Some of it is basically, listen.
Swiss bank account.
Listen, you see, that's the problem with you. You don't have no evidence of that. I'm telling you what Swiss bank accounts. The president didn't put no money in Swiss bank accounts.
Where's the money at?
He contributing it to the African Union.
We got to do some investigation on that.
They contributed in the African Union. Look at President BAIO of Sierra Leone and his tax policies. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, even on a regional basis, we had to meet certain criteria for the currency.
Let me ask you this, this respectfully, don't you think consolidating the tribes or whatever, and that would lead to more progressive think tanks and more pool of the intelligentsia of each Black African country to come with better ideas and to pull in the intelligentsia of their mathematicians, the statisticians, the scientists, to come with better ideas to create and generate and push the economy forward.
Okay, you got to check the education levels of the tribe members. For example, every tribe in Sierra Leone, for example, have educated people, well-trained people, and educated people that work in the administration collectively as a unit. Okay? Now, those individual members, I'm not going to say I'm getting a job for, like, for example, let me give you an example. My late dad, he passed, RIP to him. But the University of Sierra Leone, which is a college, which is a government-owned university, it was the dean of the Faculty of Economics and Political Science. Now, when they worked there in the administration, he had members of all different tribes that worked for him because the government placed them in there. So when he was promoting, you see what I'm saying, or giving recommendations, he gave recommendations based on the people that the government placed in those departments. Okay? So all people that are qualified to work in certain industries are going in there from different tribes. They all work for the government in different capacities. Even in business, people that own big companies hire the smartest people. They don't look based on tribe because they're trying to get their company ahead. You see what I'm trying to say? So the government does it, individual companies do it. It's right across Africa. You see what I'm saying? If you want to get ahead, your business to succeed, you don't base it on tribalism. The only way you base it on tribalism is when that person is very qualified and he excels at what he does and is your tribe members. That's when you apply tribalism. You see what I'm trying to say? So my dad worked with different people from different tribes. They were educated under different departments under him. And before he rose up, his immediate supervisor was from a completely different tribe. You know, before he got promoted to that position. Same thing with my mom. My mom was an accountant. She worked for the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. And when you go to see her, you got different people from different tribes working together. Our supervisor was from a completely different tribe from what our tribe. And so it was based on performance. You see what I'm trying to say? It was based on performance, not based on tribalism, because there's accountability. If you don't do your job, I don't see the president of Sierra Leone, which is a Timney man, lock up 5 Timney millionaires for incompetence. For incompetence. He did that. And everybody say, oh, you said, yeah, I'm going to set an example of my own tribe members. So when it comes to getting the job done, no, it's people that can do the job. The only way you apply tribalism is when somebody really excels at a job. They say, well, okay, I'll pick him over the other guys because there's no, they all perform the same way. So I pick him in those circumstances. But other than that, nah, it doesn't work like that. So, because you ask me, I'm a card-carrying member of the All People's Congress Party, political party, which where's this guy at? Afridemus is gone. We are contesting the next elections against the current president, and it's a Timney-dominated party, but we have all other ethnic groups in there. The majority from the northern region in the west and the western region is Timney, my tribe. But everybody, when we win the elections, all the minority tribes that are in the western region and in the northern region, we all benefit together because we go in as a block. You see what I'm trying to say? So when you say tribalism, I look at it more as regionalism. In our case, it's more regionalism. It's a major tribe and its small minority tribes come together as a block. And so when they win an election or whatever, their area benefits. But the smallest of tribes over there benefit because they're allies. They're allies of the major party. Because my tribe, the Timney tribe, has 35% of the population. Now the president, his tribe is the Mende tribe. They got 32% of the population. But they dominate the eastern region and the southern region. But all the small minority tribes around the southern and east region voted for the president because they benefit. Now, with us, all the small minority tribes, including the descendants from the United States, in our political party, they vote lockstep with us because they're in the western region where Freetown is, the capital city. So when we win, all the small minority tribes benefit immensely. You see what I'm trying to say? So it's more regionalism than tribalism. Yep.
Now, would you agree though? And thanks for the breakdown. But would you agree that one of the weaknesses is that of the tribal structure, respectfully, right, is that when non-black powers come in and try to get tribal regions and tribes to fight against one another, using the most powerful of those groups, the heads of those groups to, with how these foreign powers do with
You're talking about present day, or you're talking about 700 years ago? What time period are you talking about?
Well, like present, like some of the
present day
right now, like what's going on in I won't say Congo, Uganda, right? Is that Uganda where they're doing some fighting over there?
You talking about Sudan?
Sudan, okay.
No, that's a race. That's more race based. It's more race based. It's Arab and blacks. Yeah, because in other places now the tribes they come together as a block. The small tribe, for example, the vice presidents, because we Sierra Leone has a dominant Muslim population. So when you take out the major tribes, Timni and Mende, okay, like the president his mom is Mende, so you could say he allies to the Mendes. His dad is from a small minority southern tribe.
Real quick, but both of those groups are black though, the Arabs and the the other groups, right? They're both black people, right?
Yeah, well, no, they got pale Arabs too. In Sudan, they got pale Arabs, then they got black Arabs, so-called black Arabs. They got the pale guys, which are the guys that are dominating. Then you got the black Arabs. In fact, it got to a point that the Christian Arabs, which were black dominated, moved to a country called South Sudan. They seek independence from Sudan and created their own country called South Sudan, which is 100% black. They don't have no Arab in it. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So that's the situation. But on the all black countries like Sierra Leone, for example, okay, that's how the tribes are, because it's more regional based. It's more regionalism than tribalism. People come together based on regions. And, when they win, certain regions benefit. Like the president, like I said, comes from a small minority. His dad comes from a small minority southern tribe. But his mom is Mende. Yeah.
Well, brother, we appreciate the breakdown that we just have to make sure we get back to our scheduled program. So, College Genesis, let me make sure that everybody didn't take over the network. But you heard from a whole lot of people, Kala, especially Amara. Unless you want to continue to hear his feedback.
Oh no, I heard enough. I mean,
you heard enough,
all right.
No disrespect, but respect. The topic is about exporting black excellence, and I don't know how black excellence is going to be. And like I said, we played a video about the top African American corporations in America, and I'm wondering why they haven't made that move to Africa. Now I'm a little drained right now. If we got to go through the whole thing. When we talk about no offense and everything, we're talking about trying to compete with the white world, the Chinese world, and everything. And we start talking about tribalism. All we're going to do is conflict between black and white people. Love that. They love tribalism. They think the African thinks in short term they gain or my kingdom. Nobody's disrespecting your kingdom. But when you start saying like, oh yeah, we don't see color and everything, you don't live in the real world. Color and race is real, and it's everything. Look at the Bandung Conference of 1955. That was solely based on the idea that Asian countries, Kwame Nkrumah was there, Adam Clayton Powell was there. The idea that there has to be a new geopolitical order, European companies and everything were controlling Asia. They said, well, we have to build Asian companies. We have to give preferential treatment to Asian regional businesses and everything. Out of that conference, right, Singapore emerged, South Korea emerged, Malaysia emerged, and all these people, Hong Kong, all these places like that. Why? Because they put different. Indonesia is made up of like hundreds of different ethnic groups. So they became a power, But the only part of the world where people just hunker down in their own little tribe or region, whatever, is Africa, and Europeans and everybody takes advantage of that. The Lebanese on the continent and the Indians on the African continent are united. The Indians in East Africa are united with the Indians in Durban, you know, and it's Team Indians and Team Indians trying to win. The Africans, for the most part, man, don't want to do that. You know, they want to hold on to their tribal affiliation and everything. Think they're going to get something, and the majority of people don't lead. That's why I said the only solution for Black people in America is to build our own territories and infrastructure and unite with Africans who believe like we do. That's the only future. I don't see.
Yeah,
Amara.
but yeah,
Amara,
yeah.
so
Let me.
Amara, you're gonna have to give up your little kingdom and merge.
No,
with
no, 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 no,
the
no,
real
no,
kingdom.
no. It's not a little kingdom. One, two. It's an example of that of what Genesis says exists in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Okay, in Sierra Leone, it's the same issues Genesis was bringing up. It's the same people that came 250 years ago from United States and the Caribbean and Nova Scotia and came to Sierra Leone, faced the same issues Carla is saying. You know what was the solution? They came up with a city called Freetown, where those people.
You know something, you
listen,
realize,
let me finish, please. They came up with the same situation, the same problems. They came up with their own territory. They call it Freetown, where they have till today. The mayor of Freetown is a descendant, Mrs. Sawyer. It's a descendant. People are descendants from Virginia. She comes all the time to Virginia. She's the latest mayor of the city. The Betts brothers. They're from South Carolina. Those people control the city of Freetown because they made it exclusively their territory. When they were negotiating, when they were negotiating a piece, the Constitution, they accommodate these people to have their own exclusive territory. They have their own exclusive territory because they had these same issues. So solution was found, and they create a city called Freetown. Same thing over the border. You see what I'm trying to say? So the people are 250 years ahead of you guys. You need to link up with the mayor of the city of Freetown, and they could tell you why they had to have a separate territory from us, because we sold them the land. That area, which is Freetown, with the African Americans came over there and created. Our King Naibana sold them the land. Okay. Now they divided all that region right there is called the Western region. The Timnees moved to the side. The descendants from the United States created their own area. They had everything. They bring in their administration, everything that they know, their lives. They imported it and brought it over there. Their culture is not our culture. They got a separate culture. Their culture is not even African culture. You see what I'm trying to say? Yeah, no, they tell you their descendants' culture. They came from the United States, and they have a descendant. That's what they say.
I don't know how
you see what I'm trying to say?
Black from Africa.
That's what they say. So they all had to come together. You understand what I'm saying? And created their own territory. So these solutions have been done before. That's what I'm trying to say. So you have these people on the other end, the continentals, that think one way. You accommodate them. Then the people that came from America think a separate way. You accommodate them in the same country.
Yeah, but
you see what I'm saying?
The difference is, right?
Yeah, they got differences, but they accommodated them in the same country.
Yo, you gotta let somebody else speak, Mark. Yo, the difference is this, right? When this Freetown was established, right? There were tribes that would take Mendi tribes and everything that were taken from the interior, right? When they were liberated, right? Just like the British liberated people on the coast and everything. Instead of going back to Temne and the Mendi territory, they chose to stay in Freetown and get educated and stuff like that and become part of.
No, you got it wrong. You talk about the recaptives. No,
they did
you
not,
talk about the recaptives.
The recapture did not go back.
No, the recaptives were taken as slaves.
No, they didn't.
They were taken, loaded on a boat.
Yeah, the bottom line, I'm talking about Freetown. When Freetown was like, it was there to stop the slave trade, right? Which you guys were engaged in, you know, because you don't care about human life. You know, that's why I don't buy your whole kingdom, stuff like that, you know. The bottom line is when they recaptured or were liberated right now, they didn't want anything to do with your kingdoms. They became part of
No, it's not they didn't want anything to do with our kingdom. It's they placed them. Listen, no. This was all West Africa. This was all West Africa. They didn't want anything to do with no. You had people, listen, you had people from Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, all types of people.
No. I want to be part of Teme. You know?
No, they didn't say you don't be part of the team. You don't want to be part of. They placed them over there.
You know?
They placed them over there because they were mixed with all these other different tribes.
Yeah,
a multitude of tribes.
Say, you guys with your tribalism, mixed with your tribes. All that stuff means nothing, man. You know.
Okay, to you it doesn't mean anything. To us it means the world. To you it doesn't mean anything. To us it means the world. It's as simple as that.
You want to hold on to tribe.
It's as simple. Listen, you hold on to being Black American. You hold on to being Black American, a descendant of slaves. You hold on to that, right?
I'm gonna say
I hold on to what I hold on to, right?
And also now you said
listen. You hold on to what you hold on to. I hold on to what I hold on to. It's as simple as that.
I'm a descendant of
it's as simple as that.
The greatest people that ever lived, you know.
Okay, in your opinion.
Yeah,
everybody thinks highly of their people.
Yeah, well,
everybody thinks highly of their people. You know what I'm saying? Everybody thinks highly of the people. I never met anybody.
If I wanted to be like that, right?
I'm already. You and him can't talk at the same time. Too. Go ahead.
Say like this. So I'm like this. I see Black people as one. If somebody wants to basically say, you know something. Mr. Patterson, who invented the first automobile, I'm proud of him as a Black man and whatnot. He's living in Sierra Leone. He has every right to claim that too, because we're all Black. We're part of the same thing. But your method is that because he's African American, that somebody from Africa can't take pride in that. And how's that person, that Sierra Leone kid, gonna basically face the white man when the white man?
Nobody's saying people of Sierra Leone do not I'm not impressed with Black excellence. Okay, that's not the point. The point is we have our own customs and traditions. Nobody takes it away from us. You got your own experience. Nobody takes it away from you. Do you understand where we're coming from?
No one's trying to take your experience.
That's what it comes across. It comes across that you're trying to dismantle us to be like you guys.
Nobody's trying to dismantle.
Okay, you might not have said it, but that's the way it come across to Africans.
Well, let me give you an example.
Amara, stop creating false narrative.
Check us out.
I'm an African. I'm gonna tell you how I feel from the way he talks.
Check us out.
You see what I'm trying to say? I'm telling you how you feel. I feel.
Remember what Amos Sawyer was talking about Liberian history? He said the thing is the settlers of America wanted to educate the people. It's like education is a curse. That they want to educate and just so they can learn about the modern language. It's almost like he's saying, man, you know, and stuff like that. Yeah, when you become part of a new society, nation, you got to give something up. When people come to America, right? Somebody from Germany comes to America, and they got a new society, right? You know, they're still German, right? It's probably a German heritage, but they become something new, you know, because it's something new. It's always changing, always evolving. Why is African culture, like you talk about, it's so stagnant?
Okay, let me ask you, what makes y'all so special? Why that is your way? No. It's your way. Okay? It's your way, the way you see things. So you special. You're a special Black man. You're a special Black man. We don't know anything. You know better than us. So we should follow your way.
No, I'm not saying you should
follow. No, I mean, that's what it is. Abandon everything you're doing.
No.
Let's come together. Listen, let's come together. Abandon the things.
I never said that. Did I ever say you should abandon your culture?
No, but you're talking about holding on to our customs and traditions.
No, I'm saying everything has to change and evolve. You know, if you're gonna
listen, bro. Listen, we can still find a way to work together without changing who we are. Me being Timony or people in Africa, listen, being their tribal members does not stop us from working together and being great. That is my problem. You don't have to eliminate the way we view things for us to work together. That is the problem.
Let me ask you, Amar, let me ask you a question, right? The question I want to ask, and you will be in continental African somewhat. Maybe you can answer this question for me, right? Every time I see, I was talking to Bomani about this today, right? Every time I see people like live in Germany and everything promoting interracial marriage, that we're all one color, race doesn't matter, culture doesn't matter, and all stuff like that. It's always continental Africans. But yet when it comes to pan-Africans, oh, it's a line. You can't do that. But when it comes to white people, you guys go promote interracial marriage and everything. You guys are big proponents of race mixing, interracial marriage, going around the world. There's more Africans going to Asia with Asian wives and Chinese wives and trying to date Chinese and everything. And also, why is it that when Africans go to Europe, they completely lose their culture? They become German, they become French, they become stuff like that if the culture's so strong.
No, they don't lose their culture. Let me tell you something. I'm answering the question. Okay? Now, those people that marry the whites or Chinese or Asian or whoever it is, you understand what I'm saying? Have their own personal interest at heart. Most of those guys that go to those countries are not legal, or their legal status runs out very fast. Okay? So they need stability, they need a foothold.
It's a little more than that, man.
No, hold on, wait a minute. No, sir. Primary thing is to have your papers. Wherever you go, you need your papers. Your paperwork should be intact. That gives you stability. Primary, first thing you think about. Any African go anywhere, you need to stabilize yourself with papers, documentation. Anywhere necessary. You can get a Chinese lady, white, whatever way you're going to use to establish yourself, you use it. Now check these Africans after they established themselves, after they got their education and made their money. Watch who they end up marrying. An African woman.
Oh,
they
no,
come
that's
back.
A lie. That's a lie.
They come back.
A soccer player that got all his money.
They come back.
They got his money taken from him by an ex that divorced him.
They come back.
Took all his money. The soccer.
They come back. That's what I'm trying to say. They come back
all the time. You know.
They come back.
Listen,
Amara,
they come back. Besides,
they come back.
Besides, besides, it's their own personal. They do it for their own personal interest because they're trying to stabilize themselves.
Okay.
When you go to these countries, you need a steady job. You need money coming in. You need a place to stay. You need some food on the table. You need all these things. Stability and paperwork is the primary thing you do first, by any means necessary. You see what I'm trying to say?
Kala, are you buying this? Kala, are you buying all this?
Yeah.
By any means necessary. You come to any other place, most Africans, listen, you know how hard it is to get a visa. Okay, you got an American passport, I got an American passport, right? Okay. You travel. I've traveled too because I'm traveling for my family business. Wherever I go, there's no stumbling block as an American to get access to that country. You know how long people gonna stand in line to go to America, England, all these places? People cross the boats. They die in the Mediterranean just to do that. You know all for who? Family back home. You sacrifice for family back home. You already got, all these guys already got a woman back home. They're going to sacrifice for family back home. They stabilize themselves, send money back home, uplift their families back home.
And then build the great infrastructure in the country.
You see what I'm saying?
Are you buying any of this?
You see what I'm saying? So you never live the life.
You never lived the life of an African immigrant.
It's just sad. Yo, look,
You never lived the life of an African immigrant, so you don't know.
Let me tell you something, brother. Right? When I see them brothers,
you don't know.
When I see all those young, strong black brothers drowning in the sea and whatnot, that breaks my heart. That really does.
Listen, you're an American, man. You have a U.S. passport. You can go to Germany and other places. Listen.
See,
you people are trying to get where you are. They're trying to get your paperwork. They're trying to get your U.S. passport. They're trying to get a green card. They're trying to get stability, which gives them access to education, which gives them access to money, which they can send home and build their families. They're sacrificing. They're sacrificing, man. You think a lot of people have fun with that? You think a lot of people look at these skinny white women and think they like them? They're doing it because they want to help people back home.
Amara,
you never lived the African immigrant's life.
Amara, you should write a book. You should write a book or a script. It's a very cute story.
No, it's not a cute story. It's immigrant story. It's an immigrant story. An immigrant is a survivalist. So you gotta survive.
So people have no choice then just to get with degenerate white people.
You got to survive, bro. Listen,
you stretching now. You stretching now.
You never come from abject poverty. You never come from abject poverty. I know. Listen. So
people by talking.
Listen. Today it's not an embarrassment. I'm trying to give you an insight of what really goes on. It's a guy today in Turkey. You understand what I'm saying? He crossed that place. Two other guys that I know personally didn't make it. You see what I'm trying to say? He made it all the way to Turkey. From Turkey, he made it all the way to France. Got stabilized over there. Got a girl over there. Got a girl home and kid.
You got a white girl?
He got a wife at home. Wife and kid at home. But what is he doing? He's doing it for his kid. He got into a white girl. The white girl said, "Okay, I like you and all that. Okay, you like me? All right, all that. Okay, let's get married."
Also,
he got his papers. He got his papers. He stabilizes himself. He went to school. That money is getting. They got a 5-bedroom house right now in Sierra Leone. The kid is enrolled in better schooling. The wife is doing well. People sacrifice for their families back home.
And so everybody gonna be.
So when you see half of these guys doing that, they're not happy. They're just doing it because it's a way to stabilize yourself. A lot of people are not happy.
So all I need to do is go get me a white girl to stabilize myself.
Man, you come from Jamaica, an immigrant country, so don't be talking like that, man. Don't be talking like that. The only person that can talk like that is Akala and this man, Mr. B. The other people that can talk like that. You come from an immigrant country, you know.
Man, he can go to Bensonhurst, right? You got him a tiny.
You know, doggone well the struggles of immigrants. Okay, so people listen. People do what they gotta do. They don't like it.
So I should go get me an old crusty white woman to come up.
Hey, listen, bro. Listen. See, you get right. You play your role. You got your woman back home. When everything is said and done, you don't make your money.
These are players, man. Y'all are players, man.
No,
I thought we were players, man. Africans, man. God damn, man. Y'all be doing all this, man. Damn, man. These about survival.
That's why I see.
It's survival, man. You gotta survive.
That's why I see that's why I see like young folks like yourself with like old white crusty, dusty white women.
Amara, do they be sad when they be between the legs of them? They still be having their sadness?
Bruh, the sadness is there because they're not feeling nothing. There's people. I'm telling you, this dude telling me, man. I said, "Where's your white girl?" Be like, man, don't talk to me about that lady, man. I said, you better act right. She gonna come around. She's the word. She's your meal ticket. So you better be smiling. So it's just people do things to help people, man. So people go through a lot, bro, to help their family back home, bro.
How's the experience?
So I don't think people like it. A lot of people don't like it. They just gotta do what they gotta do. So you from the outside looking in.
That's actually a personal question. How was the experience and how did you like it?
But I never do that because I was born in the United States. I was born in the United States, so I could choose. I could choose. I don't have a paper problem.
So you tell me you never got with an old dusty.
Never. I choose who I want. That's the good thing of having a U.S. passport. The U.S. passport, I got my Social Security. I could go to any job and apply for. I don't have to mess with these women for them to give me papers for me to get a job and all that.
But you're talking about a great sacrifice. I thought that's what you were here doing.
No, I'm just telling you what people, my people go through. You see what I'm trying to say? Their stories, they tell me all the time. They say, you're lucky, man. They say, you know what I could do to be in a position? You know what I could do? So people do. People gotta go through stuff to help people back home. You know?
Mark, let me ask you a question, right? This is a serious question, right?
People don't like it, man.
Oh, but what I'm reading from you is this, right? Africans are going through a lot, right? And you fear Black people in America, like we got some advantage or privilege, and basically we go to Africa, we should just basically respect your kingdom and everything like that because it's vulnerable right now, and we can't be dismissive of your heritage and everything like that. Hey, I get that. I can go along with that. You know, I go over there and you tell me what to do in your kingdom.
It's not telling you what to do in every African country.
One thing I won't do is I don't bow. You know, I don't bow to them.
Okay, yes, you know why?
Yeah, but Kala, one of the things you got to help him protect his kingdom from is
listen. You know why, Kala?
I mean, Amara,
you know, this same attitude right here.
Help with?
You got this same attitude. You don't kowtow to anything African. I want you to go to Africa and engage in a politician and speak the same way you're speaking.
Well, I do. You know, I was in Liberia.
Yeah, speak the same way. No, what I want you to do is to say the same thing you say. We need to eliminate all the tribes. All this is nonsense.
I mean, nobody.
Go ahead.
Let me say.
Hey! I promise you, Kala.
Let me tell you.
I promise you, Kala. You will never repeat those words again. You will never repeat.
Hold up. Also, I wish I had my brother, Great African, on here right now. Now, Great African is from Nimba County, right? If you know the history about Nimba, right? When the French were encroaching and everything like that after the Berlin Conference, the people in Nimba stood with the people of Liberia. The people on the border of the Galenians were not sided with the British and everything. They lost all the kingdom, and they didn't know they were being colonized. Your people, you know. Next thing you know, the British are laying on all these laws. You know, and the people that sided with Liberia to this day are free. You know. Now, my point I'm trying to make is when I hear my brother, Great African, he's from the Mono tribe, right? He tells me the story of his people and everything. Even though he knows he's part of the Republic of Liberia and this and the other thing. When I do make my way to Nimba County, right, I'm going to show a lot of respect to the local customs, everything. I do that, you know, right? But at the same time, they understand, right, the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the fact that, you know, we're Black people from America. We have a different way. They've been dealing with Black people from America for 200 years. So they know what's up. They already know us. They know what we're about, know everything. Now I'm educating America and everything. So they're teaching us, you know, how to basically get along in African society, right? And they're moving closer to us like this, because the only thing that really separates Africans from African Americans is just basically modernization and education. That's it. When Africans become educated and everything like that, they see, like, Bassa, right? They like, you go Bassa, you see, everything is Bassa this, Bassa that. You go Bassa, and I'm down there with the Bassa people and everything. Like, okay, I'm in the Bassa. Just like you can go into Texas, right? Everybody's gonna have cowboy hats on. What the Romans do, right? It's something that I can do. But what you're telling me is that your culture is so far out of the loop and everything like that, that you can't trust nobody and you can't do this. And
nobody said, listen,
Afrikstan said,
you're asking a question? Are you asking or are you concluding?
No, but that's what Afrikstan said. He said you can't trust 10 million people without even getting to know them, whatever like that. He said,
because you know why? You know why? Now you know why? Because if the ways of the wars will have it, we'll be extinct. We grew up not to trust people Because you know how far we came? We came from the Niger-Congo Delta. Anywhere we set up shop, they try to bring us, these big tribes try to swallow us up. We're a fighting tribe. We fight. We fight till when we're losing, we bail out. We move to another settlement.
Is it time to move into the modern world?
Listen. Let me give you the full history. We kept on doing that from spot to spot till we found Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, the only reason why they did not kick us out of Sierra Leone is because when we were doing all this thing, we came up with intelligence. We said, if we ever find a territory that has a lot of woods, forests, it will slow these guys down and we can set traps on there to kill them. You see what I'm saying? So they won't attack us. That's why we succeeded in Sierra Leone.
Who are these people doing that? The Africans?
All the tribes took turns. All the big tribes took turns on us. All the big major tribes in Africa. Everyone took a turn on us. So we had to move from spot to spot. That's why we have the Timni tribe. We have a high descendants of the slave trade. Because with us, we were prisoners of war. Anytime we fight, we lose people. You understand? They end up being prisoners of war. But we were fighting tribe. We fight for an existence. That's why we don't trust nobody. The first thing they teach you being a Timni is you shouldn't be speaking this language. You shouldn't be in Sierra Leone. You should have been extinct. So watch the way you get close to people. You see what I'm trying to say? Because everybody, we're so super paranoid because of our history of everybody taking turns on us. Even when we came to Sierra Leone, we knocked on the door, knock. Can we come in?
So Mara, you're telling me right now you won't give up your, you won't give that up.
Well, we had to fight for that thing, man.
Bigger.
Even in Sierra Leone, we had to kick tribes out.
You mentioned you almost got wiped out.
Yeah, we almost got wiped out. Even in Sierra Leone, we had to fight people for space.
So wouldn't that make sense to merge into an empire?
We are an empire in our own sense. We had to fight for an existence. Listen. We're part of Sierra Leone. We're part of Sierra Leone. We're part of Guinea. We're in Congo, where some of us are in Nigeria. We scattered because we split into groups because when we too many of us, they were beating down on us too hard. So in Sierra Leone, we are part of the country. We are part of the national conversation.
You explained to me 3 different countries. Now, Kala, what do you think about those things? Does all of that make sense? Are you buying this from him?
Well, my whole thing is this. All I know is that on the Liberian side of the border, they don't want nothing to do with no kingdom, whatever like that. They joined the republic. When you join the republic, when that kingdom ceases to exist. That's why in Liberia, or not other countries in Africa, we don't have any tribal land, and we have tribal reserve land or whatever like that, but nobody lives there. Most land is the government land. You have traditional land, government land, and private property.
Well, good for them.
Now in the areas that were once tribal land, they're turning that into private property, and they're able to get loans on buildings, infrastructure, and everything. So that's the forward they're moving into.
Well, good for them. Good for them. We're not the same place.
Yeah. So like I said, that's why when people ask me about what country you like, I said Liberia.
Yeah, well, that's good for you. But as an African American, based on your experience, you will gravitate towards Liberia. Okay, good for you. But for us, all our tribes, but particularly my tribe, we had to fight for an existence. For me to teach my son my language, we had to fight for that to continue the trend. It's something we died for. With thousands and thousands of us were taken to America. That's why in Grenada, in Jamaica, there is a strong activity. We have festivals in the Caribbean. Our tribe. Because anytime we go up against all these big tribes, some of us are taking.
You might be a Timothy, man. You might, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, he's making a lot of stuff up.
You don't have, we don't have a festival in Grenada and Jamaica. We don't. That's what you're telling me, Timothy tribe. You want to pull that up?
And
you want to pull that up?
If I'm wrong, but no, not that I know of.
Same the tribe we have, even our vice president went over there.
Your tribe has expanded that long?
Yo, let me tell you what I do know about Africa.
We're in Grenada. We have a big, huge festival in Grenada.
Yeah, I mean, people could do that too. You got Gullah people, Gullah Geechee people.
Man, Gullah people. We're not talking about Gullah people. I'm talking about a specific tribe. You see what I'm trying to say?
Give an example.
Yeah, but the thing is, you understand something, bro? Once a person, like there's an old African proverb, right? That says men chained together are brothers. Once you were put on that slave ship, what you know what went through every African's mind, whatever king you were from, they said, man, to tell you the truth, tell you nothing. So when you had people from different tribes and whatnot, on the plantation together, didn't speak language, guess what? They became one people. Why? Because
that's your experience. You guys went through that. We didn't go through that.
I mean, brother, that's how it should be. This one empire.
Yeah, but what makes your way, because it happens to you guys, make it better than our way? That's our problem. You gotta respect our way. No. Okay, whatever happened to you guys was unfortunate. Listen, whatever happened to you guys was unfortunate. But we don't have to. We don't have to couch out to it. It's we got our way. You got our way. We can find another way to work together without destroying our ways. You see what I'm trying to say? You don't have to kill our ways just to make, because your experience, it worked for you guys. You see what I'm saying? That means we should come to the party too. No, we got a voice. We got to say. You see what I'm trying to say? We got to say it too. So being that we got our way and you got your way, let's find a way to come together that does not affect your ways and our ways. It's that simple. I would urge all
African Americans, diaspora.
You see what I'm saying? That should be the question.
Because I know there's a lot of people in not just Mara, but other parts of Africa who their tribe and everything, and they don't like that. That's why I said I like Liberia, because the tribalism does not exist.
Okay, but you still gotta respect our ways, though.
Yeah, I mean, I respect the ways, but
you gotta respect our ways. I mean, what happened to you guys is unfortunate.
Let me give you an example, right? In Liberia right now, there's anger towards the Fulanis, right? And the majority of Liberians don't care about that, right? But the Liberian tribalists are like, well, these Fulanis, they're not really like one of us. Who's one of you? You came to like Monrovia yourself or whatnot. So you tell them the Fulanis, well, they don't have a history in this country. But they're here. They're doing business and everything like that. Why you care about their tribe? You ain't persecuting the Lebanese. You're not persecuting the things.
You see, that's where you guys go wrong. Why you gonna draw in whites, Lebanese, Arabs into a black conversation? Why?
Because nobody messes with them. Everybody.
Why you gonna draw these people into a black conversation?
Mara, because just 2 weeks ago,
listen,
a successful Fulani businessman was murdered in cold blood by a jealous Liberian.
Listen.
Just for being a successful Fulani businessman.
Listen.
And he said
the tribal arrangement is separate from foreigners coming in. Those people that looked upon as foreigners.
So we got to fight with each other, but the foreigners are guests.
The foreigners, the Lebanese, Indian, Chinese are foreigners.
So we should fight with each other, man. Damn, man. It's like nigga shit is worldwide. It's like we fight with each other like they're killing the Mozambique, and they told the lady, you're all right. But we don't like.
Listen.
I don't get it.
Chinese, man. Lebanese, Indian, whites are foreigners to Africa. They are foreigners. It's a completely different debate.
Why do you treat them with so much respect? And
who treats them with so much respect?
You know what I'm saying? But you're not talking about persecuting them.
Who treats them with so much? Listen. The only reason Lebanese, Arab, Indian, or white is in Africa is because the government let them come into Africa. Okay? They come in because the government says.
So when the Chinese
listen. Government says come in. Government says come in.
The government is letting the Lebanese and all these other people sleep with their local women and whatnot. Is the government doing that too?
There's no law. There's no laws in most African countries against marrying an African from as a foreigner. There's no law against that. So they're not breaking any laws.
But you guys don't let each other marry each other's tribe and whatnot. But white people,
we no that there's intermarriage of tribe in big cities. The big cities is a melting pot of tribes. It's the small towns and the villages. That's why there's heavy tribalism, because those areas are one-sided. One tribe dominate one area, but the major cities, it's survival. All the tribes are there, and you survive based on who can do well for you. If your son is sick and you take him to the hospital, you're not going to look for a team. If a team doctor is mediocre and there is a Fulani doctor is the best doctor, you go to the Fulani doctor because you want the job done. So in the cities, they are forced, there's no tribalism. They are forced to be members as one. Whilst, because it's a multitude of tribes, opportunity. That's where most of the jobs at. That's where most of the opportunities at. Most of the education is in the big cities. In the smaller towns, it's only one tribe that stays in those small towns or in those villages. Only one tribe. You don't see multiple tribes going over there because those places lack opportunities. The big cities got all the opportunities. So people are forced to work with each other in the big cities. They got no choice. It's a survival of the fittest in the big city. You want to get educated, you want to go to the whatever school, you want to get a job, you want to excel at whatever. Like my dad, the person that promoted him was a descendant. You see what I'm saying? Two completely different tribes. But because my dad is based on my dad's performance, not based on what tribe he came from. When my dad promoted other people, he promoted other people based on performance, because they're going to hold him accountable for a department. They hold you accountable for a department. They give you a budget. They give you what you got to do. You pick the best people. You got no choice but to answer to your supervisor. You got to be accountable to that. So in the big cities, there is a completely different ball game. You see what I'm trying to say? It's the small towns and the villages where you just like in America where you got one town all white, you got another town majority black. You see what I'm saying? In a small town, but you hit New York, LA, it's a multitude of races and different people in there. Everybody's trying to survive. So every locale is different, bro. So even the Lebanese. There's no law, I don't know of any law in the Sierra Leone Constitution or any other African Constitution that says somebody from China or a white man can't marry somebody local. They don't have a law like that. Now you can, the stigma against those people is like, those women usually, they marry foreigners, they get shunned. They say they're either gold diggers, prostitutes, stuff like something that got to do with a bad name. You got no respect. If you date a Lebanese, I don't care how much money he has, and you broke up with him and try to date a regular African Sierra Leone is not going to take you serious. You know, so it's just take advantage of you and dump you. That's a woman. As long as you cross that line, nah, they don't want nothing else to do with you. So there's that stigma there. And it's a lot of prostitutes, like Italians. I remember there was an Italian guy in Sierra Leone off the shore. He had this big old catamaran. You know that catamaran thing? People go over there, they entertain themselves and whatever. When he was trying to go back to Italy, I know the girls, clear-cut prostitutes. That's the one he took with him. Everybody knows, it's well known. Clear-cut prostitutes. Those Korean guys that come on the boats, they got their ship and whatever. If a girl jump over there, they know they're going, well, she's a prostitute. In fact, there was a girl in our neighborhood that everybody was making fun of. They call her all on board. All on board? All aboard. Here she comes. All aboard? Because when you go on the boat, the captain says all aboard. You know, they ridicule them like that. I know that for sure in Sierra Leone. No man is going, because any man that takes you, that want to wife you, they say, who? That girl that wanted a Chinese, a Korean, you don't have blue eyes. You don't have straight hair. How are you gonna please this lady? Well, that's what she wants. You see what I'm trying to say? So you have to know what people say locally. You know?
Yeah, Bomani, I sent a couple of videos, real short, like 2 minutes.
Anyway, it was nice talking to you guys, man. I'm out, man.
All right, bro.
I got things to do.
Don't be a stranger.
I got no. Listen,
Amara,
the
I
only
hope you
reason I'm
learned
in
something
America.
tonight.
The only reason I'm in America is to hit the road. Network.
Hit the lottery? You said hit the lottery?
I said hit the road. Network.
Hit the lottery.
No, man, I'm never gonna hit a lottery, man. I'm never gonna do that. I said hit the road, network, and you know what I'm saying. I want these people back home to buy our produce.
I want to see you, Amara cashew nuts, man, going global.
No. I don't do cashew nuts. My uncle do cashew nuts. Matter of fact, God willing, you know, if everything goes through, my uncle will be the next president of Sierra Leone, hopefully, for my kingdom. Yes, he's a member of a ruling clan.
He's gonna be the president of the country, not your little kingdom.
He's gonna be he's a member of a clan, and our clan got rules. So when he be the president of Sierra Leone, when he be the president of Sierra Leone, is bounded by the Constitution, but he's bounded by his clan. It's bounded by his clan.
Yeah,
so
there's a comment for you before you go. It's right there on the screen. Hopefully you can read it. It's in English.
What's that?
Right there for you. It said, there you go.
I can't get to it. I don't.
It says they benefit from us being colorblind. America, other ethnic groups, cart money, out of our community on a daily basis. Yeah. At bottom, they're all united, but the black people are sitting there fighting with each other over silliness, you know, stuff like this.
It's from your perspective. We didn't grow up in America or the Caribbean, so we don't know what it's like. The honest truth, we don't know what it's like to be like you guys. So when you guys talk, we don't know. We can only talk about what we know.
Right? Let me give you an example, right?
You see what I'm saying?
I studied Black history and American history when Black people are integral part of building America, right? The only thing is we're a minority group and we don't get the recognition. But a lot of people come here and they think, oh, America's a white country. We're not, it's a white and a black country. Black people here for 400 years. Every railroad that was built, buildings, even the White House was built by African hands, And so the bottom line is this, we're just as part of this country thing. And the thing is, a lot of people, particularly a lot of people from Africa, oh, this is a white man's country. They understand that.
Okay.
A lot of people come over here. We changed this country to make it is what it is. Because the founding fathers they didn't envision somebody like Amara coming here and living. Trust me.
Listen. Nobody's gonna take that away from you, Kala. Okay? In Africa, let me tell you something. They don't teach us that. Okay? They don't teach us none of that. So if you see somebody says America is a white country, it's what they taught them. Because when they see presidents, everything that they might have one or two black people in there, but presidents, anybody, most of the people that come to Africa representing America are whites. Once in a while, they have a Peace Corps or one or two Marines, one of which I knew. Well, you have sprinkles of blacks. Even at the American embassy the other time when I went in to renew my U.S. passport, the lady over there, I invite my dad said, invite the lady over for dinner, man. I was trying to invite the black lady over for dinner. She was like, no, that's part of my job. Whatever. I said, well, I've been coming here for a long time to the U.S. embassy. You're the first black person I've seen in a while. I said, well, they don't send too many of us over here. So the people, this is their window. Our window is what the people send over there. And those people in Peace Corps, the most racist people. I found out here when I came to America that some of the most racist people were trained.
Spy organization.
Were trained to be Peace Corps. Peace Corps
is part of the CIA.
Yeah, volunteer organizations. But from the outside looking in, until you come to America, you will never know none of that. That's the gold, honest truth. So, if anything, African American, the whole diaspora community, whether it's Caribbeans or African Americans, need to make a serious effort in making themselves known. Your excellence and your hard work, making yourself known. That's what I don't like. One thing I don't like is the small numbers of Africans or diasporas from the Caribbean or America that are in Africa. Because you really got to go in and make your name. You see what I'm trying to say? You got to go in and make your name. Let me tell you something. When we're in Africa, we don't even know that Afro-Latinos exist. We don't even know that there are other types of black groups that exist. The only black groups we know exist around the world are African Americans and Caribbeans, particularly, I'll say Jamaicans, more. That's it. But until we came to America and seen you guys in the flesh and experienced you guys up front and know what we know, it's only because, you know, we can come to America. There are millions of people that are left behind, don't know that. So it's either you guys go over there and make your name, or the other way around. The white man is not going to let too many Africans come in. It's hard for Africans to come to America. It's extremely hard. They don't let too many Africans come to America.
Crossing the border legally. They found Nigerian passports at the border recently and everything.
Listen, bro. Listen. Africans do not cross the border, bro.
Bro, yes they are.
Africans do not cross the border.
Yo, bro.
No, sir. Africa is too far off.
No,
it's too far off, bro.
They're making their way up. They're going to
listen, man. No, sir. That I won't give you that. I won't give you that. The only Africans are here because they gave them a visa.
No.
They gave them a visa. Majority, 99% of the Africans that are here came to a visa program.
Hold up. Africans at the U.S.
Carla, what you saying?
He said Nigerians come to the Mexico border.
Yeah.
Africa is too far off, bro. It's too far off.
Okay, all right. No, okay. I got a couple of them right here.
It's too far off. Listen, you might have one or two, but Africa, the mass.
Amari, don't go no place.
Listen. The mass majority of Africans that come to America go to the U.S. Embassy.
They're coming. The Africans are coming in large numbers. Hey, Bomani, I just sent you that video. Can you play that?
Listen. That's one or two people.
Not one or two people.
The mass majority of people that enter into the United States legally through a visa program to the U.S. Embassy. They might overstay their welcome. They might their visas might expire, and they're in the country after that illegally. But 99%. Listen, but it's a few people. Come on, bro.
Let's watch this video.
Are now crossing
you guys are man.
During one recent week, Border Patrol agents in Texas Del Rio sector stopped more than 600 African migrants. Most are from the DRC and Cameroon, while others are from Niger, Nigeria, and Somalia. The group is part of a small but increasing proportion of migrants from countries other than Mexico and Central America who slip into the southern United States without authorization. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol say one of the first
this way right here is a small percentage.
No, it's a large.
There are 3 million Africans
they say there's like 5. There's almost like 1 million in Central America waiting to get in.
Listen. There are 3 million Africans in America. And 99%. Listen, and 99% of the Africans that come into America came through the U.S. Embassy. This is a small, tiny group, man.
No.
Come on, don't blow. You're blowing this out of proportion.
Amara, stop it, brother. Why are you freaking out tonight? I mean, Amara, look, a surge of African migrants. Stop trying to undermine it.
I'm not trying to undermine it. 99% of the people that are in America today from Africa.
Let me get these are Mexicans.
No, I said 99%. This is a small percent. 600 people out of 3 million people.
This is what you see.
Which is a lesson. 3 million Africans that came here came through a visa program. Man, stop blowing things out of proportion, man.
But my finish playing, they're gonna tell us more in this video.
Yeah, stop blowing things out of proportion. You got 600 people coming in
the majority of millions of people came through the U.S. Embassy. Come on, man.
US on May 30th, and that out of 100 of African migrants are now crossing the US-Mexico border. During one recent week, Border Patrol agents in Texas Del Rio sector stopped more than 600 African migrants. Most are from the DRC and Cameroon, while others are from Niger, Nigeria, and Somalia. The group is part of a small but increasing proportion of migrants from countries other than Mexico and Central America who slip into the southern United States without authorization. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol say one of the first groups entered the U.S. on May 30th, and that out of 116 people who came across the border, 80 were from Congo, 35 from Angola, and 1 from Cameroon.
Yeah, these numbers are small,
now,
man.
for more perspective on this situation, VOA reporter Azuma Compaore is standing by live in San Antonio, Texas. Good morning, Azuma.
Good morning, Esther.
Now, I understand some of these African migrants have traveled for weeks and some even for months. What are they telling you?
Well, Esther, they're definitely telling us about that very perilous journey that they took, starting in Brazil and working their way up to Mexico and coming to the borders there, where they actually, have to endure a couple of, frustration all along the way. One of the most deadly part of the journey they're talking about is the Darien Gap, which is really, that's a gap where there's no road, there's no actual place to go, and they have to go through that with families. Some of them have babies and women that are pregnant, and they have to make sure that everybody gets to the border safely.
Now,
that's what we've been hearing, and now
now, you mentioned that some of them are pregnant women, some are children. How are they coping? What kind of help are they receiving?
Well, we actually heard the story about this. We actually saw her. She arrived on the 5th of June, and the next day she had a C-section, and she had to go to the hospital and have the proper care. And now she's out there in the shelter that the city of San Antonio had to put together to welcome, at least to host those immigrants coming, and mostly from, like you said, the DRC, but also from Angola, from Haiti, from Somalia, from Cameroon. And all of them here were able to actually get some help from local organizations like the Catholic Charities and the American Gateways, and also the Interfaith Coalition, who were able to actually make sure that they can get daily food and get a shelter, decent place where they can sleep at night. But all of that is getting busier and busier on the city, who is starting to feel the effect because they were not ready for that. They didn't have everything in place to welcome. They had to improvise a lot of these facilities for those immigrants.
Very quickly, Azuma, have you spoken to the U.S. Border Patrol officials, and is there any chance at all that these immigrants may get some sort of legal status?
No.
The legal status that they already have, Esther, is that they all of them got a notice to appear, which means that they have to be checking with ICE every month while the asylum case is being processed. Well, that gives them, legal residency in the U.S. for the time being. But what is very, what the lawyers, the city is very worried about is to make sure that they understand that this is just the beginning of the process in the United States. A lot of them don't understand that. They feel like they made it to America and that's it. And then the language barrier is also something that they have to face. And that's why, they've launched a call to have more French speakers to come around, especially in the shelter where we're standing at now, to provide some translation so they can explain and make sure that they understand that this is just the beginning, and they have to be checking with the ICE, like I said, to remain legal until their case and the court date.
Well, Azuma, thank you very much for reporting this for us. That's VOA's Azuma Compaore reporting live from San Antonio, Texas.
That's really
yeah, but they say a small number. It's 600 people, a small number.
I mean, doesn't matter the numbers.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. I agree, they did, like the thing say.
But thousands of them making their way up to the border.
I'm telling you, the majority out of the 3 million Africans over here, 99% of them came through the U.S. Embassy. I bet you that.
So that number is going to swell in the coming years.
And it's not going to swell. I mean, whatever they say. Now those people, they took them in, they help them out. But you see, countries like Angola and what was the other country, Mozambique or whatever. You know, they're close to Brazil, right? Those south, those countries in the south of Africa.
Take a flight to Brazil.
Yeah, from there to Brazil, it's not that far because they share the what's the ocean? Indian Ocean?
No, the Atlantic.
Think it's the Atlantic. No, it's not the Atlantic. Atlantic is up West Africa.
Amari, Amari, what do you think about PLO Lumumba? He's
the Pacific.
He's kind of just like he's talking about open borders for like Black African countries, and kind of by default, isn't that against kind of like consolidating the tribes a little? Isn't that by default asking the same thing? A lot of
PLA Lumumba is talking about what already exists. These regional bodies got free movement of people, free movement of business people. Businesses can freely move from one country to another. For example, if you're Liberian, you want to come to Sierra Leone, or Sierra Leone want to go to Liberia, or Nigeria want to come to Sierra Leone or Ghana or wherever in our neighborhood, you don't have to pay. All you got to show, your passport is called an ECOWAS passport. That's for all the countries, the 16 countries. You have free access to those countries. You see what I'm saying? If you want to go for business, education, or just crossing the border for everything, each of those passports, if you look at each of from all these West African countries, it's called the ECOWAS passport. So that's give you free entry into everything. Same thing with the ports system. You can go to the seaport, and you can go by land and by air. So what PLA Lumumba is talking on the basis of not dismantling the country structure. He's saying we need to have a single voice. Everybody can keep their tribes, everybody can keep their countries, but like the African Free Trade Agreement, that's something we can all collectively have a single voice on across the board. Like for example, this LGBTQ thing, it's on their books, it's 43 African countries, it's illegal in 43 African countries, with the exception of South Africa. So Ugandan already had it, they just made it harsher. But Liberia got it, Sierra Leone got it. All these sodomy laws were in there from all 70 years ago. You see what I'm trying to say, or more. So things like that, things like African values, protecting African values, protect business in Africa, things like that's what PLA Lumumba is talking about. They say we all need to come up with one voice. We all need to unite, protecting African culture, not being infiltrated by outsiders, having economics, having an African Free Trade Agreement, free movement of goods and services within Africa, So they could make a car in Ghana and they could export it to Sierra Leone. Or we can have our palm oil in Sierra Leone and we can export it to Liberia or whatever, free movement of goods and services.
What about Julius Malema?
No, Julius Malema is a fool because Julius Malema in South Africa is the only country where they legalize LGBTQ.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, it's the only country in Africa that got food. No, because they got to compromise to the white people, because that's what Nelson Mandela say, make a rainbow nation, a nation of all races,
But it does champion, opening the borders, as far as
the borders are open for goods and services and free movement of people. They're already open. You see what I'm trying to say?
I don't think that's what he's talking about. He's talking about more lines of just, one black Africa.
No. I don't think you can. It's not possible. That means they'll have to. All the Africans gonna give up their sovereign states, and the whole continent will become one country, and they got to pick one leader.
Race first, brother. Race first.
It's not possible. It's not possible.
Race first.
Because you have the Muslim countries, religion, ethnicity, tribalism, all these factors are in the way of that. You see what I'm trying to say? So what they can work with is open borders in terms of economics, free movement of people, African standards and culture, protects them, and stuff like that. You get what you can, but that's giving up sovereignty. Nah, that's not going to happen, because Africans really, they identify. Let me tell you something about us. Africans in Africa, we don't call ourselves Africans. We call ourselves Sierra Leoneans, Liberians, Guineans, Ivorians, all these other people. Nobody calls himself African. It's when you over here in America that you are forced to be African. We have all Africans, all these people stay in their own country. If they want to travel, they travel to European countries, China, America. That's what is considered travel. If I go to Guinea or go to Ghana, and they say, start bragging that I traveled, they say, where did you go? They say, I went to Ghana. I said, bro, you just went down the street and circled the block and came back. You didn't be nowhere. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's the attitude we have. And I'm telling you, I only became African when I came back to America. When I was younger, when my parents took me down there, I was a complete stranger. I never could embrace the culture, because I was too Americanized when I was that young. So it took me 13 years.
I think you're overcompensating for that.
No. It's nice when you take somebody at a young age. It's like anything, football, music, anything. You learn it at a young age, you excel at it, you master it. Then when you're old, you see what I'm saying? That's why my dad took me at that age. He didn't want me to be too Americanized. Then I go over there, and I'm a complete stranger. So it took me some time to get immersed in the culture. And by the time in my teen years, I was in there. I was in it good. That's why I did the same thing for my sons. So it's having African people identify by countries. They don't really identify as Africans until we come here. I'm telling you. Everything from dating, even dating other people from other countries, that's a huge step. Everybody's comfortable with their own people from their own country. When they want to hang out, they want to hang out with people from their own country. They acknowledge you like you're African, or you Black American, or you Caribbean, or you Jamaican. Hey, how you doing, brother? But when it comes to clicking, their own little clique, they like it better because everything is localized. Like I could speak in my own broken English. I could speak in my own language. You see what I'm saying? We can reminisce about the good old days in our country. You can't have that with other Africans. Even though in our neighborhood, West Africa, we share the same foods. We got broken English. We got standard English. We have our own tribes. We all the clothes and the customs are so similar. But still nobody leaves off of one place just to go to another unless there's war. The only reason people leave from Sierra Leone and Liberia, I went to Ivory Coast or Ghana, is because of war. And when they were out there, they were praying every day to go back to their country. Africans do not like leaving their country and going to another country. No. They stay in their country. If they want to come out, they come to England, America, China, those places. You see what I'm trying to say? So in Africa, people do not look at themselves as Africans. They really don't. You know, they look at themselves as their country. I come from this country. You know?
Yeah, I think it's just, I'm probably speaking for myself, but not, if I like Pan-Africans in the West, and this is my opinion, we just want to see, like African countries, just to burn myth our people globally, and African countries, globalize as quick as possible.
You know what I was telling you? They say you can use your experience. That's why you see the president of Ghana, Sierra Leone. This is the hidden secret. Okay? That's why presidents from Sierra Leone, Ghana, all those people say, come home, we're giving you citizenship and other things. You see, this is when people complain about Chinese coming to Africa. My parents were in administration. We know how they gave local Africans contracts to build roads, factories, and stuff, and they embezzle the funds. That was the era of Swiss bank accounts, Cayman Island bank accounts, the Caribbean. You go put your money in a safe haven. Nobody traces. There's no paperwork. Instead of they giving you a contract to build a whole city, instead of doing it, people stifle the money. And the Africans, that's what they did. They did shoddy work. They didn't do up to the par work. And then the monies were stashed. The rest of the money was stashed in a Swiss bank account. They enriched themselves. They inflated the budgets. That's the era in the 80s. That's why today when you see Chinese and white people having these contracts, because the African government said, to hell with all that. I'm giving it to Chinese because I could dictate the terms. If they build a road, I could dictate the terms. I know everything. I could put the money in an account and I could trace it. The huge corruption was there in the 80s and in the 70s, all over Paris. There was few big private companies. There was all these big government companies. That was the engine for stealing money. You see what I'm saying? For example, I'll give you a typical example. Sierra Leone Produce Marketing Board was in charge of having all the produce in Sierra Leone. The guy that was in charge, when they finally revealed how much he had $100 million in different accounts around the world. But he inflated the budget, and he did that. There's another guy that they gave contracts to build roads and bridges. Millions of dollars. That's not it's an African story. It's not only a Sierra Leonean story, it's all over. That's why today, instead of they trusting their own people that steal their money, they give it to Chinese and whites. So they're using the whites and the Chinese to get a job done. Not because they like them, but because they can get a job done. And they can control the way. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's the situation right there. They dismantled all the big government companies.
Amara, appreciate the breakdown. Appreciate it. Color Genesis. What a breakdown by Amara, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, you learn something, even from Amara.
Yes, serious.
But like I said, the situation is more dire than I already knew this coming into the conversation, but the whole thing is, what's the way forward? I mean, you can't sustain this. The African Development Bank, right? People think, oh, we got African Development, especially these goofy ass African Americans. These African American pan-Africans are the worst. The African Development Bank, African Union is a joke, running joke. The African Development Bank, right? Guess who gets all the contracts? The Lebanese, everybody. I said, why can't you guys get the funding? Because we don't qualify. We don't have the paperwork right. We don't have it. But they got all.
I just gave you the breakdown, bro.
But what I'm saying is the African Development Bank, right? The African Development Bank, and also Africans are on the hook for paying those loans back, But the thing is, they recuperate none of that money. That's why Africa has $100 billion net outflow, because foreigners and everybody, because we don't trust our own. We have
because they embezzle the money. Look at African corruption in the 80s.
I know that. What I'm saying is
that's what I'm trying to say. So they turn to the foreigners to get the job done.
You know how that happens, right? Is people voting on their tribal lines because
no, it's not voting on tribal lines. It's not voting on tribal lines.
How's a corrupt politician?
Listen, bro, I'm a member of a political party. I know how they come. Bro, I'm a member of a political party. I know how they compensate. It's a compensation scheme.
Let me say this, and you can respond to it if you agree or disagree. Right? How it works is the ruling party, whatever like that, has all the thing. They have no opposition. They have no oversight, whatever like that. The people that get in power, like I said, it's not just politics, right? It's not just tribe. It's also a political party and everything. If you're politically connected and everything like that, you know for a fact that no matter if we have this sham election, like me personally, and people don't like when I say this, right? I do not believe in democracy in developing countries. I don't believe it. You know, I believe you need something like the Chinese Communist Party and something like Singapore with a mandate to build a country. And once the country reaches a certain educational level, certain detribalized ethnic and stuff like that, then when people you have a pluralistic society, you know, a black pluralistic society, right, where people are in caboose around ideas, not in ethnicity, not political party, not region, and everything. It's a country and a society of ideas. That's a pluralistic society, you know. And the bottom line is, I want to know is like, is the black race capable of that?
We did that in the 80s. There were a lot of dictatorships in Africa.
No, what I'm saying,
no democracy.
But the thing is, though,
but everybody had to work with one leader.
Checks and balances, and I'm saying a lot of corruption, like Jerry Rawlings, right, of Ghana in 1979 overthrew a democratically elected country.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so what he saw was, even though people in office, they were stealing so much and so much corruption and everything, people using habeas corpus to lock people up and everything. And that was a so-called. So Africans have this idea that they're going to follow the West and have these so-called democracies and elections like America. And they don't understand, if you look at American history, right, America is a culmination of almost 2,000 years of trial and error. And America was the last experiment. Africa has not gone through that trial and error. They're still.
But listen, Kala.
And then why even have elections? What's the purpose of it?
Listen, Kala, we had an era of dictatorships in Africa. It ended bad in Africa.
But
we had a reign of dictatorships for a long time. It ended bad. So we have to switch to democracy. Because when people look at the president of Cameroon, you know how long he's been there forever.
He's been 45 years,
forever.
Right?
I'm telling you,
right?
he suppresses people, marginalized people. They suppress people, they marginalize people, lock up opposition leaders. No opposition. Anybody can say a voice, you go into jail. You see what I'm trying to say? People make this place a personal bank account
because they're part of the ruling party, the ruling ethnic group, the people that was
Now when is like in Sierra Leone, right?
Come out of nowhere.
Okay, like
system.
Let me give you an
example. Every corrupt African leader, there's a base of people that support them.
Listen. In Sierra Leone.
Oh my God, this guy.
In Sierra Leone, the president, the guy that found a political party, was a dictator. You know, he told the Mendes, the rival big tribe, and every other tribe that backed them, you're all members of one party. All members of one party. Even though I come from Amaras and them tribe. All members, all tribe members, he distributed he made sure everybody had something. But
that's a payoff. That's
that's what I'm saying.
Mobutu had 20 different political parties, but they're all pro-Mobutu. So they have a sham of election.
Listen, but people that didn't want that. Hello? Oh, they don't.
Somebody said J.J. Rowell is not black. Dude, who is this clown?
Yeah, it's mixed. It's mixed.
But the bottom line is, he accepted the world. He was born in Ghana. His father was Scottish. His mother was Ghanaian, and the bottom line, he's culturally everything Ghanaian. The only thing is part white. So how is he not freaking black?
That's some people's talking points. You got to be 100% chocolate.
That's just a way of freaking discrediting somebody that you don't like.
Yeah, but anyway, it's kind of like him saying that he's a real African and you're not. You know,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know,
they come up with all, they just justify and just work these marks based on how they feel.
and the bottom line, everybody got to walk on tippy toes. Well, I'm not gonna be a real like I'm a black African, whether nobody accepts it or not. There's nothing anybody can do about it.
No, but nobody's gonna take away from your descent or your.
You're not descent into what I am, you know.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Well, your history, nobody's gonna take it away from you. Your ancestors.
Idea of an African.
Your ancestors. Listen. Listen.
They're gonna resonate about because I know for a fact, young Africans, they're tired of the same old. They're tired of the same old. So you could you gotta stand. The winds are blowing in a different direction, Amara.
What winds are blowing? What direction are they blowing?
The winds are blowing into the Pan-African world, bro.
There's no such thing. I'm telling you, there's no Pan-Africanism in Africa, bro.
There's so many young Africans that are friggin'.
There's no Pan-Africanism in Africa.
There's so many.
Everybody think about their own country.
You go to Zambia, right? There's black people. There's Zambians that are more Pan-Africans and more pro-black than I am.
Listen. Most people think of their country. They don't think about Africa. They only think of their country.
That's you. I talk to. I have an organization, a network with people all over the continent.
You're defeating yourself, man. You're defeating yourself. You're defeating yourself. That's all you're doing. You're defeating yourself. You're defeating yourself. So most Africans. Let me tell you. Most Africans interacted with other Africans out in America. People are there next door to each other, and they don't even care to go to each other's country because they have exactly what they need in their country. Then, unless war or something,
why so many Nigerians living in Ghana right now?
Because of the security situation in their country.
No, not that.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Banks in Ghana, right?
Listen, Nigerians are living in Ghana because of the security situation in the country. Same way Nigerians are living in the United States, living in all these other countries. Because I know a Nigerian, a friend of mine, too, in the same palm oil business. He does the same thing. He stays in Lagos, and he can't leave Lagos to go to his land where they're producing. He can't because as people know that he comes from America, they're kidnapping him for ransom. For millions of dollars.
Amara, how can any country in Africa become a global power without Pan-Africanism?
Listen, when I say Pan-Africanism, there's Pan-Africanism already. You see what I'm saying to say? The African Union is Pan-Africanism. No, all Africans come together.
No,
ECOWAS is Pan-Africanism.
That's the definition of what's not.
Well, that's their version of Pan-Africanism. That's their version of Pan-Africanism.
It's supposed to be. Taino. A Pan-African.
Well, they come up with something, bro.
Is a Pan-African in name only.
No, but that's
tell them about the sixth region. Amara, we can't keep on trying to overtalk.
Okay, the sixth region is a friggin'.
It's the United States and whatever, the Caribbean and
that's a farce. First of all, if you look at the African Union, right, what they define as African, they define anybody born on the continent, right? That means the whites, the Indians, even Jews had a voice in there because Israel's technically part of close to Africa. Israel, Egyptians and all these other people don't even want to be part of Africa. All these Algerians, all these other white countries are part of also the Arab League and everything. They got Arab interests, everything. They're in the African Union. You got Afrikaners there in the African Union. You got white people from Zimbabwe, part of the African Union. Or not, it's not race, but the original OAU was about race. After they defined Africa as people of African descent, slave trade and everything. Dr. Arcana, somebody asked about Dr. Arcana. She has never once mentioned the transatlantic slave trade as part of what's brought to Africa. She talks about colonialism. And the bottom line, that's a farce because colonialism, if you really look at it, is what ended the slave trade and also built modern Africa. That's the truth, And so the bottom line is this. So she always talks about colonialism, and she got stupid African Americans going along with it. She never mentioned the reason why Africa is in the situation right now is because of the transatlantic slave trade. That's why Africa is the situation is right now. No, not colonialism, not neocolonialism, not even white racism. It was the tragedy of the transatlantic slave trade and the breakdown of African culture. You talk about African culture, right? African culture is not the same as it was prior to the transatlantic slave trade. If you really want to know history lesson, right? Africa is basically before the transatlantic slave trade. There was no real wars in West Africa. African kingdoms and everything traded with each other. West Africa had the largest trading network in the world. You know, people travel from one end to the other. There was no tribe. No, she may mention it, right? Because I'm getting on her. When she makes her vow speech, she says, Africans being looted by the West. Oh, really, Dr. Arikana? You know, every time you see, nothing comes out of Africa unless somebody okays it or somebody's benefiting from it, right? So if there's West is looting minerals out of Africa, there's people from Africa getting rich off it. So let's not. So I don't want to sit there and talk about the West is looting Africa. Everyone steals minerals. Well,
yeah, that's true.
Are they coming in the cover of night, right, or under radar with drones drilling minerals and shipping it out? No, it's Africans signing trade deals because they only looking at the short term and everything, and you can't blame the Europeans and the Chinese for that. We don't want to take any responsibility. We she knows that talk about colonialism and everything plays with Black America because most Black American people are ignorant about Africa. It sounds good.
Listen, when let me see, somebody's echoing. Somebody's echoing. Okay. Okay, listen. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hey, everybody is mute, so you should be able to talk.
Okay, wait, let me mute. Hello?
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 I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
We can hear you, Amari.
Okay. Well, I lost my train of thought. What was you talking about, Kyla? About yeah, God.
Dr. Arikana and colonialism.
Man, it was something in there that you said that I was gonna talk about. Oh
the
man,
looting of the continent, and Africans helping looting the continent.
Okay, yeah, fine. Now, when you say looting the continent, thank you. I'm happy you brought that up. Now, when you want to blame the Arab, why Arabs are over here? Why they got all the hotels and industries? Why Africans don't vet people? Why Africans let all these people come in and do that and do that? First of all, let me tell you something. Our land. You know how many people came over to us trying to partner with us? And our land, my dad stood his foot there. It says Dutch people came, Arab people came, Chinese people came, all these other people came. They say they want to partner with us on our land. And that we were going to be the silent partner. That's what you have a lot of. You have a lot of African silent partners. People that might own the land on the books. They're a silent partner. They get their half of the profits. But you don't see them in the day-to-day activities. When you go past a particular land, like you are, say my dad had agreed to these guys doing a partnership. When you go to our land, you'll see that, it's Chinese building. Oh, why the Chinese are building and building? No, there's a silent African partner. Okay? There's a silent African partner that is sitting down there, collecting his own half of the profit. It's the same thing with ministers, government officials.
That right there, that's why everybody wants to get into politics. Politics is a way.
Yeah, because you can be a silent partner.
You know, that's why everybody wants to get into politics.
You can have Chinese.
People don't go into politics with the idea they want to build a country, right?
Yeah, because they put
to get into position where they can.
Okay, now you're understanding, Kyla. Now you understand. Okay. No, but why would you say? No, but you're walking contradiction. Why would you say? Why Lebanese and Indians and Chinese own all the hotels?
What I'm saying is this.
Listen, the only way a Chinese, an Indian, or Lebanese or white is going to own all those or have the face of it is because behind the scenes, there is an African. Behind the scenes, there is an African. Behind the scenes,
it's
there's
a
an
sad
African.
situation. That's why I say, like,
But that's why, for example, I'm a card-carrying member of a political party. I understand the compensation system. Okay? People don't join politics or go to all these Harvard, Yale, all these big schools and stack up all these degrees and work in all these corporate American places to gain experience for nothing. At the end of all that, there's a payback. There's a payback. So you can be a silent partner, for example, chicken. In Liberia and Sierra Leone, this thing is funny. My dad was the head of the Man River Union, right? And I tell him, I say, Dad, you believe I try to go to Liberia with beer? And they won't let me in? Because in Liberia, they say there's only one Lebanese that is the only importer of premium beer. And in Sierra Leone, there's only one Lebanese that imports chicken.
Well, actually, in Liberia.
No, listen.
A young Liberian guy that's basically importing liquor and whatnot. And there's a lot of
Listen, I'm talking about liquor. I said, no beer.
And
when I went over to Sierra Leone, stop beer. I don't talk about liquor.
This young guy.
I didn't say any liquor. I said beer.
This young guy imports Chinese beer. I tried Chinese beer. I love it. Delicious.
Listen, but listen, I went through the border, bro. I went through the border. Stop beer. Stop beer made in Sierra Leone.
Amari, you can't just like control the whole conversation. Colin, try to finish because.
Okay, no, I'm saying was there's a young Liberian that has exclusive importing rights to import Chinese beer, and also he imports liquor too,
Okay.
And
well, we went to Liberia with Star Beer, which is popular in Sierra Leone, to cross the border. They stopped us at the border and told us that only a Lebanese. Listen. Please listen to me, please. Listen to me. They say Star Beer is not allowed here. We quoted the Mano River agreements that Star Beer is a local product. It should be available in Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia. The guy said no. Only a Lebanese at the border. They told us that at the border. It's the same thing with chicken. People from Liberia trying to bring chicken into Sierra Leone. They stopped them at the border because there's only one Lebanese in Sierra Leone that is given the license.
Stop it.
Bro, they don't come into Sierra Leone, bro. They stop you. You got to bribe. You got to bribe. You got to bribe to bring your food.
That was awful. Somebody's trying to shake you down for a payoff.
Nobody can shake you down. Do you run a business between Guinea, Sierra Leone and Liberia?
I know
you don't run. I'm telling you.
I know plenty of people that do.
Man, come on, man. You see, that's your problem.
I know so many people that
you don't have any proof.
That go to Guinea, you
don't have any proof. I have 1,000 acre farm that produce what we produce, man. You don't have any proof. You don't have any proof. You see what I'm saying? That's why you African Americans, you gotta be careful in Africa, man. African Americans, you gotta be careful in Liberia,
bro. I was just
you gotta be careful.
Yeah, I didn't buy.
You gotta be careful in Africa. Okay, you go in there thinking you can make rules or you can bend rules and you can do things where you
chain right here, this chain right here, everything I bought.
I'm telling you, be careful.
Amara, I gotta meet you, brother. I mean, I'm trying to get the conversation flowing. Kala, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is this though, in Liberia, right? There's Lebanese merchants and whatnot, but the thing is, you gotta say something about the Lebanese, right? A lot of their business.
What he did, he just jumped off since I muted him. But I mean, it's like he wants to just like keep going, and we're running a show here.
If somebody stopped him at the border of Liberia, like I say, well, I'm doubtful about his story, but he gotta understand something. That's probably somebody basically trying to get a bribe or whatever like that. Shake him down. Whatever like that. That happens, But ain't nobody gonna tell you the Lebanese have excuses like they protect the Lebanese. They hate the Lebanese in Liberia. Are you kidding me? They say look, I got $100 for you, right? Whatever, like they'll let you right in. That's all that was.
I mean, the Lebanese is the only people that's smart in Sierra Leone. I mean the way he's talking.
He said that's Sierra Leone. That's not Liberia. That's the difference. A lot of Sierra Leoneans think like him.
I mean, he said exclusive rights to this, exclusive rights to that.
Yeah, that's Sierra Leone. That's not Liberia. Liberia is a black country. They pride themselves on that blackness of pan-Africanism, black, Liberian owned everything. They ain't trying to protect no Lebanese. They don't want the Lebanese there, you know? So the bottom line, Lebanese got some things they distribute and everything. Only thing I see the Lebanese really have is like they have Coca-Cola and stuff like that. And they also recently, Lebanese were importing like outdated stuff. The Liberian Department of Commerce shut them down, you know, and stuff like that. So there's a lot, trust me. And a lot of stuff in Liberia comes through Freeport, the Freeport of Monrovia, you know, stuff like that. So small stuff come across the border and stuff like that. But for the most part, you got to have a trading permit. You have a license to distribute stuff in Liberia, in Angola, so Portuguese, no. In Angola, I have Angolan partners, right? They said the biggest thing you could do in Angola is teach English, because Angolans want to speak English because that's the language of business and being closer to Black America, So if you go to Angola and whatnot, you can learn Portuguese, but if you want to make it big, you can get a job. If you have a degree, you can teach English in Angola, and they pay you big over there. I have several people that's on their way to Angola that I plugged with certain people in Angola with. That there's a lot of opportunity in Angola, right? And the bottom line, you don't really have to speak Portuguese. A lot of people in business in Angola speak English, and the bottom line is this. So there's a lot of opportunity in Angola, but a lot of Black people don't go into a Portuguese-speaking country. And Angola is like a big country. That's one of the countries where we build communities there that we could build them not far from Rwanda or whatever like that. And then you could go to Rwanda, work and everything. It's a bustling city, So I stay away from people who tell you if you go to Africa, if you come here, don't look for a job, just start a business. Well, one of the easiest way to get into any country is you go there for a job. People go to Singapore. Why? Because they want to get hired in a firm over there and do business and everything. Not everybody wants to freaking open up a vegan restaurant and shit, overseas, and then try to build a house from scratch. You want to go to the country, man, get yourself pay up yourself an apartment for a year and get a good job. If the country doesn't have not good jobs doing that, don't go to it, unless you're retired or you got some sort of residual income, whatever like that. That's a different story, But I don't buy this idea, you got to start a business and everything. You know how hard it is to start a business in a foreign country, particularly a developing country with poor infrastructure? I'm not lying to people anymore. That's why a lot of Black people from America that's seriously living on the continent are moving to countries like South Africa, where they got a well-developed economy and stuff like that, where they can get corporate jobs and participate, get into the investment game and everything, financial sector, different sectors of the economy, manufacturing and stuff like that, But this idea, you got to start a business from scratch, man. It'll take you 10 years before you get a business off the ground where you can make a profit. And also, if you do manufacture in Africa, you can't just rely on that one country. You got to be able to ship regionally and also back to the United States. And then you got something. If you manufacture in Africa some products for really cheap, you can distribute it in America. If you got a pipeline in America that's distributing your product through whatever you're making, then you got something. But this idea to start a business. Just go down there and be with the local people. Yeah, right. You'll fail and you'll be broke and you'll be back on the plane to America. So like all that nonsense and everything like that. So it's a lot of foolishness. But it's been 5 hours, Bomani. You ready to shut it down, brother?
Yes, kind of appreciate the breakdown. So family, appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for joining us, Big Black.
No problem.
If you have any final words, brother, and while I get ready to play this slideshow presentation.
I'm done. Big Black, you want to say something final?
Yeah, I enjoyed this conversation. Wish that we can have like more conversations about because it seems like there's this connection between Pan-Africans here and some of the Africans on the continent. Some exactly. Hash out difference. I think still there's, as far as tribalism go, I think that it still seems to be a problem, and
it's a very big problem. The biggest thing in Africa, the biggest threat to Africa is tribalism. Why? Because tribalism is everything starts in succession, right? This is the things of life, right? Socialization, social, economic, and then political, right? Mm-hmm. Tribalism secures your social standing in a society. Your tribe, your number, the influence and everything. That's like that. That leads to economic power, right? Economic power, right, leads to political power. That political power, right, elevates, it's like a circle, goes back to elevate your social standing. That social standing elevates you more economically and then more politically. So what you have is, by using tribalism as a way to gain your social, economic, and political base, you could become entrenched in power. And that's what the problem is, in Africa. And the bottom line, there's people in Africa that will never have the opportunities and everything like that, or be enfranchised and everything. It's a disenfranchisement. That's why tribalism needs to be eliminated. Everything needs to be dismantled and everything. And you have to have a society based on ideas, not tribal affiliation. Until that happens and whatnot, and also when they talk about the Lebanese are foreigners, Chinese are foreigners. Okay, so you treat them like royalty, but a fellow black person, you want to get all you want tribal, tribe up on them, and that is the problem. That's why I say, if black people want to connect with a country in Africa and they want to build that, look at Liberia. We fought that battle. Liberia is a more pluralistic society. You have different tribes and everything, but nobody cares about tribe like that, And so,
yeah, I'm just glad that we, brought that to like the forefront, because it seems like this disconnect between Africa. It seems like, because when I'm looking at listen to Afrodamus, it's kind of mixed message. I didn't understand where he was coming from, because it seems like sometimes he leans a little bit Pan-African, and then it's the jokes about the African Americans and this and that and that and this. But now I'm starting to understand that the main, some of the distractors, the main reasoning is because they believe that we're dismantling. We want to dismantle the tribe, so that's where all the.
No. I think that what it is the fact is that the idea of Pan-Africanism threatens their position in power. Listen, somebody at the bottom of the Tema tribe, he doesn't give a shit about what Amara's saying. He doesn't. You go into their regions one night where people are suffering and everything like that, they'll embrace somebody like Colin Bomani or overnight, and that's what the threat is. And this ideology of Pan-Africanism and everything, and they stop seeing themselves as, particularly their women. The women are first to be like, something, I'm a data guy from here. I'm a data guy from here. And you see, when you listen to some of these people talk, right? Like Judah, they want their own little fiefdom. They want all their women to stuff. Yeah, we don't want no. So you hear them talk. They say, yeah, we got these other guys coming across and fucking our women and everything. It's this very caveman and primal. And tribalism is the most primitive way of thinking. They want to protect their whatever they got in their pussy supply. That's what it's all about. But power pussy.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, because I visited other channels, looked at other channels. Even though I see a lot more Pan-African channels actually from continental Africans, I think a lot of them more of them are waking up. They
are. They're really looking at the world, right, and saying, "Damn, man, we're at the bottom." And I don't see nothing happen. Like Zambia. Zambians are angry because the Chinese are taking over their country, took over the airport and everything, and say, "What the hell?" Saying. And they really listen. Like you go Zambia and Zimbabwe and stuff like that. These people listen to people like Garvey. They listen to people like Malcolm X. They have a worldview that's black. Like in Liberia, you'll hear Garvey, people doing Garvey speeches and Malcolm X speeches, Martin Luther King and stuff like that. So you got people in other parts of West Africa, they don't know nothing about any of this, So they still live in their world like they think they're. And the bottom of the world is getting smaller, and they have to wake up to the fact that, this idea, and we're not trying to take over their kingdom, we're not trying to take over their stuff, we're just saying, look, the reality is, if you ever want to be progress, because I'm going to say, you can't give what's going on in West Africa right here, you cannot basically give this over to the next generation and expect them to respect you. They're like, damn. I look at other parts of the world. We got Vietnam and all these other people that was in war torn in the 70s. Now these people are building modern skyscraper cities, smart cities or not. Why are we still backwards? Why are we still suffering? Why are we still poor? Why are we still trying to get overseas and everything like that? They're going to look at this thing and say, something, this is the problem, right? When you sit back and look at what's the problem? The problem is when some people like Amar are only thinking about himself. He's royalty. He's only thinking about himself. He's not thinking about the the bigger picture. He's not thinking about his people. He's thinking about himself. And that's what this people with these fiefdoms and talking about their tribe and everything, because they're going to personally benefit. You know, they're going to personally benefit. And the bottom line is these people, I have no problem with that, right? But when you start getting in the way of progress, you know, that's why I say I'm so glad Liberia was what it is, because we made Liberia a black state, a pan-African state, and everything like that. And the people now realize that, yeah, it was the right thing to do. Because people, you can go from one part of Liberia to another part of Liberia, and you're still part of this republic. There's no this kingdom here. You can't come here. You got to respect it. None of that exists in Liberia.
So you don't believe that he doesn't like have a vision of pan-Africanism and
no, he doesn't. Pan-Africanism is something that was born out of slavery in the West.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you don't have that experience, like I said, there's two types of Africans, right? One who basically crossed over the Atlantic through the American transatlantic slave trade, right? And one that has been on the continent. I've talked about it several times. The two different things. Now, Kwame Nkrumah, right? Although he's not slave, some people say Kwame Nkrumah is actually African American descent. You know, they say he was actually from Freetown, whatever, Liberia, whatever like that, and he has ancestry in the slave trade. But he came to America, right? And he became indoctrinated with Garveyism and Pan-Africanism, right? And what he tried to do is translate that to Ghana, and he failed because the people were not feeling that. Said, why should we basically be like that? We're not this. We're proud kingdoms and everything. We always had our independence and everything. But he saw a bigger picture. He said, we need to unite Africa under one government and everything, you know, and they roundly rejected him, you know. Same thing with Patrice Lumumba. You know, he said, look, you know, we're a black country, a black state. Anybody who basically believed in this idea of a black republic, it's called to educate through education. If you educate an African, right, with moral history and everything, and he thinks about he's nationalistic and thinks about his people, he gravitates towards Pan-African. But if somebody basically is about using, let me tell you something about education, and I gotta go. Just because somebody's educated and have a degree, don't mean like there's in not just Africa, but in America, there's people who use their education and their degrees to prey on other people like this. They prey on other people and mislead people and stuff like that for their own thing. And they always come back to, well, I got a degree, I got a degree. But the bottom line is when you're educating somebody, right, you have to basically realize, is what I'm saying really going to benefit? If the people have no morals and they have nothing inside them and everything, they don't care, they're selfish and everything, they'll use their education to manipulate people. We have that in America. You know, how many people that go to these churches and whatnot, they send their kids to the best college and everything, and the pastor got all these near jets and everything like that, right? And the people say, oh, wow, yeah, he's doctor this, he got like 7 degrees and everything like this, but he's a crook. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So same thing. And people don't care about the people. If the people don't care about the people, they don't have a bigger picture. Why do you think you got some preachers in America, right? They live in a big mansion, and their members live in the projects or live in slums and everything. Mm-hmm. While his kids are going to the best schools and everything, you know? And they think that's perfectly all right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's the same thing. Just because somebody's a leader or somebody is prominent and everything, you got to look at everything what somebody's about. Are you about bettering your fellow man? Like Garvey said, how can you have wealth and everything while your brother's living in dirt, filth, and disease? And that's what the whole thing with the black race is. We sacrifice liberation of the people, right, for personal gain, personal self-aggrandizement, everything, and just for a personal thing. But you give a big speech about, oh, the white man, racism. They sound real convincing. You know, they sound real convincing, but they don't mean anything. They don't mean us any good and everything. It's all about them, how they can benefit, their family benefit, and everything.
Yeah, because it seems like, I don't know, you're saying like he was using it as a smoke screen when he's talking about the AU. Because I think it was built out of the spirit of Pan-Africanism, but it went somewhere else.
The African Union failed, right? After the OAU, when they had the last convention in 1979, after that coup in 1980, the idea of the African, the OAU, the charter OAU was supposed to unite the African country. You had the Mano River Union, which Almara says who his father was part of, and the Lagos Plan of Action. That was basically to industrialize Africa, build steel mills and everything, a united African currency, a peacekeeping force for the continent and everything, and unite the continent. They had the Lancaster Agreement. So in other words, basically the OAU was supposed to be the preemptive organization for the whole continent with military power, sanction power, and all stuff like this. That fell apart. What you have right now is a fake thing built by the, like I said, there's no real organization. It's haphazard. It was built by the Chinese government, right? And you know something? What some young African found? The Chinese were spying, using that to spy. He said there's some data was going to some server in China. They were spying on emails and everything in the OAU. So the Chinese rigged the place to spy on African leaders and everything. But they built it for free. You know, they built it for free. We're gonna build you a nice building and everything. Nothing comes for free. And that's what I tell Africans. And also the African Free Trade Agreement. Where is that going? How are you going to have free trade when you don't have any shipping lines? You don't have railways and everything built. How are you going to have free trade? You know who's benefiting from the free trade agreement? The whites, the Afrikaners, the Indians, the Arabs, because they're considered Africans according to the African Union. Yeah. The African Union is not race-based. It's not pan-Africanism.
Yeah, I remember about that when they was bugging the African Union. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, making some good, valid points. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, like I said, these people and everything like that. I don't want to believe Amara and Afrodamus and all these people are corrupt. I just think they just have their pride and they have their kingdoms and everything. Hey, that's no problem with that. I have no problem with that, right? But we can't see the bigger picture. You know, I don't think they really believe that the black race is at war or capable of challenging the white man. That's the problem. We live in America, right? We know we can. We know the only reason why the white people rule over it because they got the military, the guns, everything like that, right? But if you look at Black America, how we came out of slavery and what we built and everything like that, under duress. And we know these people aren't superior to us. We believe that. We're the only group of black people in the world that don't think white people are superior to us. That's why the white people want immigrants to come over here to side with them. And the white people basically make sure that the image of Black America is gangbangers, drugs, and negativity right now because there's a war on Black America, right? Because we're the only group of black people that won't bow to them. You know? And that's why we're pan-Africanists, because we will not bow to them. We're never going to kneel to them. We're never going to bow to them. We don't believe in them. I don't mean I hate America, but there's a white America and there's a Black America. And actually, to be honest with you, right? Black people have exemplified through the leaders that we produce, like Martin Luther King and all these other people, what America could be. Show me the white version of Martin Luther King. Show me the white version of Medgar Evers.
Yes, man.
We are what made America great. And white
definitely put a lot into it. Yeah, I hear you, Carla. Yeah, today's show is eye-opening. Learned a lot, and from Amara's perspective too, because his perspective is shared, by a large portion of Africa. You know what I mean? And I think they think that we have this sort of feel like we have this sort of elitism, when we come over there. But it's like, if you look at
the thing is, I don't see that. Why? Because if you see African Americans, they're always doing things like opening schools, opening things, helping the people, and employing people and stuff like that. We're trying to do our best. And I don't very ever see any incident of African Americans abusing Africans on the continent. This does not exist. If you look at African American companies that go to Africa, they have a tremendous social responsibility that the Chinese don't have. We're always engaging people. The bottom line is this: if people tell you when there's a black person coming in, bringing a company over here, people treated better, the pay is higher, and some everything. Because
that's the difference between us and them. That's simple.
And the Africans don't. Some Africans who are detractors don't want to admit that.
That's what I'm tripping off of, because if we had this sort of elitism, we wouldn't embrace Marcus Garvey as we did. You know what I mean? It's about, you know what I'm saying, what's the best strategy? how we think, and then when
the white man did a very good job, right? Of basically what he did was in the 60s and 70s realized that we have to basically cut black people. Like there was a thing called 9066, something like that, where Brzezinski said stop. He was President Carter, Ford's Secretary of State, I believe, was that stop the African American militants or really come Africans. And the bottom line is this: they did a really good job through the Peace Corps and everything, convincing Africans that Black Americans are no good, whatever like this. And they say the white man have good money. If a white man's coming there, giving you aid, and they're out there doing stuff like that, they have a chance. They have proper, and also the white propaganda. They had this thing called Voice of America, right? Put VOA right there. But VOA back in the 60s, which always was operating in countries like Liberia, Nigeria, throughout the continent, spreading American propaganda, to Africans, America was great because America, this is a Cold War. America basically was losing to the Soviet Union in the hearts and the minds of Africans. So they had to basically do this, and they set the Peace Corps in there. The Peace Corps is white supremacy on steroids. We're here to friggin' rescue you, you silly Africans and everything. And so they did a good job. White people are entrenched in Africa. If you think the white man, people think they're just going to go to Africa and it's all. No, you got white supremacists, right? Even neo-Nazi groups operating in Africa, in Black Africa. You have people that basically who don't like us, they don't like the Pan-African world, don't like this or like that, who want to keep Africa tribalized and everything like that in Africa, right? And how they do it is they turn the Africans against this idea of Pan-Africanism and Black unity and stuff like that, and just focus on tribalism. This is well orchestrated thing globally. People think, that's a far fetched. It's right. It's the truth though, because the bottom line is this: when Africans deal with America, right? When they come to America, what America and some Africans want is they want a relationship with America, erasing the slave trade. In other words, when a lot of Africans are allowed to come to America, right? When they say don't say African Americans, right? In other words, basically you're a new type of Black person. You're not a slave. You're a new American citizen. Enjoy your freedoms in America, right? And some people buy into that. I'm in America now, whatnot. My answer is, well, Black people in America still have a problem with America in many ways because America still owes us, reparations and a place in America, right? America has never given a place to Black America. When America signed the Civil Rights Movement, the first thing they did was bring millions of immigrants here, right? To make sure when America opened up, right? First they brought in white women, then they brought in the Hispanics and all these other people in there like that. And then they brought in people from the Caribbean, they bring in people from Africa. And so the bottom line is what should have been the Black male in America, right? Should have been first that the government addresses grievance to was put to the pasture. And I don't blame people coming from America taking opportunities, like they would rather much have people come from Africa, like Harvard, right? They have a certain amount of things that we gotta have a certain amount of Blacks in that's reserved for just Blacks. Like let's say we have a certain amount of enrollments for Blacks, right? They would much rather, but they're finding that in the Ivy League schools, they would much rather have Black immigrants, right? Black immigrants mean you don't have to deal with this Pan-African stuff, this Black radical stuff, this Black stuff that makes white people uncomfortable and everything like that. So they're saying, look, we got diversity and everything like that, but the Pan-African world, the Black nationalist world, the Black liberation stuff, which we still need college campuses at, is almost non-existent. And I'm not blaming African immigrants for that, but I'm saying, it's like they say, look, you want to be cool, be like the model Negro over here. They're coming to America, they're succeeding and everything. It's not that they're succeeding, but they're succeeding in America without complaining. Black African Americans succeed in America and they're still complaining. White people are tired of hearing us talk about racism. That's what this is all about. So when people talk about, I don't care about my tribe. White people love people talk about their culture and their tribe, where they came from and everything. That's more easy to digest than looking at somebody who's a descendant of a transatlantic slave trade. We're still a threat to them.
Yeah, it trips me out when they say, well, all you do is complaining and this and that, then this, it's like, what you quote unquote call complaining, those are mostly like the successful black people, right? That are speaking up against.
Yeah, you'll find that black people, the rich black people, right, are the most militant. The educated rich black people are the most militant black people. Don't let anybody fool you. You know, because what they had to go through to get contracts and everything, they went through hell. All those black people that we played that video, or 20-something, I would love to hear their story of the no's they got, whatever like that, and they still succeeded. You know.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah, most of them were pan-Africanists, the ones that went to South Africa and
yeah, no, but we play another video, the top 20 black businesses in America. Go look at that on YouTube. You know, those people right there with steel companies, one guy company grosses $11 billion a year. And you think those people didn't face racism? Of course they did.
Yeah.
No, and the bottom line is this: white people don't like when black people beat them at their own game. And also, when you succeed in America, remember Damon Wayans said this one thing where he said, look, he said, now, Mr. Wayans, now that you make $13 million, is there racism in America? Remember, he did a comedy skit like that, you know? So and they hated the fact that black people who get rich, like Spike Lee, they hate Spike Lee. Spike Lee's worth like $60 million. He's always talking about how racist America is, right? They hate that shit. You know, they hate that shit, you know?
And the tripped out thing is the continental Africans, the people the blacks over here that agree with them, most of them are the drug dealers, the thugs and this and that, you know, to say the same thing. Why you crying, you know? But they terrorizing the community at the same time, and you know, and then tell us, you crying, this and that, and this. Everything's good while they break into your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and well, perfect, fellas, perfect. We're supposed to close out like a while back, so
yeah. All right, fellas.
Don't want to continue too long, so
yeah, I gotta get to bed.
You have one final thought or so? Just
no, I'm good.
I'm good too.
Appreciate both of you and family. Thank you for joining us on another live energy, and the journey continues.
Oh yeah.
And we're gonna have a nice little closeout, some slideshow and some music, and enjoy your end or beginning of the week. And we'll see you in the motherland as we get ready for more journeys, more connection, more movements. Yes, so family, check out this history of photos and some beautiful music from Melanie Ganji.
Forever and ever. Come on and move away them dark clouds. Shining bright forever and ever. Oh, sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa. Oi, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. Remember where the pillars of the pyramid, sons of Africa. Remember where the ones who navigated the Nile, sons of Africa. And all the star systems them in the sky, sons of Africa. Sons of Africa, shining bright, sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, oh, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. And this is my cosmos, sons of Africa. Kwame Ture, sons of Africa. Stephen Biko, Patrice Lumumba, sons of Africa. Sekou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, sons of Africa, shining bright, sons of Africa, forever and ever, sons of Africa. Oh, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. Rwanda and Kenya and Congo, Ethiopia, Kemet and Nubia. Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. They were the kings, killers of the pyramid, sons of Africa.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey.
It was a sun so far bird. A message in a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Sun go far bird. A message in a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and pink cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun covered bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Sun covered bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of timbre and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. It was a sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah, that one. Sun so for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come with your truths and your blessing. Son, go forward.